Son, how many times do I have to tell you? You just keep on screwing up over and over and over again. I have had it. Yeah, I was a little late today, you guys. I was a little late today, but I got a good excuse this time, you know? The excuse is that we had a family of turkeys show up. If you've been watching my, I don't know why it's gapping out and stuff. Oh my God. Do you guys see me okay? Because it looks like it's gapping. Let's just make sure everything's okay here. Yeah, I've got serious gapping problems. Are you guys able to see everything? Is it sounding okay? Okay, because it keeps pausing on me on my little screen here. Okay, you guys say it's good, it's looking good, it looks fine. All right. Well, there was some very frightening looking gapping at the beginning where it's like pausing and then the little wheel keeps turning. And I obviously don't want to, do it unless everything is good. But it looks like you guys are okay. Looks like everything's working well. Everybody says good, good, good. We can hear you, angry daddy. Da-da-da-da-da. Okay, well, the Alliance has sandbagged me with an incredible number of slides this week, so I'm kind of at a loss. I don't really have a lot of time to talk this week if I'm going to get through these slides. In fact, I need to start them within 2.5 hours after we begin because I think there's so much stuff in there that they loaded it up with that if I don't give it 2 hours, we're never going to get through it. I'm not complaining, I'm not hating on them, but I do have a very, very, very full workload today. So we just got to, focus on keeping it moving, keeping it fast. Somebody says, I like the red. Thank you for that. Burgundy, that's right. Okay, now things are starting to look okay, but I am getting really, really disturbing problems with my face gapping out on the screen. Whatever, I mean, we're just going to keep going, but this is terrifying. It doesn't really look right, and I don't know what else to do about it except to just keep on going through the show. Are you guys seeing any pauses in the show? Is it a smooth feed? Because that's not what I'm getting in my window here. And it's okay, no gapping on your end. You look good. You're not gapping at all. Really, really scary that this is happening. It may have been because I opened up the window. I don't know why it's happening. It's really, really frightening, but whatever. We'll just keep going. You guys say everything looks good. No sound now, somebody says. It's grainy, but it's okay. All right, well, I'm using the best internet connection that I have. Everything should be okay. I really don't know why I'm getting these strange interruptions. Maybe it's just because a lot of people are signing on all of a sudden. It just happened again. I'm getting these weird things, so it's terrifying. It is utterly terrifying. Live streaming is such a dangerous, scary, delicate art, and it doesn't always work the way you want it to, so you just got to pray that everything works, and maybe I just shouldn't look at it because you guys are saying everything's fine. So like I said, I think we are building up to some big moment here because the Alliance has just created a titanic amount of slides this week. It took me 3.5 hours to put them together last night. So I'm going to need 2 hours just to run through all that stuff because there's so much of it. So I have less time to talk about the other stuff today. I normally cut it at 3 hours, but now I'm going to have to cut it at 2.5 just to make sure I can get through everything. Okay, well, it looks okay right now, so I don't know. Let's hope that the connection's okay and that nothing happens, and I'll just try to keep on going. So, yeah, I'm burned out. I don't really want to do shows anymore. I'm kind of just here because I have to be here. It's like, oh my God, another one? My life is just a treadmill. I do this every frickin' week. I have no time at all. I'm just always so busy, and I'm just grasping at days, and they just fly right past me. A week just flies right past me, but the reason why everything is good is because we're only going to be going through this for 2 more months. November is a hard deadline. Thank God, because I'm really tired of this. I don't want to be talking about this stuff anymore, honestly. I just want to go on vacation, but that's going to be after next Sunday, most likely. I probably will do another live stream next Sunday, and then I'm heading out sometime after that. I may head out on Monday. I may delay it a couple days. Got to keep the enemy on their toes. You don't want to be predictable in any of your pattern of activity on this stuff. It looks okay now. I mean, maybe it was because a lot of people were signing on and it just kept on pausing because of that. I don't know. But right now we got 2,200 people. You guys are all here with me. Everything looks good. It doesn't make me feel very funny, so I didn't really do too much comedy at the beginning when it's just like this terrifying thing that doesn't even look like it, that we're actually on the air. But I do have, if all else fails, oh, we had a donation, Kellyanne. Third super chat. Thank you very much, Kellyanne. I do have a good dedicated copy that I'm recording on my Hyperdeck here, so if all else fails, we have the high resolution re-upload. Although honestly, I don't know if any of these would be able to re-upload or not. They probably would all get shot down. Which is part of the reason why I have to print these into a live stream. There's really no other way to get this type of material out there. I don't even think it would work. That's why you don't see any uploads on my main page. You got to go to David Wilcock 333, then you got to go up to the top and you got to click on live. But they are all archived, so you can go back and look at them. And most of the time, between doing my own content and doing Alliance content, it ends up taking 4.5 hours, and so most of the shows are that long. But I would recommend, if that seems to be scary to you, that you just pause it in the middle and watch the second half later on, just like a two-part movie. And somehow I managed to avoid needing to take a piss for 4.5 hours, which is pretty incredible in and of itself. But as I've said before, I exhale a lot of water vapor as I'm doing this. So yeah, we're getting close to some major events. I'm totally burned out. I don't even really have enthusiasm anymore, but I'm just going to keep doing it anyway. But thankfully, we did this upgrade offer, as I was talking about last week, for people who already bought the Michael Prophecies books, and that allowed them to upgrade to the Sacred Science video course, and that has been remarkably successful, enough so that I can pay for my vacation. If you guys hadn't stepped up in a large enough number, I wouldn't have been able to afford to go on vacation, but now I can, and I'm grateful for that, because I've just... I've spent really the last 3 years totally alone, totally isolated in this house, which is 8 months of winter a year. No social interaction, hardly at all. It's been a solitary monastic experience. I'm totally sober, no medication since Labor Day, which is the end of May. So I'm now on my 3-month or 90-day anniversary, and I've been catching up on sleep. My dog died. In some ways, it's made my life easier because I was very, very concerned about her health. She was in really bad shape with just, I needed to get her out at 8:30 to be able to pee the first time. I need to get her out at 10:15 to take a poop. If I try to get her to poop earlier than 10:15, she simply won't. Then if I have to go get a massage or something, which I've been doing that, on Michael's request, Archangel Michael's request, getting these healing treatments to get all the knots out of my muscles. Apparently, this has something to do with being psychic. And so I'm just about finished with that whole process, and that I'm really looking forward to not going through these biblically horrific 2.5-hour pain torture sessions twice a week, which used to be 3 times a week, Monday, Wednesday, Friday. Now it's Monday and Friday. But it's really amazing. I've essentially gotten a new body. I walk with much less pain than ever before. But because the treatments are so intense, I have bruises on my body, as I've said to you before. I showed you them on my neck after the shooting happened in July. And these are cupping treatments where you got these suction cups that you put on, different diameters of suction cups. And as it tears through the scar tissue that links your muscles together in the wrong way, they bleed and you get this blood come to the surface. It looks like all these bruises. So typically I'll have just the standard lifestyle that I have is there's bruises all over my body from getting these treatments, all over my back and my right leg. I fell on my right leg when I was in 5th grade. These kids sent me down Monkey Hill, and I made a 30-foot drop through free space on a snow saucer, and the whole saucer shattered into little pieces. It was a hard plastic red snow saucer, and all of the muscles in my right leg turned into basically like tomato paste, and then they all healed together in a really funny way. And I've been working on healing this now intensively for 4 years since COVID. Because during COVID, I was eating takeout. I was like, you know what, screw it. I've been eating healthy my whole life. I'm not going to do it anymore. I'm just going to get burgers and stuff like that from, there was a local place in Burbank called Wild Carvery. I don't think they're in business anymore. But they had fairly decent burgers, and so I was getting takeout stuff. But then, my God, after only, 5 months of eating takeout fairly regularly, I couldn't bend over anymore. I did not have any range of motion below about halfway down. It was essentially a massive form of hip arthritis, and that was terrifying. I needed my wife to tie my shoe. I had to get really clever about even things like putting my pants on because I couldn't really lift my right leg up anymore. And that's when I started to get, when we went to Sedona in October of 2020, I started to get intensive Rolfing treatments. And Rolfing is where, again, you get really strong pain and you're tearing through scar tissue that holds your muscles together in funny ways. And almost everybody has this scar tissue. So the idea of getting your musculature unscarred and getting it all put together that way, okay, everything looks good now. I'm just checking on there, making sure everything's okay for you guys. Because I don't have anything, you know, there's nobody else here in the studio. I'm on my own. That's why I got to work at the desk right here in front of the, you know, where you guys are talking and everything, just to make sure everything's okay. Sometimes I screw up. Had my hand over my eyes because I was looking at the slides the other day, a couple shows back. That was crazy. But anyway, I'm not really that unhappy to be on camera. I'm just kind of really, really tired of this. I'm really tired of the same routine of being alone, being under massive death threats, having nobody here to protect me. My dog isn't here to protect me anymore. It's only by some type of weird divine intervention that I'm still alive, I think, but I am, and so I'm just going to keep going. As long as I'm alive, I'm just going to keep going, so that's what we're doing. If I get through this vacation, I come back, we'll have more shows. If not, I'm going to pre-tape, you know, and the last 3 shows will be uploaded to YouTube, and my admin team could, you know, run them. So if this is martyrdom, and if I'm almost out of here, then you'll get 3 more shows when I go on vacation. But hopefully everything will be fine and I'll be okay. So it is intense. The only reason why I would trust myself enough to keep doing this is because of these very strange angelic experiences I've had where I channeled this material in the late 1990s using remote viewing protocols. And then in October 2021, I realized that it was talking about our present, and I started to unseal it around that time, and I started to read all this stuff. Then I really got into it in February 2022, and it turned into 7 books that are now available at thedisclosure.com. I didn't even have time to put in advertising slides this week. This has been crazy. My life is chaotic. We really don't have, I have no time. I mean, it's just like every week just goes by like a flash because I'm dealing with the massages, I'm dealing with therapy, I'm dealing with board meetings on Thursday. So Monday's gone, Wednesday's gone to therapy, Thursday's gone to board meeting, Friday's gone to massages. All day Saturday, I got to work on these slides. And then Sunday, the whole day is trashed, setting up for this show, doing the show, and then being done with the show. So it's like every week is just, they just go by so fast. And I'm really, really sick of it. I'm really, really sick of this. But anyway, I'm going to keep going. So the point is, we are looking at some very stunning events because when I unsealed these Michael prophecies, I realized they were talking about the present. It's 7 books available at thedisclosure.com. And we have a discount code, which is actualization. That's the word. And you type that in and you can get all of the videos, which is Sacred Science of Michael Prophecies, to help you understand what I'm talking about this week, a lot more. And all 7 books, which again, almost every page has prophecy on them. I highlighted it in red. Nobody can dispute that. It's just a scientific fact. Prophecy is immutable, especially when they're this much on the nose. So one of the things I'm going to do on vacation is finally complete this homework assignment of reading the books because I haven't had the time to do that. I only read a little bit and I get distracted. My life is so distracting. It's really pretty horrible. My life is pretty horrible. But nonetheless, we laugh together. We have fun together. I'm here with you guys, and we're all going through this mass global initiation together. I might be staring death in the face a lot more than most people are, given the nature of what's happened to 45 and the threats that are still existent. And there's a lot more references to those threats in this week's slides from the Alliance. And I'm already down only 2 hours left. I can do all my other slides, which is a very, very fascinating subject. So let's try to tie all this together. Because I am, despite the fact that I'm tired, I'm weary, I'm burned out, we also are very close to the end. And therefore, that gives me hope because I don't want to just keep doing this, living alone with no money in a house by myself, doing shows every week, anticipating something in the future that hasn't happened yet. I'm tired of it. But we're not going to wait forever. And I don't want you to be tired either. I want you to be prepared. I want you to be ready. I want you to psychologically and emotionally prepare yourself for what will be the most stunning events you've ever seen in your entire life. That is what we're heading into. It is not going to stay like this, where people can still be skeptical and they can still be annoying and they can still say, well, I don't know if I believe any of this stuff. You will not have that luxury anymore. You will not have the luxury of denying what is going on. You will not have the luxury of being ignorant. It's become so obvious for those who are, even with possessing minimal insight, that there is something very, very crazy going on here. That the world is being run not the way we were told in school, not the way you're told on television, but there's something else going on. It's dark, it's weird, it's scary. There is a monster under the bed, for lack of a better term. And we're really being held back by the people who don't see this yet. And the reason typically they don't see it is political ideology and fear. They are addicted to politics. They've essentially become drunk on what could be considered a political cult. And they are not thinking clearly. They only want to keep bonding with their abuser, much like Stockholm Syndrome, where you know the case, right? There's people that get kidnapped, and then they start to identify with their kidnappers. This is something they do out of fear. They say, well, we believe in the cause, and yeah, it's too bad they kidnapped us, but you know what? Our lives are now serving this higher purpose that our kidnappers have for the planet, and we buy into it. Well, the reason you buy into it is because you're so afraid you don't want them to hurt you. And so somebody like me right out here on the front lines, I've done really well, actually, all things considered, compared to many others. Alex Jones, of course, has $1.5 billion lawsuit judgment over his head. People have been sent to prison like Steve Bannon, Peter Navarro. I mean, this is a very intense environment. 45 got shot at, missed him by 2 millimeters. So it doesn't always make me all that excited to keep doing this. It would be a lot easier in many ways for me to just hide out like I did when I was doing the Michael Prophecies for the most part during 2022 and most of 2023 when I was putting these 7 books together. I didn't do very many videos, and I was happy. I don't need to be on camera. I mean, I got 3,000 people watching right now. Thank you guys for being here, but I don't really need to do this. The reason I'm doing this is because I'm needed, because my service plays a very valuable role in this planetary game that we're all in, and I'm not going to stop because nobody else would do this if it wasn't for me. And obviously what the Alliance messages say week after week is that this service is of incredible importance. So let me get my Trump slippers on back here. I want to make sure that my feet are warm. Yeah. You know what? I decided the Alliance gave, I got to be honest though, the Alliance gave me some great compliments this week. So yes, we've got the slippers on, the magic slippers, just like Cinderella. Peace and blessings, David and all. Donation from MT Herrick. Thank you very much. You guys are awesome. Again, we got a really great response to the video. So I made enough money to go on vacation and to have enough money for all my expenses after vacation. Not a whole lot more than that. So that's why if you did get the upgrade offer, if you already bought the Michael books and I sent you the upgrade offer, please strongly consider doing that upgrade offer, because it will help me immeasurably in getting through this last little phase of time. I mean, honestly, I've never been so bankrupt at any other point in my life for so long. 3 years of just totally profound bankruptcy where there's no money at all. It hasn't been very fun. Living here in 8 months of winter a year totally broke is not fun, alone. And now my dog is gone. So that was, a valuable part of my life, having a dog who really looked up to me and cared about me, and now she's gone. So it's rough. My life is intense, and I'm looking forward to working with the Alliance, looking forward to being in Washington, D.C., and on an official level, talking about what they were doing, and I believe that's going to be happening. I'm going to be way, way more public than I am now, and I'm just trying to get my rest in and get myself rejuvenated before they do this final phase. And it looks like October 7th is going to be something very intense. A lot of sheriffs have been warned that there may be multiple attacks by migrants all over the country at the same time. I'm taking this very seriously. There's a number of reasons why I think this might actually be credible. So I'm going to have all of my vacation done by the end of September. Hopefully nothing will happen before then. If it does, I'm just going to, hightail it back here in my rental car and just drive the whole way back. It's like 22 hours. No big deal. You know what? Actually, if I go direct, it's like, I don't know. Yeah, it's 22 hours. So I'll have to stop off somewhere in the middle. But anyway, I've been inspired because this week we've had a lot of sunlight. It's been the sunniest week of the whole summer. We've had a really incredibly dismal climate here, which I guess is kind of what everybody's been going through as well. That might be related to solar changes, but we just never have any sun. It rains every freaking day. It's like cloudy every day. And so somehow this past week, we kind of got through our monsoon season. We've had beautiful sun. I went out, I did some weeding. And so just even having sunlight at all is like a glorious, glorious, amazing gift. Another donation, JT, $20. He says, "You are needed, David. Thank you for all your continuing guidance. Love to you, brother. Celebrating your first super chat." Well, thank you, JT. I really appreciate it. And I am happy to be here with you guys. Please don't take me the wrong way. It's just that, you know, when the Alliance started to reach out to me in February, I thought this was going to happen really fast, as in maybe a couple of weeks. And somehow I've gotten into this situation where I've been risking my life every single week, February, March, April, May, June, July, August. So it's a lot. It's every single Sunday I'm doing a show. I've never done this much work so steadily before. I used to do, you know, tapings for Gaia once every almost 2 months. And then I could kind of sit on my butt and not have to work in between. So I've been simultaneously more busy and more bankrupt than ever before in my life at the same time. It's kind of an ironic combination to be running both of those things at the same time, but that's reality, man. So I'm not as funny this week. I'm sorry about that, but I'm just kind of tired and, you know, whatever. I mean, let's just keep rolling. There's a lot of things to be positive about, man. It's not going to take forever. We're not going to keep waiting. All we got is September and October. And they are you know, the negative is planning very, very intense stuff at the beginning of October. So even September, I mean, some of the slides that we have in this week's Alliance section basically are saying that we're expecting to see that 45 might actually get imprisoned. They might put him up on some sham trial in New York. They've already got National Guard at a hotel there. Apparently that's to try to quell any uprising that would happen if they try to throw him in the slammer. I mean, it's just crazy. The world has gotten so freaking crazy. It's so unpleasant. There's all this stuff that could make you really unhappy and depressed. And so the perspective that I have is very unique because Archangel Michael came to me in the 90s, gave me all this material, and it's all prophetic of what's going on now in the world. And again, thank you so much for those who bought the books and then did the upgrade, because you've actually elevated me out of this perpetual bankruptcy that I've been in for 3 years straight, where I'm over $1 million in debt to taxes. And thankfully, they haven't bothered me too much about that. Maybe because they look at my bank account and they know there's absolutely nothing in there. I mean, I'm lucky to hold on to maybe $1,000, $2,000 extra dollars a month, if that. Anita Tampus, $49.99 right there. She says, "Thank you very much." And we now got 3,300 people watching live. It now does look stable. It's not flickering anymore, thank God. So anyway, yeah, I'm still here. I'm still fighting. And Adam Blom, I don't know why I said Adam. Adam Blom says, "For some reason, I love this chaos. It's forcing us to purge, talk, and think." And somebody else said, "We all get burnout," Cindy J. Well, yeah, somebody else said, "I couldn't live without sunshine," Dennis Giger. "I get so depressed in the winter in New Hampshire." Well, that's all there is. Bro, I am no one says, "Bro, use this to get Tran some cough medicine. She's hacking too much." We are grateful for what you do. It's all part of the plan to help humanity. Every week I listen to you from work. Thank you for the new info. Yeah, so I know you guys are supportive, and I feel your love. Spare us Grandma today. She isn't funny. Well, that's not funny, actually, so we'll go ahead and hide you on the channel. Thank you for hating me. All right, Ed Creeder donated $123. He's basically our top donor. EMP shield in your vehicle, he says. "If there are any issues, you can regroup on our family munch in Montana. There are buffalo nearby, but only beef here." Well, thank you. That's great. I'll remember your name, and we'll see if that's an option. So anyway, there's a lot of good things going on right now, and I'm not really able to. Yeah, we got some trolls here. Let's get the moderation team on that. Thank you guys. There's people who just are really. Oh, we got two more. Richard Whitney. He didn't want to be upstaged by the other dude. He donated $200. Thank you for your strength and wisdom. Peace, love, and light. I'm so grateful. Thank you, Richard. You are still the heavyweight champion, I guess. Kenneth Bates donated $100. Both those came in at the same time. God always wins. Be kind to each other. Yeah, well, there is a very small group of trolls. Some of them probably are from the IC or intelligence community. You can't even tell if these are real people, and they're probably making more money than I do to do all this. But yes, before the last 3 years, I did make more money. I did not invest it in self-indulgence, as I've said so many times. I put it into this aerospace company that's going to give, even the haters are going to get their hover cars and their free energy. And, you know, I doubt that they're going to turn it down once it's available to them. But the last 3 years, it's an absolute scientific fact. My 2022 tax return is a negative $180,000. That's just a fact. So, like, anybody who's trying to say that I'm lying about this is just an asshole. Sorry, it's true. Come vacationing in Ohio with my husband and I. We have a Rife machine and structured water, says Bonnie Miller. Daniel Keeler, love you, David. I've been with you for over a decade. Hold strong. We're so close now. Yes, this is true. So we're not going to be concerned about all that hate stuff. I mean, that's just, you know, it's a very, very small number of people. And, you know, there's certain individuals who just keep creating identity after identity after identity. It's like they have a digital multiple personality disorder, and they're trying to look like there's more people doing this, but it's just multiple identities from one person. That's been a very common thing, and the IC does that too. So anyway, I've grieved a little bit. I've told you my struggles. It's an absolute fact. I can prove that I've had total bankruptcy for 3 years. But now, thank God, I just have enough money to go on vacation, so that's awesome. So the Michael contact has initiated me. You know, the initiation is something that the pyramid was built to put you through. It is similar to the concept of crucifixion. We're going through a planetary crucifixion. Everybody is going through their own dark night of the soul. Everybody is having to face their own shadow self. We have, whoa, a lot more donations coming in here. Look at all this. A whole bunch of them. I guess I'll read these. So thoughts on Diddy case? Well, yeah, I think that's all going to come to a head very soon. Ash for healing. Blessings, David. My husband and I have been following you since 2015. I appreciate all that you've taught us. And then she mentions Ashiana Dean. We mentioned that last week. I don't need to do that again. Celebrating your first super chat. Green $5 USD super chat from Tarotina. Thank you very much. And then Seasmore says, Archangel Michael wants you to take a break and rest. Yeah, it's actually kind of funny being on camera when I don't even really want to be. But hey, we're just hanging out. We're talking. I'm still going to be interesting anyway. Earth Angel, and then we got Dean Pratt. He donated $100. Thank you very much. Earth Angel says, you are amazing. Thank you for all you do. Enjoy your time off. Rest. Take care of your body. God bless you always. And then Dean Pratt says, I hope you have a great vacation. Get some much-needed rest. First super chat is $100. That's not bad. It's really awesome. Thank you. Your shows are very appreciated, anticipated by many. Thank you very much for all the hard work you put in. I would love to chat about the orbits of galaxies and the incarnation of other logoi here. And they're still coming in. Jim Garrigus donated $200 in pesos. Keep your spirits up, David. Mexican pesos, it looks like. And then Scott Opper says, love and light, David. He's got 12 thumbs up. Election years are an MF. Josh O donated $5. Last week you said the word temporal. Do you order temporal shrimp at the restaurant? I'll sure you get this, LOL. Wah, wah. You guys are funny. All right, let me take a little drink of water here. We got to just keep the train on the tracks. I have to say it is an honor to be here. I mean, it's weird to kind of like be burned out and still be doing a show anyway. I usually am very excited about doing a show. I just kind of, I don't know. I mean, there's so many death threats and there's so much harassment and there's people that really are very mean to me, and it's just another part of life that you're dealing with this constant amount of incredibly violent hostility. It's really not very fun. Michael, may vacation bring you eternal love and light for a few days. More than a few days. I might actually be out there for 3 weeks. But I might come home early if I don't feel like staying. Planetary crucifixion, says Katie. Yes. And then Rebecca Lockey says, you are family. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. That's really nice. So yeah, let's talk about this planetary issue that's going on here. The title of today's talk is Galactic and Interstellar Geometry. And in today's talk, I want to get into the bridge between what we were talking about before, which is these galactic chakras expanding away from the center of the galaxy. We showed you that they are measured in redshift. It's part of this interesting alternative science, the work of two very gifted scientists, Dr. Harold Ason and Dr. William Tift. Ason came up with a theoretical model of physics that shows you how these microwave frequencies appear coming out of the quantum level when dimensional shifts occur. So as you go from one dimension to another, you get different types of microwave energy in different wavelengths. And then we actually measure those wavelengths appearing in quantized redshift coming out of galaxies. So what was so strange about this is that in Aspen's science, you have a certain number of electrons and positrons that fit inside these spheres within cubes. That's all part of his model. He doesn't really know where the cubes come from, but that's just the model. So you have these spheres inside cubes that are at the muon level, 206 to 207 times larger than an electron. And then those, you only can get 1843 electrons and positrons, then 1842, then 1841. This is a stepwise, distinctive pattern that changes over time. And so, again, the ultimate result of the science, as I just said, is that he reveals that there are galactic zones that are these dimensional levels. These dimensions are visible as quantized redshift microwave frequencies, I was just telling you. And so here he is again, Dr. Harold Ason, because what was so interesting is that he discovered that redshift is etheric energy density levels. So once again, just to really quickly, in case you haven't seen this before, he has a bunch of fellowships, he's got PhDs, brilliant theoretical physicist from Southampton, England, and he directed patents in IBM's European division for many years, which basically means they trust him to look at every invention and figure out if it's going to work or not, whether they're going to invest their money or not. And obviously, if he did this for many years, that means that they could rely on him and he could see just by looking at something whether it was going to work or not. So again, as we said before, he has this theory that explains all the physical constants, their derivation from first principles, and he delves into what we call alternative energy sources. We talked about the Aspen effect, where he rotates a magnetic rotor, and if you rotate it again within 60 seconds, it takes 10 times less energy to get it running, which suggests there's some type of rotational inertia inside a magnet when you spin it, like a liquid spinning inside this glass. And if you rotate the magnet again in less than 60 seconds, it takes 10 times less energy to get it going. So his theoretical physics actually explains why that might happen. He has the whole universe tiled out with cubes, and the cubes have spheres in them. And again, they're the size of muons, so this is very quantum. This is still down at the atomic level, not subatomic, but atomic. And so at that atomic level, you have these invisible cubes, and then all of the matter that we see is actually the result of these cubes moving and spitting out energy and behaving sort of like they're in a big quantum field. So again, his model shows the ether is a cubical structure. We got a lot of donations coming in, so I guess I'll just keep reading them because I can see that. We got much love from Australia, brother. Enjoy a good vacation. That's that one. 117 Chris. We have Chris who donated 100 NOKs. I don't know what that is, but that sounds awesome. Self-forgiveness can be hard if you've been very selfish. Do you have advice on how to heal for people who have been very selfish and have much regret? Well, look, self-forgiveness is the key. And so we also had Michael Larson donated, said, thank you, David, for all you do, love and light. But let me stop on Chris's question real quick. I have things I've done in my life that I regret. You know, as I've been living here 3 years alone, there's no new social interaction. I'm not talking to anybody. I'm just totally alone. And so all of these things that you might have regretted throughout your life come up. I did use cannabis in high school, you know, and I regret that it was illegal at the time, but it wasn't, whatever, you know, I mean, I did inhale. And I lived a kind of interesting life where I did get myself in trouble here and there, but I never even really got arrested. It's just, I'm very fortunate in many ways, but there's things I said to people that hurt their feelings that I feel really bad about now. And that's why I'm just kind of amazed by psychopaths, like people who just go through life creating all this trauma and all this hurt and pain and wanting to hurt people. I really haven't done that very much in my life, but in the cases where I did, I just feel really bad about it. You know, it bothers me that that there are things that I did in my past. But again, we talked in the past about initiation and the idea that the product of initiation is that you die to who you were before. So the person who you were before is dead. And in a sense, between you guys helping me out with these latest product offers, and then when Stavati gets financed, the part of me that was bankrupt and alone is going to be dead. And I won't have to live that way anymore. But it's been a long time. I mean, I'm really tired of it. So anyway, yes, self-forgiveness is realizing that the person you were before is dead. And if that's not the case, if you're still doing all that hurtful stuff, this is what we're here for. We're here to learn how to be loving. We're here to learn how to be positive and supportive towards other people. Stacy Wright just donated $20. Thank you very much, Stacy. Tina Marie just donated $20. Hi, David. Thank you for all you do. John H. says, beginning of the show was so terrifying. Sent to yourself, David, in a place of love. Don't let silly things terrify you. No, it does terrify me if it's spinning and it doesn't look like we're on the air, because I don't know what's going to happen. So anyway, the point is we're going through an initiation, and if you don't think you're loving enough, you can change that. Again, there's these people on Earth right now, their whole philosophy is built around selfishness and evil, and they seem to be dominant, but the whole game, as I've been telling you so many times, is there is a majority working covertly in the military, the intelligence community. A lot of these agencies that you thought were actually bad, it turns out you're going to be very happy with them. I would even say the CIA might be like that. There's people at the top that have some trouble, but there's a lot of those agents probably that are working for the good too. I think everything has this alliance in it, and they've done a really good job so that the evil folks do not know where it's coming from, who's involved. They're terrified about who's a double agent, who's a triple agent. Can you trust anybody? Can you trust what their agenda is? Do you know what they're really up to or not? And so they are freaking out. The negative elite are freaking out. And that's good for the rest of us, because this is all building up to a big moment of truth. So this all gets back to, again, the fact that our Earth right now is going through an ascension event that up until the Michael prophecies, I thought was going to be catastrophic. And I withheld some of that information because I didn't want to be a catastrophist. I didn't want to make you think, oh yeah, the world is going to blow up, but don't worry about it because you're going to turn into a light being anyway, so you'll be fine. Well, that's actually not what's happening. It's very, very interesting that I spent years doing these readings from 1996 through mid-2000. I did so-called global readings, put them on my website beginning in 1999, having no idea that they were prophetic of the future. I had a study group in 1999 in Virginia Beach, and it ended up dissolving because they weren't interested enough in my readings. Because the readings a lot of times didn't make any sense. There was so much that was cryptic in there, but now you go back and you say, oh yeah, that's Trump, that's Biden, that's Harris. Okay, we got all these very obvious things, that the Afghanistan, the Israel war, the Chinese balloon scare, the UFO scare that we had around that same time. It's incredible how much prophecy is in these books. Again, thedisclosure.com. You get the whole package with the discount code actualization, and it really would help me out to order that. I'm just now pulling myself out of this, what Michael has called complex polycrisis that I've been in for 3 years, where there's all these very upsetting things going wrong in my life at the same time. So beginning in the late 1990s, that's when I first really got into alternative physics, and I was inspired to a large degree by crop formations in southern England, and they kept showing geometry, and I felt that this was like the Rosetta Stone coming from extraterrestrial intelligence, that this extraterrestrial intelligence wanted us to look at sacred geometry. There's certain shapes that I'm going to show you today that are really the keys to this, and figure out why are they giving us all these geometric patterns. What is this geometry so important about? Because if these ETs could do anything they want, and I believe in a higher positive angelic intelligence, I'd read the Law of One since 1996. I became very convinced of that. The Law of One also convinced me we were going to go through an Ascension event. And, you know, as the years went by, I felt like if this Ascension is going to happen, the solar system should be getting an energetic charge up. Then I found out that NASA scientists did show that, so I published that work beginning in 2000. And I went public with Richard C. Hoagland in 2004. We got on Art Bell, where I took all NASA sources, over 150 references, and I showed that our solar system is going through a massive energetic transformation. Everything is getting brighter, everything is getting hotter, everything is getting more magnetic. That's the sun, all the planets, interstellar space. There's a massive energetic charge up going on, and it would have led to a catastrophic solar flash that would basically cook everything on the surface of the Earth at 1,000 degrees Celsius. And remember, boiling water is 100 degrees Celsius, so this is essentially an ELE, or extinction level event. So in my own private world, I thought this was going to happen in 2012. And I rushed to get my first book out, Source Field Investigations, which you can see here behind me. It's the New York Times bestseller. That's the poster they sent me when that happened. So I was really concerned that 2012 was going to be the end of the world and that we were going to get some type of biblical event where angelic ETs show up and they rescue those on the planet who are ready to ascend and everybody else isn't going to make it. And it wouldn't just be a solar flash, it would be a pole shift, it would be tsunamis, it would be 200-mile-an-hour winds everywhere, just total catastrophic, and maybe certain people survive here and there. And there's been so many movies from the dark folks about Mad Max and the end of the world, and so many apocalyptic films. All the new Planet of the Apes series is a post-apocalyptic reality. All the Maze Runner, there's 3 Maze Runner movies, they're all post-apocalyptic. So many examples of post-apocalyptic films. They really keep driving this in over and over again. Hollywood's apocalypse, 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 apocalypse. And then you find out, oh yeah, that's right, because the people making these things are actually part of a secret organization that's trying to bring that about. And by making those films, they want your mind, the power of your consciousness, to create that negative timeline. Well, apparently, even if a lot of people believed in it, that's not enough to stop this positive thing from happening. So again, it wasn't until really 2022, the beginning of the year, that I started to put the pieces together, read my old stuff, which I called unsealing, because as I would read it, it would be prophetic of what was happening in the present. So throughout all 7 Michael books, I'm dating these journal entries where I'm saying, okay, here's what was going on when you read this in 1998, and now here's what was happening in 2022. And it's incredibly identical. This 24-year gap, it poses no problem to Archangel Michael to see this. And so anybody with an open mind can see something really remarkable happen with Michael Prophecies. There's more of them than you ever see with Nostradamus. There's more of them than you saw with anything from Edgar Cayce. It is essentially the premier prophetic text, or texts, because there's 7 of them that I'm aware of. And again, I'm the expert. I'm on Ancient Aliens, over 100 episodes of that show. They still have me listed number 5 in the top talents when you pull it up. So, because that's just based on how many episodes I'm in. They have asked me to do more shows, but I've just been so busy. Being bankrupt takes a lot of work. Being alone in a house by yourself and having to do everything for yourself, nobody's here to take care of me. I got to make my own meals and do everything. I haven't had money to order any food. I cook all my own stuff. It's a lot of work. But again, after I had this contact in 1998, 1996 is when my telepathic contact started. It led to the Michael books. I started to do client readings in the summer of 1998. And that was when I was able to stop having to have any regular job. I haven't had any type of normal job other than working for Gaia, I guess, since 1998. The last job I had was actually working for a company called Harris, believe it or not. And now we got Harris running for president. So the last job I had was with Harris Publishing. I've never said that before, but it's kind of an ironic synchronicity I just thought of. And it was at that job that I said, if I don't want to keep doing this, I need to just be totally at peace in the job and get into my own bliss state. And that's what I did. I'd take breaks, meditate, and I wouldn't even remember that I needed to take a break because I'd be meditating at my desk while I'm doing basic 10-key data entry. We were essentially creating almanac yearbooks for people who had graduated high school in 1957, and now they want to do this book and tell everybody, here's what they did, and here's this guy got this job, and this guy got that job. And the main thing was accuracy. You had to type all this stuff in, and you had to be accurate. It was data entry. And so that was the last job I ever had. And then I started taking client readings where I was channeling Archangel Michael for people. I had an overwhelming success rate. It was very common for people to be crying. There was one particular case where a woman came in and didn't want to tell me anything about herself. And I don't even usually do that. Usually we do have what I call an intake conversation. Now, I haven't done any of these client readings since 2005. I'm not going to start again, so don't ask me to do a reading for you. That's not going to happen. The Michael Prophecies are the readings that we needed to hear, and it's got everything in there. Everything they would tell you in a reading is in Michael Prophecies. But anyway, there was one woman who didn't want to play by the protocol, and she didn't want to tell me anything about herself whatsoever. She just came in. She wanted to be totally blind. But for some reason, I'd been psychically tipped off about that in advance. This was one of the last times I ever used tarot cards. I actually did a tarot card reading before she came in. It told me all kinds of stuff about her. And that made me feel confident, like I already knew, okay, well, she doesn't want to say anything, that's fine. I think Michael knew that was going to happen. So we went through the whole reading and she's just freaking sobbing. I mean, I had to learn how to not get knocked out of trance when people would be heaving and crying and crying and crying. So I had a dream about this morning. I still have 500 cassettes of Archangel Michael talking to my clients. And, you know, hopefully some of that stuff in the future, maybe we can use it. But again, it would be a massive project to, you know, securely get all that stuff digitized and then transcribed. It would be a massive project. And again, there's probably a lot of repetition because this was for personal individuals, but all their psychological issues, that kind of stuff. Self-forgiveness is the key. Self-acceptance is the key. These themes would come up over and over again. So once I got out of the working world and I no longer had to have a job, I could just focus on research. And that's why after the summer of 1998, after I worked for Harris, I then started to do scientific research. And even in 1998, I think is when I found this Dr. Harold Ason stuff, because I was looking for sacred geometry. I knew the crop circles are telling us this is going to be the answer. And so I was highly optimistic that if we looked at crop circles, we were going to find the answer. So sure enough, I found the work of Dr. Harold Ason, and he's showing this ether, this invisible substance that matter is made out of, as being a matrix of cubes that have spheres inside, which is a virtual structure invisible to normal instruments. So as I said, this is what you want to look at. Each one of these is on the muon level. Inside that gray sphere, there's 1,843 electrons and positrons exactly. And then they go down in stepwise fashion from 43 to 42 to 41. And then he shows you in a graph that this also equates with redshift. There's quantized redshift discovered by Dr. William Tift. Well, what the hell is redshift? As I've been saying in all these other shows, astronomers use redshift to indicate distance. But you know what? Distance is actually not measured that way. Turns out they're wrong, and that makes them very upset. Dr. Haltenar proved that extensively by having a low redshift galaxy and a high redshift quasar. He's got hundreds of these examples, and they're right next to each other, connected by a tube of gas. So if the quasar has a high redshift, it's supposed to be much, much farther away from us, but it's not. And then Tift shows that within one galaxy, and I'll show you that picture again coming up here, that there are layers. And these layers actually each have a different redshift. What does that mean? That means, again, redshift is a microwave frequency. And Aston said that different redshifts are different dimensional levels. Stars do not go slowly from one redshift level to another. They suddenly jump from one to the next. That's quantization. They're at one level and they go to another, and spontaneous thing. And both of these scientists said there'd be a big flash of light and energy when this happens. So there are these galactic chakras that are moving through the galaxy, and they're changing the dimensional level. And as that would happen, as it's about to happen, your solar system's going to heat up just like ours is. Then there's going to be a solar flash, just like 35 ancient prophecies tell us to expect, as Graham Hancock revealed in his epic Fingerprints of the Gods in 1996, which I read right as my contact got started. I realized, wait a minute, every single ancient culture has a prophecy of solar flash and ascension, that we're going to get light bodies and stuff. The sun is going to do some crazy thing. Yes. So also when we were looking at the crop formations, it seemed that the whole key to understanding this Ascension event that Law of One talks about is sacred geometry. Every single crop circle, for the most part, focuses on sacred geometry. Some of them don't, but by far it's the most common thing. So we talked before about the idea of geometry being the foundation of the universe. I've done multiple shows on this. And so the entryway into this is this fascinating equivalence between light, sound, and geometry. So again, we're looking at the octave scale here, and you'll notice that the note A is it's the second string up from the bottom on the guitar. I can't really. It would be hard to do a perfect pitch on an A here. I'd have to really think about it for a minute. But anyway, the point is, you got an A above an A above an A, and as you can see here, just as simply a doubling of the amount of vibration of air. Goes from 220 to 440 to 880. And these are all very harmonic intervals that you can measure with those cycles of vibration per second. And they all show up again as the white keys on the keyboard. If you just play the white keys, pretty much whatever you do is going to sound good. That was something my friend Jude taught me in high school. Just only play the white keys, brother. Don't play the black ones. So we did songs in the key of C, which again, this is the key of C. Every note is in the scale. Well, it turns out, as I said, that the relationships between those white keys and the piano in terms of the cycles of vibration per second are the same intervals between the colors in the rainbow when you expand the numbers by many times. It's now a frequency not of sound, which is vibrating air, but it's a frequency of light, vibrating light. That was discovered and put out by Dale Pond in his book, The Physics of Love. So the ratios of color, the colors that look good to our eye, that make red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet, the 7 colors of the rainbow, are equivalent to the 7 notes in the octave that sound good to our ears. The colors that look good to our eyes, the sounds that sound good to our ears, they're equivalent. They have equivalent vibrational ratios, which is really mind-blowing. And the law of one builds the whole universe out of this octave. They call it the octave, and they also equate sound and geometry as being the same. It's an octave of sound and color. And then they also are always talking about sacred geometry in the law of one. And as I said before, we're just going to go through this again because we have to review this each time I talk about this stuff. We have Dr. Hans Jenny, who took a science called cymatics. He came up with that, where he's just got a drop of water, just a big drop of water. It's fluid, and then he vibrates the fluid. So this incredible geometric pattern came out of nothing other than muddy water that was then vibrated by one of those diatonic sounds on the white keys on the keyboard here. You know, you just hit one of these keys, you play that sound into the water, and you get this incredible geometry showing up. And as I said before, different sound frequencies, like different white keys, create different geometry. There are certain perfect sounds that create perfect geometries that have been called the Platonic solids. They were discovered by Plato. We'll see those in a minute. That's the cube, tetrahedron, octahedron, and then you have 2 that are more complex. You have the icosahedron and the dodecahedron. And the icosahedron has 20 equilateral triangle faces. The dodecahedron has 12 pentagonal faces, looks like a soccer ball. Those 5 shapes are really what the whole universe is built from in this sacred geometry model, and they show up in the darndest of places. So going back to the cymatics again, we'll just do this really quick. These are all different versions of sound played into the same drop of water with little sand particles in it. You get all these different geometries, and they stay still. Once you play a certain sound, as long as you don't change the frequency, you get these 3-dimensional patterns. So what I didn't really talk about before is that this is the behavior of photons. Photons are very different than what we've been led to believe. Remember that Sir Albert Einstein built his relativity theory off of a photonic universe. He essentially said E equals mc squared, right? Energy equals mass times the speed of light squared, mc, mass and speed of light is c. So if you boil down E equals mc squared, which is what, if you want to look smart, you just put that on something, oh wow, E equals mc squared. Well, what does that really mean? Energy's on one side, that's all the universe is made of is energy, and on the other side is the speed of light. So light is what the universe is made from. It's a photonic model. Space and time are ultimately the projections of photons because photons are what makes light, and light travels at light speed, which again, you got energy on one side, mass on the other, and light speed. That's all there is. So when you really get down to it, he portrays light as electromagnetic energy. That E has a lot to do with electromagnetic energy. So it's an electromagnetic conception of the universe where electromagnetic light is building the universe as we know it. And he's kind of correct. I mean, ultimately, the E equals mc squared is right on. But we're very, very ignorant when it comes to understanding what photons really are and how they function. And so hopefully this week I'm going to clear some of that up. The Dr. Harold Ason model is the result of the universe being made of photons. That cubical matrix that he was describing where these little spheres are rotating in them, and you have 1,843 electrons and positrons in each sphere, as I was saying. And then when you go down in dimensional levels, it goes to 1842, 41, etc. Stars give off different light. It's called redshift. It's quantized, Dr. William Tift again, and you get a dimensional shift in your solar system. So I was studying this back in 1998. As soon as I left the job, Harris Publishing, I went on my own, started to do this work, and you know what? It was fascinating because right away I'm learning there's a science of a galactic level ascension that's taking place, these huge waves that hit your sun, and then there's a quantum shift, solar flash, and reality as you know it changes. There's a dimensional shift. But then, okay, wait a minute. These cycles, as we said before, take millions of years. How does that step down into the solar system level of the 25,000-year cycle? We're going to start to explore that today. So again, what I want you to think of when you're looking at these images, like the one that we just saw here, is photons. That a photon is not just a particle. We're used to thinking of it as a particle. These would be examples of how photons actually form. And so a photon is actually a jiggling vibration of light. Light itself emerges from a fluid-like medium. Many of these different ET contact reports, including We the Arcturians by Dr. Barbara that's a different one. Dr. Norma Milanovic did We the Arcturians, and she talks, her Arcturians, allegedly, whatever that was, telepathic source, talks about liquid light. Liquid light, liquid light, liquid light. So I was into We the Arcturians back then, and so I was looking for liquid light, and sure enough, this is liquid light. This is the basis of particle physics. It's actually that particles that we see, what we think of as particles, are vibrations of some invisible fluid-like medium. Photons are vibrations of the fluid-like medium. Photons are traveling through this sea that's all around us, this liquid-like sea, and when something vibrates at a pure sound frequency, it sounds like sound at a lower frequency, it looks like color at a higher frequency, and it creates geometry. So there's a perfect equivalence between those three. You have all these different frequencies, and then as we also said, matter could be made like this, and if you change the frequency, things are going to disappear. So if you look at the one on the right again, or the one on the left really, but especially the one on the right, this is a natural vibrational effect of just a pan of water with dirt in it, and you play the sound frequency in it, and by God, what do you have? You have cubes with spheres inside of them. Again, don't look at it as flat. Look at it as three-dimensional. The squares are actually cubes. The circles are actually spheres. So the very thing that Dr. Harold Ason used equations to find out, using the Maxwell equations, can show up as a vibrational structure. It's multicellular. And so again, as we upgrade the frequency, things will disappear. So I didn't talk about this before, but this is a really beautiful thing discovered by Dr. Radek Tropkiewicz, and it was published in Cosmos magazine. It says, what shape are photons? Quantum holography sheds light on the subject. It says, physicists created a hologram of a single light particle, a feat that was previously thought impossible. And what's so weird, it says at the bottom, if you can read that, it says hologram of a single photon reconstituted from, I can't read the rest because it says something over there. But anyway, isn't it weird that the one on the left looks like a Celtic cross? The one on the left is exactly the shape of the Celtic cross. And then the one on the right, these are geometric patterns. It looks exactly like what I was just showing you in the vibrating water. But what he did here, as it says in the headline, is he figured out how to use all these fancy lasers that you see him posing in front of here. That fancy laser matrix was used to capture individual photons and hold them in place. And doing this over a long period of time, this is what he ended up seeing. So again, right away when I saw that, I'm like, oh my God, that's the Merkaba turned sideways. So this is an example of the Merkaba. This is two tetrahedrons joined together. We see this at all different levels throughout the universe. This is actually what a photon is. And then we have the actual image, I'm phasing them together, of the amplituhedron. And so this is another thing that I only got more recently. We're going to blend it in later episodes, where Dr. Nima Arkani Hamed was following up on the work from the 1970s that showed that we have, in fact, all matter, all space, all time, all energy is emerging from a single object, a single particle, if you want to call it that. Now, it's sort of like the concept of the Higgs boson. If you've studied quantum mechanics at all, the Higgs boson is sort of this idea, similar idea. And then you have Sir Roger Penrose, who was working on this in the 1970s, but he couldn't quite solve it. He couldn't quite get everything to work. What he was doing was he was looking at these Feynman diagrams, where he used 90 pages of equations to come up with a diagram of one particular quantum squiggle. And the quantum squiggles we call subatomic particles. But what are they? Are they really particles? Maybe not. So these quantum squiggles, Sir Roger Penrose was saying, hey, you know what? All these squiggles appear to be modifications of one shape that he's calling, it's now called, I forget what he called it back then, but now it's called the amplituhedron. So that's what we found here, is that Dr. Nima Arkani Hamed actually cracked the code, solved the puzzle. And so what you're looking at here is the face of God. This is actually, and it's a great boon to Judaism, because it's actually, the face of God is actually 1/4 of the Merkaba, which is the Star of David realized in 3 dimensions. Okay? So wait a minute, hold on, David, you're giving me a lot of stuff here. What are you trying to say? I'm trying to say that if you go down into the quantum level, that all you're going to get down there is one of these. All you're going to get down there is one actual photon, because this is what the photon really is a Merkaba. And as it travels through space, the 2 tetrahedrons go side to side like this, and it looks more like a dart. Similar, there's many diagrams of it that we could show in future episodes. But Nima Arkani Hamed didn't have to get the whole Merkaba shape. And we got a Doll Sue just donated $10. She says, good $10 to you. Thank you very much. So he didn't need to get the whole Merkaba. He was able to get away with only 1/4 of it. So what you have here is 4 tetrahedrons, and it says amplituhedron at the top. And again, what's so amazing about this is that here's a guy who's just crunched the numbers and created a Rosetta Stone of quantum mechanics. Science hasn't even really caught up to this yet, because every single quantum fluctuation that we would call a particle can be modeled as a jiggle off of this, or an amplitude, hence the amplituhedron. This is the collective solution to all quantum physics. It all jiggles off of sacred geometry, and so there is no space, there is no time, it's all just this one thing. And again, it kind of looks asymmetrical, right? It looks like a fortune cookie, or it sort of looks like Pac-Man. He didn't need to find the whole rest of it, but I do believe in the fullness of time that this shape is what you're going to see. So then, sure enough, Dr. Chopkiewicz captures photons, and it's the same Merkaba taken from a side view. So let me show you that now. We're going to zoom in now on the left-hand side, so watch this as I superimpose the Merkaba. Oh, crap, look at that. The Merkaba superimposes directly over the shape of the captured photon. Whoa! Yeah, I mean, this is really, really crazy. And again, yeah, it's probably worth a stack of Nobel Prizes when you put all this together, but I feel like it was given to me by extraterrestrial intelligence. I wasn't smart enough to do this on my own, but I was shown how to solve the puzzle with things like the law of one, telepathic images, dreams, etc. showed me how this stuff works. And then it all started to make sense. So sure enough, you got your amplituhedron, which is a Merkaba, and there it is superimposed. Let's take it away now. You'll see how beautifully they fit together. But it looks even better on the other side. So let's do the other side. Check out the blue lines. Check out the X in the middle. And let me superimpose this over there. It's like, oh my God. And you'll even notice that there's blue lines on the edges of the Merkaba. So on each of the 4 sides of this Merkaba cube thing, you got blue on the top, blue on the bottom, blue on the sides, and it even indents properly. So that Merkaba, remember, what we're looking at here is a captured photon. So it's just a Merkaba sideways. We have some donations coming in. Natasha Anderson. My first super chat. Hi from Montreal. I've been following since you did a YouTube segment, sitting in somebody's backyard in your blue shirt around 2010. That would have been in Hawaii, I guess, with David Wolf. Maltese cross is the capstone of a pyramid with Sierpinski base, says Boris V. celebrating his 3rd super chat. And so anyway, we've got donations coming in. Thank you guys for doing that. I really do appreciate that. We still have violent trolls in there as well, as I'm seeing. But hey, you know what? It's like everybody has to decide where they stand on this stuff. These types of scientific arguments, thankfully, do not have to do with whether you like me as a person or not, or whether you agree with my character or not. Science is science, and this is empirical data that you can prove. And so what we're looking at is the shape of photons. And let's take that Merkaba away. You can notice again the indentations on the 4 corners. Take it away. And wow, yep, sure enough, a captured photon is a Merkaba. So the Star of David, the Jewish Star of David, is in fact the shape of God. He was right. Whoever did this, King David, Moses, whoever put this stuff together, whatever extraterrestrial sources were talking to them, they knew when they created Judaism that they were showing you the original face of God. I just showed you. That's what the photon is. It's really, really amazing. When you look at this stuff, the dots connect so beautifully. So if there's only really one photon in the universe, that's the amplitude-hedron model, the whole universe is made of photons. Just amplitudes off of the original. There's only one, which we're seeing right here, an image of what that would look like. And then the entire universe is fractalized off of that. So now I also need to talk to you about holograms, because holograms are fascinating. In the case of holograms, what you're dealing with is that you can take a holographic picture, and it's on this little thing called a holographic plate, and then you shine a laser on the holographic plate. Let's say you take a picture of an apple. You shine a laser into the holographic plate, and the apple appears, if you do it right. Well, we've all seen holograms. Now what happens is you can actually chop the holographic plate up into little pieces. And then you would think to yourself, what would happen to the image of the apple if I broke the holographic plate in half? Do I now get half of an apple? What if I break it into quarters? What if I break it into 18 million pieces? This is what's so strange about holograms. If you take a holographic plate and you break it up into tiny little pieces, doesn't matter how many times you do it, and you shine a laser just into that one little piece, you take all the other pieces away. What do you think you're going to see? Are you going to see a little piece of the apple, maybe just the top? No. You see another apple. The only difference is that it's not as dense. It's not as solid looking. It's thinner and mistier. And the more you chop up the holographic plate, you're still going to see the apple. It's just going to get thinner and thinner in terms of its density. So what that indicates is that there's something called self-similarity at all levels in a holographic plate. And this was the focus and the title of Michael Talbot's epic book that I read in the late 90s, The Holographic Universe. I believe it's as seminal of a book as just about anything I've ever read. It really was an inspiration for all of my stuff. And he died under very mysterious circumstances, suggesting he was murdered because this information was so groundbreaking. So again, what we see is the whole universe is apparently made from a photon. And again, I just showed you what the photon looks like. And so all of the universe is essentially holographic. It behaves like a hologram. There's only one photon that the whole universe is made out of in various amplitudes. So that's really the essence of this geometry. And then it behaves like a fluid. As I said, you vibrate the fluid, you get this same photonic geometry. So we got to expand our thinking of photons away from them just being little particles and into the idea that they can occupy different levels of size, including that the whole universe itself is really just one big photon, super galaxies that are photonic in their geometric pattern. Anytime you're seeing geometry, you're seeing a photon. Photons can expand, contract. You can have one big one and then lots of small ones in it. Because again, there's one big hologram on the holographic plate of one apple, but then you chop it up into little pieces, and it's got self-similarity at all levels. Smaller pieces still make an apple when you shine a laser into it. The other example where we see this that also shows the nature of photons is fractals. So now we're going to look at fractals. What I'm about to show you is the Mandelbrot set. You might have heard of this. An IBM engineer named Dr. Benoit Mandelbrot was studying the patterns of how foxes eat rabbits and then When the rabbits are all killed, the foxes die off, and then the rabbits breed, and the foxes come back, and now they replenish, and the foxes and the rabbits, they keep going at each other, and their populations go up and down, up and down. But specifically, Dr. Benoit Mandelbrot was working for, I believe, again, it was IBM, and they'd been tasked with a very difficult job, which is to figure out why telephone signals were getting locked up in telephone wires across America. Why were there certain areas where there was interference and the telephone signals were not going through the wires very well? They were getting all this resistance. So Dr. Mandelbrot graphed out how the resistance is going through telephone wires across the nation. You can look this up. I'm not making it up. And what he found was the Mandelbrot set. This graph that you're seeing right here was the graph that was the master summarization of the whole entire American grid of telephone wires and how the signals either conduct or don't conduct. And then he was walking down the hall at IBM and he looked into another room and he saw this same graph on the wall having to do with the flux of the rabbit and fox populations as they hunt each other. And he was totally blown away. And then you'll also notice that there's like a big heart shape, and then there's a circle below that, and there's these little circular buds off of the side. Well, when he was first printing it out on the printer, he didn't think those little buds were supposed to be there. He thought they were ink blotches. But then it turns out that they actually, when you analyze it more, they stay the same. So telephone interference and rabbit-fox populations. Well, as we got more into this stuff, what we discovered was that this shape keeps self-replicating. You can zoom in on it, and you'll keep seeing the same images of the shape again. And this is the same principle of the holographic plate. You chop up the holographic plate, you get smaller and smaller pieces, and they still show you the image of the whole. So the fractal actually explains how this works mathematically. You can zoom in on a fractal, and you keep seeing the Mandelbrot shape. So there's one big shape here. As you can see, the Mandelbrot set is a shape. And then we can zoom in on any of the little parts of it, and you're going to keep seeing this same shape. So let's do that now. It's a real, if you haven't seen this before, it's a real psychedelic adventure. I'm going to hit it. Here we go. So we're zooming in now on one tiny little part, and this one isn't very good, but again, we got another one coming up next that's very, very good. So let's take a look at this now. This is your Mandelbrot set. And first thing I want you to notice is that the shape itself appears in each of the buds, right? So it's got a big heart, little guy on the side, and then there's another little guy to the side of that as you go left. It's a sideways heart. Well, each of the little buds coming off of it also look like that. There's a big circle, then a smaller circle, etc. So now we're going to zoom in on this, and I want you to remember what the big shape looks like. Oh, wow, look at that. And you just keep going in. It has these beautiful patterns. Now you're going to see another Mandelbrot set right there. Boom, there it is. Now we're zooming in even more. I mean, this is the shape of infinity, folks. This is what photons are. This is how photons are able to create the universe. Self-similarity at all levels. Now we're going to zoom in even more, and you're going to see another Mandelbrot right there. Bang, there's another one. You see that? Oh my gosh. Now we're zooming in even more. I mean, it's incredible. It's so ornate. It's so complex. It just keeps on unfolding and unfolding. This is what you would see inside the holographic plate. This is why the hologram captures the image of the apple at all levels of size. The whole is contained in the sum of many parts. You're going to see another. It's going to end right now, and then we're going to go back to the beginning. So now we're at the beginning again. I'm going to run you through this again. Look at all the buds on the side there. We're zooming in. Now you're going to see another Mandelbrot set. It's the image of the whole. We zoom in on one small part of that. It's really an adventure going through this cosmic kaleidoscope and seeing how all this stuff fits together. And we're zooming in even more. And you're going to see another Mandelbrot set right there. Boom, there it is again. My God. And it's just so fast, you almost want to make it slow down. But the point is, this is how infinity really works. And so let's go to the end the second time, and then we'll stop. So we're right at the end now, just as we go through this last little bit here. But it's amazing how deep this thing goes. Okay, now we're done. So, anyway, that's fractality. Fractals do this, and that's what we use now for computer graphics. If you want to make a bunch of trees in the forest, all you really need is one tree, And then you apply this fractal mathematics to it, and you get a bunch of trees that look kind of like the one tree, but they're different enough that it mimics nature. So they also talk about streams, river streams, and how, you can look at one tiny little side stream and you'll get the fractal image of the whole river. So with fractals, you can apply certain mathematical equations that they've created that use what are called imaginary numbers. I'm not going to get into all that right now. Imaginary number is the square root of -1, which shouldn't exist, but yet it's very important in fractal science for some reason. So when you use the imaginary numbers, you get these fractals and they create geometry. And that geometry, again, is the Mandelbrot set. In these diagrams, it's flat. We can get into the fact that it's actually three-dimensional. The Platonic solid geometries have that fractality in them for the same reason. And so one way we can see this is in 2D with a bunch of star patterns. You're going to get the same fractal effect right here. So let's look at this now. Now what we're doing is we're zooming in on these stars. And so you can just fractalize the corners. This is similar to the geometry of one fractal called the Koch snowflake. And in fact, many crop circles showed us fractals. So they really want us to understand this stuff. And so again, what I propose is, I already showed you the photon is a Merkaba, that the Merkaba is the two tetrahedrons. And the photon is all there is in the universe. Those geometries appear in a vibrating liquid. That's all you have to do is vibrate the liquid, you get the geometry. There's 5 basic geometries, the Platonic solids. And what I'm going to show you now is how they fractalize by nesting inside of each other. So even though Dr. Afton did a great job with the cubical matrix, you got to not get stuck in the cubes, because all of these geometries grow out of each other as you expand or contract their frequencies is a very important part of the science, and it's best shown visually. The geometries all nest inside of each other. So we started with his cube, and you can grow out the cube and put a little roof on the top, and then you get the dodecahedron. So the cube would be where he said the tiling of the universe is, but all you have to do is expand the cube, put a little roof on the top, and then put those roofs on each side, and now you see in the light blue lines you got these pentagons. So that's an example of how you grow the cube into the dodecahedron, and this doesn't require anything except vibration. It will naturally happen. Cubes will naturally grow into dodecahedrons if you expand their frequency. So here again are the 5 shapes that we're talking about: tetrahedron, octahedron, cube, icasa, dodeca. And here again is how the cube grows into a dodecahedron. So this is the same fractal principle. This is how you're fractalizing a cube into a dodecahedron. It can happen just by changing your frequency, like you're playing the white keys on the piano, and it changes the geometry, as we saw in Hans Jenny's cymatics. So this type of geometry explains what's going on in quantum physics. It explains how particles are made. It explains planetary orbits and many other things. The tetrahedron in the cube is a classic one, and it also is interesting because it fits exactly 1/3 of the volume. So your tetrahedron is in there, and again, the cube is what was in Dr. Aston's model, and you can fit the Merkaba in there. So there's your photon. All you have to do is take the edges of the photon, connect the dots, and you've got the cube. So the cubes are photonic. They are the cubical matrix is an invisible virtual photon matrix. Aspen's ether is essentially a photonic ether of invisible virtual photons that are all cubical, but you could also fractalize them into this star tetrahedron / Merkaba. But what about inside the tetrahedron? There's an octahedron hiding in there. And all you have to do is connect the dots inside. That's your photon again. And then inside is an octahedron on its side, which is 2 Egyptian pyramids base to base, triangular faces, and a square bottom. Now, this one is probably the hardest one out of all of them, because you're taking that octahedron inside the photon there, inside the Merkaba, and then you're turning it into an icosahedron, which again is 12 equilateral triangles. It looks kind of like some type of a soccer ball. You've probably seen this shape before, because again, we saw that shape at a galactic level controlling when species evolve on Earth, because it's photonic. It's a super intelligent photon that's controlling how species evolve, if you saw the previous episodes. And there it is right inside the octahedron. And there's interesting relationships between, like it's 1 to 1.618. Each of the edges of the octahedron that are red, it's a length of 1 versus a length of 1.618. And here it is again. You can see how they fit together. And there's the sacred cut of the 1 to 0.618 relationship. I'm sorry, I said 1.618. I was wrong. 1 is the length of the whole side. 0.618 is the length of that sacred cut there. So wait a minute, that's the Fibonacci ratio, isn't it, David? That's phi, the phi spiral. It's in the seashells and everything else. If I could go grab my Nautilus shell, I would, but my microphone isn't long. Maybe it is. Let's see if I can go get it. Yeah, let me do that, because this is worth showing it to you. Okay, hold on. I'll be right back. Because I got a Nautilus shell right here. I just happen to have this. And I never thought I'd actually use it in a show, but here we go. So there it is. So I got this thing in a rock shop here in town in Boulder. This is your typical Nautilus shell. It is a fossil. They dug it out of soft sand and then they just polished it up. So this is an ancient relic. It's actually pretty old, but it's got this spiraling shape on it. And that spiraling shape is mathematically defined as this 1 to 0.618 relationship. So if you graph that out as a spiral, it looks like this. So that's what's so weird about this, is that if you get into sacred geometry, you find out that this Nautilus type of shape actually appears in biological life, like it does in seashells, like it does in the sunflower, like it does in the proportions of the human body. And all of that emerges from this strange relationship that we see geometrically between the the octahedron and the icosahedron. It's in the Nautilus shell. So that interplay between those two geometries shows up in biological life. That's what's so fascinating about this. It's a science of life, described again by this geometry as we're seeing it here in the sacred cut. Okay, so let me just make sure I don't tip my little friend over here. I got to put him down and get him the hell out of my way of my clumsy feet. But yeah, that's good prop, huh? Spontaneously, I was able to bring that in. I didn't even think I'd ever use that in a show, but there you go. Okay, so the last one is one that we see in the global grid. We'll talk about that later. A lot of donations coming in. We got, let's see, Cindy J donated $100. That's pretty awesome. And then Trotina donated another $5 American. She says, the best way to predict your future is to create it by Abraham Lincoln. Thank you very much. Thank you for your donations and thank you for your support. I really do appreciate you guys' help. And I still got an hour left, so we're going to get through this talk. It's doing really well. I wanted to bring in the concept of holograms, the concept of photons, the concept of fractals, self-similarity at all levels, sacred geometry. All of these things are very important to understand what the universe really is, how God really works, how God created the universe. And these shapes also appear in the mind as the shapes of bundles of neurons. So when you're looking at a photon, you're actually looking at consciousness. And on a macro biological level, you know, these geometries are affecting when species are evolving in our galaxy. It's freaking incredible. If you watch previous episodes, you'll totally be on track with this. I'm going to briefly run through that again. But now I keep widening the aperture week after week so you get to see more of the model of how the whole universe is in fact made of light, just like it says in the Bible. God said, let there be light, and there was light. And in Hinduism, it says that the primordial sound, the Aum, created the universe out of vibration. You see the same thing in Buddhism with the Tigli, the Tibetan Buddhism. It's a rainbow colored, and they actually draw it in many cases as a Merkaba. So the last fractal geometry to see, and again, they grow in and out of each other very easily, is the dodecahedron and the icosahedron, as you see right here. So all you have to do, again, is expand the vibration. It'll naturally pop into the other shape. These are called inverted geometries. The one is inverted in the other, and you can see that right there. So to put together, they all nest together. You can grow each of them out of the other one. All 5 of the platonic solids are in here. You have the icosahedron in the center. That's the gray thing, surrounded by the blue lines, which is an octahedron. And then the octahedron grows into the tetrahedron, which grows into the cube, and then the cube grows into the dodecahedron. So here again are the 5 solids, and if we go back one more time, you can see everything is in there. The tetrahedron, the top of the tetrahedron is at the top of the dodecahedron, the red thing. The tetrahedron is made of black lines. The octahedron fits inside the tetrahedron. As you saw, it's on the sacred cut proportion. You can see the cube there is drawn by faint gray lines around the tetrahedron. So everything is there. All 5 of these shapes grow out of each other. Now here's the next thing that is a very, very curious fractal phenomenon, which is that every one of these shapes I just showed you can be built from close-packed spheres. And I do talk about this stuff in far more depth. If you're interested in this, go to thedisclosure.com, enter in the discount code actualization, and watch Sacred Science of Michael Prophecies. I go way more into sacred geometry than I'm going to do today. But this is a very, very intrinsic point. Why can you get these geometries just from taking balls, spheres, right, round balls, and putting them together? Why is that? Well, it's just one of the mysteries of God. The way that God built the universe is through sacred geometry, and close-packed spheres is the answer. So you just take 4 spheres and put them together, and bam, you get the tetrahedron. You connect the dots around the edges, and you get a tetrahedral shape, which you're about to see in the next slide. And so what we're doing now is we're just adding more balls over the first one, and all of a sudden you get the Merkaba. So the 4 balls in the center, as you can see, you draw lines over them, and wow, isn't that the shape, David, of the photon? You said that the photon is this amplituhedron. The universe is made of just this one shape that Dr. Nima Arkani Hamed said was just 4 little photons, 4 little tetrahedrons put together. Yeah. So there it is. And then you can even draw lines around that, and boom, there's your Merkaba. Well, David, wait a minute. Didn't you just say that the Merkaba was a captured photon? Didn't we see that? It looks like the Celtic cross. Yes. This is the sacred stuff. This is like the crown jewels of what I found over all these years of trying to figure out what are the crop circles really telling us? What are these angelic ETs really telling us? Why do they keep pushing sacred geometry? What is the relationship between geometry and photons? The relationship between photons and holograms? The relationship between holograms and fractals? That you zoom in on the Mandelbrot set, you get self-similarity at all levels. You keep seeing the same thing. It's all close-packed spheres, folks. So what that means is that as the universe vibrates in this fluid-like way, it creates these little spheres, and then as more and more of them appear, they keep expanding, and then they cluster together, and they make these geometries that the whole universe is built from. So the universe is built out of simple building blocks. The only thing that's really there is one sphere, and then it just buds off of itself. It's like cell mitosis or division, but instead of creating biological life in this case, it's creating sacred geometry, like the Merkaba. I mean, this is very, very exciting when you really geek out on it. The fractality of it, the holography of it, the fact that it's a photon, the fact that the universe is made from this, all space and time is made from this. And then, just like we saw in Dr. Harold Aston's model, there's round spheres inside the geometry, and they can roll on their axis. Remember, a very important part of Dr. Aston's model is that the spheres inside the cube can rotate. And there's your spheres inside the geometry, folks. So then next in line, we have the octahedron. And now you got 4 spheres in the middle, one on top, one on bottom. You draw the lines around it, you got your octahedron. And then you can even start adding more in. And then you grow right into the next shape, which is the cube. So, one level of Dr. Harold Aston's sphere inside the cube would be the sphere inside this octahedron. And you could look at it that way because there is one sphere you could fit in there. But also you can look at it as, okay, there's 5 spheres on each face of the cube. And again, using Harold Aston's model, each of those spheres would be able to rotate on their own axis. So now what we're seeing is how the octahedron in the center, made of close-packed spheres, if you just pile on a few more spheres, in this case, you get the cube. And so this is how the geometries all grow together. And then in this next image, what we're seeing is, sure enough, there's your icosahedron inside, caused again by close-packed spheres. And then you just, actually that's where the icosahedron is in there, in the center. We're just seeing the lines of it. And then then you see that it turns into the dodecahedron. So again, let's go back to the idea of the equivalence between light, sound, and geometry. You play the white keys on the keyboard, you get the sounds of the diatonic scale. You amplify those frequencies many times over, you get the intervals between the colors in the visible light spectrum. That's really weird. Then you play it into a liquid and you get sacred geometry, and it shows up perfectly. In fact, there are experiments that show these platonic solids show up exactly. This was done by Dr. Buckminster Fuller. He took a spherical balloon and he put it inside ink, and the longer that the ink stays on one part of the balloon, the more it will stain. And so he then vibrated this perfect spherical balloon with different diatonic sound frequencies, like my white keys on my keyboard here. And all 5 of the platonic solids appeared in ink patterns, depending on what frequency he used, over the surface of that white balloon. He has a little white spherical balloon. He dips it in the ink. He vibrates it at different sound frequencies. And all of those 5 geometries that I showed you show up. So that is very, very interesting. It starts down at the photonic level. And in last week's show, I showed you microclusters, where if you shoot atoms out of a nozzle one at a time, unlike tennis balls coming out of a tennis ball machine, where they just lie around on the tennis courts, these balls actually clump together in sacred geometry based on, again, the physics of close-packed spheres. So it's a very, very interesting interconnected science. And again, here we have the same shapes that we've been talking about, the cube, the octahedron. You add more on and you get your icosahedron and dodecahedron. And now we're also, as I showed you, I'm just going to show you 2 galaxies again. This geometry appears on a galactic level. This is M61, and my God, the arms are not spirals, they're actually geometric. They go in straight line patterns, and I drew this shape over here, as you can see that. Many of them are a hexagon, which is again the cross-section of the Merkaba, the basic photonic shape that the whole universe fractalized out of. So this has the image of God in it. You take it away and you can see, my God, it's not curving lines, they're actually straight lines. And then there was the Stephen King story in his, in 5th grade, I read Stephen King's book, Different Seasons, which is a series of short stories. And one of the short stories was called The Mist. And in Stephen King's story, The Mist, he has this fog come in that has a straight line on it. And he said, straight lines don't appear in nature. Well, that's kind of something we would normally assume, but yet look at this. There's straight lines in nature in the galaxy, M61. There they are. The other one that was really, really amazing is the pentagonal one, NGC 1232, where you can really, really see it. And again, I draw the outer line here. So this would be like an icosahedron shape inside the galaxy. And then when I take it away, you can really see, yeah, you know what? There's boundaries, straight line boundaries, straight lines in a galaxy. What the hell? And then sure enough, there's another one inside. So this is very, very fascinating stuff, because now we're looking at the holographic principle in action. Remember, you can break up the holographic plate into small little pieces, and you're going to see the image of the whole. Well, here's the entire freaking galaxy of NGC 1232 showing 2, at least, pentagonal geometries in it, and they're undeniable. You know, anybody who just says, oh, I don't like David Wilcock, oh my God, he's making money, ha 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 ha. You can laugh all day, you can think I'm a jerk, but it doesn't change the fact that this geometry really exists, that this model is incredibly intricate. This is the unified field theory, came to us from extraterrestrials, shows up in ancient Buddhist diagrams, shows up in the Star of David. So the Jews won, you know, they won the prize. The Star of David is the shape of the universe. And as we said before with the galaxies, they show this in this corrugated velocity study. Carmen Sanchez Gill et al. Showed this. And again, corrugation means alternating furrows and ridges. So on the top right, the top left, We have NGC 278. It's your typical hexagonal galaxy. I wanted to draw in the geometry for that. I didn't have time. And then one on the bottom there, which is NGC 1058, is a square galaxy. If you look at it up close, you can actually see the square. You can see that it's in a roughly square shape, and I drew lines about that in the previous episode. So again, this one is hexagonal. You can really see the hexagon pretty easily. Kind of amazes me they didn't notice that or bother to care. But then, as we said before, what are these lines? What are these? There's 6 lines or 3 lines going through it, going off in 6 spokes. Those are changes in the speed of the movement of gas. The gas moves faster along these lines, and they're saying here, you know, that these are corrugations, maximum minimum speeds. And they don't know how these structures could be generated. But again, we're seeing the extraterrestrial sciences, it's all about frequencies. And again, it says representative of gas undulations, different physical conditions, a lack of systematic studies at the bottom to help understand these structures and where they originate from. But we know the answer. It's all caused by sacred geometry, and this geometry is, that's actually misspelled, Kantiand. That shows you how fast I was working when I wrote that. So this again is the idea. You have these interconnected spheres moving through the galaxies, and the spheres themselves vibrate at different geometric levels, creating geometry. So this exact geometric pattern shows up in the species evolution of fossil record, as I was saying. We had Raup and Sepkoski, the paleontologists from the University of Chicago, compiled a total of 3,600 genera of marine life in 1982, published it in Science Journal, and they found 4 mass extinctions and speciation events in regularly repeating patterns. They tried to eliminate the noise for 2 years, and it didn't work. In 1984, the pattern only became more specific, not less, and the pattern they now say was 25 million years. They used to call it 26. They did more research. It became 25. So this was what's so amazing because, again, what we're seeing is the temporal distribution of major extinctions over the past 250 million years shows 12 extinction events. 12 events are statistically significant with an average interval or mean interval of 26, and now it's 25 million years. Although the causes of this periodicity are unknown, reading the bottom now, it is possible they are related to some type of extraterrestrial forces, whether it comes from the sun, the solar system, or on a galactic level. Well, it is a galactic level. We saw the galactic geometry. So, again, this is what we're seeing. All these arrows represent new species showing up in the fossil record in these even intervals of time. And now you're saying, oh, wait a minute. It's holographic, it's fractal, it's photons, it's galactic geometry, it's the fractalizing of tiny photons on a galactic level. And then those geometries are intelligent. Consciousness itself appears in the brain as the same geometry. This is an intelligent consciousness in the geometry that's causing us to go through a divinely programmed ascension event. You could call it ascension because, again, the species on Earth suddenly get rewritten into something new. It's very incredible. So again, a more recent article, I believe it was from Raup, said 25 million years. Knock it down by 0.2. And if you take the galactic orbit at 248 million years, you've got exactly 10 units, which is defined by the icosahedron, giving you 10 nodes along the equatorial plane. And then, as I said before, we got to do this again too. Dr. Rode went back to the same data and found a 62 million year cycle, which is where you get your octahedron. It's exactly 4. It's a UC Berkeley physics professor. Rode was his graduate student. They went back in 2005, studied the data, all the way back to the Cambrian explosion, and they found an exact 62 million year cycle. And he said, I wish I knew what it all meant. I'm betting that the effect is going to be astronomy, and he's betting it will be something inside the Earth. We now know the answers, galactic geometry, galactic frequencies. But here is your 62 million year cycle going back all the way to the dawn of complex life at the Cambrian explosion. And so this is very, very interesting, isn't it? Because it's not just that things are dying and going extinct, and we'll talk about the extinction events as I did before. We're not going to talk about that in this episode. But it's a geometric effect because, again, 62 million years divides 248 into exactly 4 units. So we start out 542 million years ago. Remember, Raup and Sepkoski did not see any type of pattern going back farther than 250 million years. All they found was the 25 million year cycle, which is the icosahedron. It took new guys coming in. It took Mueller and Rode. They went back 542 million years, and they said, wait a minute, it's a 62 million year cycle. Well, in this graph, I'm showing you, yeah, you know what, it's both, because we go through one round of an octahedron. Isn't it interesting? There's exactly 4, and there's 4 corners of the octahedron, 4 of these 62 million year cycles that are very clearly visible. And then, yes, there's still the shadow of the octahedron. It's still there. It's still exerting an effect. But then the 25 million year cycle takes over. This is really, really dazzling. And so that is the galactic level effect that leads to ascension. But how do we step down from something that, you know, we're not even expecting the next round of the icosahedron for another 12.5 million years? So, well, then, David, doesn't that mean that, like, nothing's really going on and there's no big excitement? No. Now we got to step down from there, down to the solar system level. So that's what we're going to do next in the last 40 minutes before I got to dive into the Ezra slides so that we don't run out of time, because they did so many this week. As I said, it was a lot of work putting together. But I'm on a roll now. I'm feeling good. I'm excited about talking about this. I wish that there was other stuff on television that I could watch that was as interesting to me as this is, but there just isn't. You know, so this for me is like my life's passion, my life's work. It's what really excites me. So now I'm going to talk to you about something new, which, you know, all this stuff that I just gave you it's expanded it even more. The photons, the fractals, the holograms. And now we're going to go into a deeper level of Aston's work, where he found galactic geometry, and he showed that there is subgeometry in our galaxy that we're moving through, causing massive solar events to occur. It's really, really interesting. So that's where we're going into now. The cubes in space, cubes in the galaxy triggering ascension. So now we're reading from an article on Dr. Aston's website, which used to be energyscience.co.uk, and now you could look at it as haroldaston.com. That's where it is. Okay, so let's read through this stuff, because this is going to really be interesting. He says that, and there's a lot of backstory here that you could go through if you go to his own website, but he says, as we enter into these domains, remember, the n number, the number of electrons and positrons that fits inside the little sphere changes. It goes down from 1843 to 1842, 1841. And as I've said in many other episodes, this shows up as these galactic chakras expanding away from the center. And so it's a very fascinating science. As your sun hits a new energy level, its microwave frequency changes in a quantized way, the redshift changes, and then he says that it has a magnetic pole shift as well. So there's a magnetic pole shift or polarity reversal of the ether as you enter a new space domain. There needs to be a reversal of the Earth's magnetic field at the domain change as well. So this is your catastrophe. As you hit these new zones, the Earth is having a pole shift and the dinosaurs end up going extinct. The energy shift causes catastrophic activity, but then whatever survives on Earth, its DNA gets reprogrammed with this galactic intelligence that's in the geometry. The geometry is intelligent and alive. It's not just a shape. It's a super intelligent pattern of fractalized holographic thought consciousness that reprograms all the DNA on Earth according to God's plan, according to a galactic intelligence that wants these organisms to change from one form to another. And again, we can talk about the frog salamander experiment. You take laser light, you shine it through salamander eggs, you shine that salamander light into frog eggs, and the frog eggs mutate into salamanders. It's the photons in the laser beam that are salamander photons that reprogram the frog eggs to become salamanders. And they grow into adulthood, they can breed with our salamanders, and they have salamander babies. None of the problems with cloning like Dolly the sheep. So we already know, and there's other examples as well. There's an Italian scientist I'll talk about, Pierluigi Igina. There's a Korean scientist, Dr. Zhang Kangeng, who did this with ducks and chickens. He turned chicken eggs into half duck, half chickens. I'll show you that in future episodes. That's all coming up. When we talk about the mechanism of evolution, how DNA is doing this. But first I wanted to show you the galactic geometry, because again, you got to look at it as not just a shape, but a super intelligent fractal, in a sense, that reprograms the lives of every planet in the galaxy as it gets hit by this energy. The galaxy itself did this to create intelligent life that gradually evolves, ultimately to create humans who ultimately go through ascension, and we go to the next level of the game. And so now we're going to see how this steps down from a galactic level to an interplanetary level. All right. So there's a pole shift that gets rid of the old creatures before the new ones show up. We'd usually expect that to happen. Our expectation then has to be that our space domain theory is open to testing of geological fingerprints left by these magnetic pole shifts. And this brings us to our final chapter on geomagnetism. Then he says, I conclude from this that the Earth's magnetic field is generated by the spin of the ether, and that the ether sphere is spinning within the body of the Earth. Again, the sphere is inside the cube, albeit with its spin axis tilted with respect to the Earth, and there's precession causing the geomagnetic poles to move around the Earth's geographic poles. The reason I'm showing you this again is just to say that, yes, he's hip to the idea that there is a magnetic pole shift that happens as you go through a new geometry, a new energetic dimension with these new n numbers. The Eureka cry is warranted because not only does the historical pattern of geomagnetic field reversals tell us there is a cubic pattern in space, there it is, dividing domain regions of interchanged charge polarities between electrons, protons, ether continuum, and muons, which is his name for what's inside each of the cubes in his little matrix that he built. It also gives us a measure of the dimensions of those domains, so he can measure the size of these cubes in the galaxy. And this matches up with what we've deduced from the sun. There is another circumstance that can result in a magnetic reversal that would be sensed. This is as we move from one space domain to the next, muons and gravitons, keeping the precise rhythm of dynamic balance, are orbiting clockwise in one domain and anti-clockwise in the next one. So the actual, the turn of rotation goes from clockwise to counterclockwise as you move from one dimension to the next. This has a catastrophic effect on the Earth, causing a pole shift, and it also causes a solar flash. Deciphering the secrets, determining the numerical parameters that physicists measure, often with incredible precision, is a pursuit that surely cannot be ignored, given that it can lead us along paths such as we see in geomagnetic field reversals. If the domain cube dimension were to be such that the volume is a sphere having a 480 light-year radius estimated from the sun's data. Now bear in mind, the galaxy is many light years across, okay? So he never really drew a diagram that showed you this properly, but this is within the galaxy. As we're moving through the galaxy, we're moving through cubes that he identified in his scientific research that are 480 light years across. That's a lot smaller than the width of the galaxy. So actually what we're seeing is, again, it's fractal. It's self-similarity at all levels. Just like in the Mandelbrot set, right? You're zooming in on it. You keep zooming in deeper and deeper and deeper and deeper, and you keep seeing more cubes, more Mandelbrot sets. It's the same concept as the Mandelbrot set. So this is a subgalactic geometry that's the result of the bigger cubes fractalizing into smaller cubes as we're moving through the galaxy. And he calculated that as we hit each of these cubes, we get a solar flash. It's right there in the record of when the sun actually did this. And to me, this is so freaking mind-blowing, you guys. I've never done this publicly before. Only in paid work on Gaia was before. Or he says it could be 780 light years if you match the cube of the assumed domain sphere in the earlier calculation at its cosmic speed of the order as we're moving through our galaxy. As the galaxy rotates, we're doing 390 kilometers per second. These cubes mean every 600,000 years or so, we would cross one of these boundaries as we move parallel with the cube side. Well, I need to go in, maybe we'll do this next week, and try to figure out exactly how many units of 600,000 years would be in 248 million years. In fact, let me just try that right now and see real quick with my calculator. I'll just do a little quick calculation here and see what happens. And we'll just do 248,000, because it would take some of the zeros off. It'll be easier. And we'll divide it by 600. That's 413. Okay, so he's probably off a little bit. It's probably more like 410, and I'll have to crunch through all that. But again, so what we're just seeing here is, I just did the math. We've got about 410 of these little cubes that are inside the galaxy as you move through one rotation, roughly speaking. Or maybe it's 420, dude. Imagine that, bro. It could be 420. Imagine that. Well, 410, 420, these are fractal numbers. So again, we'd cross through one of these as we go through the galactic orbit every 600,000 years, so roughly 410 cubes that the galaxy divides down into in a fractal as we move through it. That's pretty freaking cool, because every time we hit one of these things, and it also has to do with the line as we're moving through, we get into solar flash. This is what he's showing us. That U2 speed measurement was subject to an uncertainty factor of 60 kilometers per second. So you could also set the reversal period of 700,000 years, and this would be consistent with the sun's data. Okay, just for the sake of argument, let's again hit the calculator, and let's do 248,000 divided by 700 and see what we get. Just so that I'm closing in on what is the actual number, or what is it close to. Whoops, let's do this again. 248,000. Because I've never done this before. This is the kind of stuff that you got to do to figure out how many of these cubes are in the galaxy in one rotation. Oh, look at that. It's 354.285. It's almost 355, which is very close to 360. So let's now take 248,000 and divide it by 360. And that gives you 6.8. Yeah, so okay. It's probably somewhere around 680,000 years, and then that would explain everything, because the 680,000 years would mean that you'd have exactly 360 of these in one galactic rotation. So he says 700,000 years. I'm going to go with 680,000, because now, holy crap, our galaxy has exactly 360 cubes in it per rotation. And that's the number of degrees in a circle, which is very sacred, very perfect. So that's what I'm going to go with. We'll call it 680,000 years. I think that's what it is. I never calculated that before. It's really cool. In figure 8.3 is the hypothetical pattern of reversals as we move through these cubic regions. Again, there's going to be 360 of them in one galactic rotation, measured in millions of years before the present time. Our solar system is imagined to be moving in a straight line through the domain space over this period of time. Well, it's galactic space, though it does move in a slight arc owing to its galactic motion. There he goes. He says it's galactic. So there is a curvature, but it's mostly straight. The inclination of the line with the domain cube axis is shown deliberately to give results which resemble, or chosen deliberately, to give results which resemble the observed reversal sequence, what we actually see in the Earth's magnetic poles and when they shift. The timescale has been matched accordingly. Names assigned to the reversals are conventionally used to designate these events, and there's a reasonably close correlation. I'm going to show you this in a minute. The interesting result, however, is that this erratic pattern of events lends itself to being decoded in this way. I believe this is an affirmative support for the domain theory suggested, especially as the size of the domains derived from empirical data fits in very close accord with what we calculate for the sun. Okay, so that's a lot of scientific geek speak. I'm sorry that you had to go through that. I hope you're still alive. I hope you could handle that. Don't worry, I know what he's talking about. Even if you don't, I can explain it in very simple ways, but I do want to read the technical stuff first. And again, this is not a formalized academic PhD level university presentation. Those guys would never peer review me anyway. They'd always say that this was BS or something. But look, this guy was the head of European patents for IBM. It's an incredibly integrated science that goes from the quantum to the galactic, and right in front of you, I did the numbers, we crunched them, and we found out that if you take it from 700,000 down to 680,000, there's exactly 360 cubes in one galactic rotation. That blows my frickin' mind. It's like, wow. So let's see what happens. And again, remember, the line is slightly curving, but he draws it as a straight line. So you're now seeing our movement through these 360 cubes per galactic rotation. Okay, let's do that. So this is from the whole view of it, and we're going to start at the bottom, and we're going to work our way up, and I'm going to make everything make sense to you here. Okay? So what we see here is, again, these are galactic domains. So the cubes represent the cubes that he found in his research. And then what we're seeing is, okay, the black and white lines that look like tic-tac-toe, that's his domain cubes. And then we see Nunavak, Mammoth, and Oldeval, and those are blue lines that extend farther off to the right. Those are actually solar events, major solar events that affect the geological record and affect magnetic pole shifts on Earth. So then we see Cochiti is another one, and then you see there's a diagonal line in there, which is the Earth's path in its galactic orbit. So we cut through this in a funny way. So even though the Earth's path is on a diagonal, he's drawing the cubes. It's a little bit confusing because the cubes are not quite symmetrical with our path, and they probably should be. But anyway, let's forgive that. And what you're really looking at is, when does our path on that curving line hit these cubes, and how does it line up with what we see on the right, which is actually when the magnetic reversals happen. It says millions of years. So on the right, you notice it goes from white areas to red areas. And these are, so when it's white, the magnetic field is going north to south. When it's red, it's going south to north, and vice versa. And so as you see the differences between red and white, it is remarkably consistent with the actual cubes that he's outlining. If you look at the biggest red squares, they all pretty much line up with these galactic geometries and where we're crossing them. And so he drew a green line, the Earth's path on the bottom between Cochiti and Nunavak. That's one of the places where we crossed a line, and sure enough, right there is where the 4 is in millions of years, 4 million years ago. Remember, the galactic orbit is 248 million years. And there's 360 of these cubes per rotation, I believe. So basically, every single one of them goes in to some type of field reversal very beautifully. Above the 4, it goes from red to white. That's right where the cube is. Then there's another red area where it goes from up to the 3. That corresponds with where it says Mammoth. That's one of the big solar events that we've identified. There's another one right there called Kaina. Kaina hits exactly as our diagonal line of the Earth's path through the galaxy crosses one of the cubical domain walls, and boom, it shows up as a solar flash, and it shows up as that little white area on the right above the 3 in the geomagnetic field. Then above that, you have another red area, and once again, it fits perfectly with the cube. Then above that, we have the Oldeval. That's another major solar event and a major geometric crossing that he's done in his research, and it fits right in with where the lines are on the 2. And so now we're going to go up even more, and you'll see that once again, as our diagonal orbital line crosses a domain wall where it says Gilsa, there's a little red blurb over there on the right in a geomagnetic field reversal, and then it changes again when we get to the other part of the cube, turning back into the white. You have another white line right below Jeremilo as you go on the right, and you can see that's the perfect size of the cube once again. Then we're crossing through these 2 areas where Jeremilo is. That's the red area perfectly defined. Then you're going above the 1 now on the magnetic field reversals. There's a white area, again hits the cubic wall, and then 2 areas of red, again hitting the cubic wall perfectly, going right up to the present, which is the Stockholm reversal. So basically, every single thing in the last 4 million years of our record of geomagnetic field reversals and solar events fits perfectly with this concept that we're moving through 360 cubes in the galaxy on each rotation. And it's such a beautiful number, 360. Wow. I mean, I'm surprised I never calculated that before, but I just had a eureka as we were doing our show. We got about 4,000 people watching right now. I'll just read some of your comments because I hope I haven't overwhelmed you guys. And so Princess of Alderaan says, we live in cubes, we work in cubes, we even pee in cubicles. And the main source of mind control comes from a cube, the TV. Yeah, that's funny. I have that in one of my books, The Box Bug Out. I was walking down the street of my hometown. I might have been intoxicated on some type of psychedelic. I don't know. Leave it up to you to decide. But I said, my God, we live in a box. We work in a box. We eat out of a box. We drive to a box. We're entertained by a dancing colored glass box. And then when the whole game is over, they bury us in a box underground. That was my box bug out, as I used to call it. And, you know, it might have been that other people were medicated too, and then I'd give them the box bug out. Whoa, dude, it's freaking amazing, bro. My God, wow, the box. I get it, brother. Peter Emmons donated $49.99. Thank you very much. And I got 4,000 people hanging with me in a very, very weird technical discussion about 360 cubes that we passed through in the galactic level. But again, holograms, fractals, self-similarity at all levels. Let me see if I can take a B vitamin and talk to you guys while I'm doing that. I think I can. I got to do something for my throat here. So anyway, here he says, no, I'm not going to be able to do it. It's too much. A little bit is okay. A textbook showing the Earth's magnetic field reversal pattern over the past 4 million years is one by D.H. Tarling and M.P. Tarling, Continental Drift, 1971. They also comment on the rather perplexing evidence which shows that fossil species, oh, this sounds familiar, doesn't it, have disappeared at times of reversal and new species appear shortly thereafter. Well, bang. That is bang on everything that we're saying. And he didn't even know about these larger cycles discovered by Raupen, Sepkoski, and Mueller and Rode. But there's even smaller ones in the fossil record that take much shorter lengths of time than either 62 million years or 24.8 million years. This stuff interconnects so beautifully together. It's truly, truly mind-blowing to me. Lynn West says, this stuff is bloody amazing. Another great show tonight, David. Thank you for sharing this info. Yeah, I mean, and somebody, GCat Dave, Free Your Mind, says, you knocked it out of the box, David. And Jay Money says, I love all your videos. When are we getting new information? I've seen this several years back. Well, look, if you go to see Led Zeppelin, are you expecting that they're going to play all new material that you've never heard before? If you go see Fleetwood Mac, are you expecting that they're not going to play Rhiannon? No, the whole point is, even if you're not satisfied because you happen to be on Gaia and you happen to see me talk about this before, please give credit to the fact that this is the way the universe works. It never gets old talking about this. It never gets old to explore this stuff. And it's fascinating. And each time I do it, it's like I'm playing the song a different way. And hopefully you're going to learn new things. I mean, I didn't know there was 360 of them in the galaxy in one rotation until just now. So this is the sacred science that I have to share. If you don't like it, go watch another show. I mean, my God, you guys, come on. There's only so much information. If you're an information junkie and you always want new information, yeah, theoretically, if you watched my wisdom teaching show, you saw this before, but not like this because I'm integrating it in a whole new way. And so just hang in there because it is very fascinating if you have the open mind. Anyway, so it says that this implies a geomagnetic field reversal accompanied by a traumatic event. Whoops. Reporting now on documentary evidence gleaned from the deep sea floor of the Indian Ocean, the science correspondent of UK's newspaper in 1972 wrote the following. Microtectites, or tiny metallic and glass beads, originated from outer space, were fragments of a great cosmic catastrophe, caused molten particles to splash into the upper atmosphere some 700,000 years ago. And now we know it's probably 680,000 because there's exactly 360 of these. And every time we hit one, boom, something's going to happen. The shower of debris coincided with the last reversal of the Earth's magnetic field. And he says the reader will notice figure 8.3, which I just showed you, shows a recent reversal. The above report and the Tarling book both suggest this happened 700,000 years ago, 680. If this were true, another reversal is imminent for us in the present on the time scale that we just saw. So there you go. On that 680,000 level, we got another donation coming in. Ginny Blankenfeld. Thank you very much, Ginny. She says, David, you are the Led Zeppelin of sacred geometry. Speed of Thought 1111 says, there's always more to learn, deeper insights to be had. Anita Smith says, this is interesting. It's all new to me. Thank you, David. I appreciate you. I don't agree with all of it, says Genetic Jabber, but I appreciate David's open mind. GCat Dave says, thanks, David, for being a cosmic consciousness virtuoso playing the White Keys. Yeah, we can make a great song from the White Keys. David Savage, I think tektites are actually when the meteor hits the Earth and everything in it, everything thrown in the, as it comes back down from a barbell kind of shape is the one I used to have. Kind of the wheels fell off there, but okay. It's not meteor hits, though. That's what we're going to talk about in later episodes. It's an explosion from inside the Earth. Because I don't want to go into all of it right now, but I talked about it last week. I showed you the expansion of the Earth. The Earth is going to expand, and molten lava is going to blow out from volcanoes, and they create ringed craters. I'm going to go way more into this in subsequent episodes, but this is just setting all that stuff up so you see there's a subcubes in the galaxy. There's 360 of them as we go through one rotation, and each time we hit them, we're getting geomagnetic field reversals, and we're getting changes in the fossil record. It's freaking amazing how this stuff fits together, because that's stepping us down now from galactic geometry, eventually down to the solar system level. But we're not there yet. We're still in between. But this level of geometry is fractal. It really exists. You can't see it. It's invisible, but it's having these very profound effects on geomagnetic field reversal. Thank you guys for your support, by the way. Really appreciate it. All right, let's keep going now. Another reversal would be imminent. Well, that's what's happening. We're getting ready for another one. Panic at your leisure. Yeah. Since these reports were written, evidence that there was another Atlantean reversal, the fall of Atlantis, very short-lived, 12,000 years ago. And my God, it fits very well with figure 8.3, showing that we did cross another cubical domain in the galaxy around this time, 12,000 years ago, giving us two reversals in rapid succession. Imagine that. Now you just solved the mystery of Atlantis, and it stepped down into the 25,000-year cycle and the interplanetary geometry we're about to talk about. The fact, I've only got 15 minutes before I got to hit Ezra here, so I'm going to make it, just barely. The fact that we have had a magnetic reversal in relatively recent times is reassuring if such events are accompanied by cosmic upheavals. One may very well wonder whether catastrophic geological events can be traced to this recent period. Well, yeah, that's the Atlantis thing. On a longer time scale, it is interesting to consider the motion of our solar system through the entire galaxy and contemplate that the Earth would cross domain boundaries at different angles of incidence with a fourfold periodicity per galactic cycle, as we talked about before. And that would be your 62 million year cycle. So he actually predicted that even though there's 360 of them on a smaller level, that there's going to be a larger fractal, a larger holographic octahedron or cube. It's either one. You could use either one. It's the same thing because they both have a square along the equator. Okay? You have a larger fractal cube or octahedron that divides the galaxy into exactly 4 segments, and then he said we would hit this in a fourfold cycle. That is, he predicted what Mueller and Rowe didn't discover until 2005 right here. And he wrote this well before then. So that's freaking amazing that he theoretically deduced that this should exist based on his own science and the fact that, again, smaller cubes add up to larger cubes, just like in a salt crystal. It's a bunch of tiny little cubes that end up making a larger cube that looks like your grain of salt, because salt is cubical, right? There you go, same thing. Reverting, therefore, to the statement above that there would be a fourfold periodicity of gravitational upset as we orbit the galaxy, given the space domain picture, I draw attention to another of Steiner's papers in 1973, in which he writes, if there's any periodicity in the fossil record, it's about 60 or 70 million years. Well, that was before Mueller and Rowe really refined it in 2005 and got it to 62. So this guy had this knowledge, and he had it back there in 1973. So we were already starting to see evidence from Steiner in 1973 of a long-term galactic cycle between 60 and 70 million years, which wasn't refined until 2005, that it was 62 million years, but he had it in 1973. The galactic periodicity, the rotation through this galaxy, he's saying is 274. It's more like 248, but that's the best numbers he had when he wrote this. One cosmic rotation around the galactic center, which we now know is 248. So yeah, it's beautiful because Mueller and Rode didn't know about Aspen. They didn't know about the study from 1973. They didn't know that the fourfold periodicity even existed. They never calculated, hey, you know what? That divides a 4-part galaxy orbit into exactly 4 units. If you take 248 million years as the orbit, they never got that. That's something I found out on my own. And again, this was all stuff that was coming into me telepathically because I guess I have angelic DNA that was infused with my DNA, as many others have on Earth. But Michael said that I've got more access to it than most people do. Hence the Michael Prophecies, all these things I've done. So this is really like a gift. I had dreams about this morning. This is a gift from higher intelligence that they just used me as an instrument to tell you what's going on. I was able to see these things, connect the dots, explain it, and show, yeah, you know what? They were onto this back in 1973, and all of the data fits so beautifully together. There's a super cosmic geometry, and there's also 360 of these cubes in each galactic rotation, and every time we hit one of them, we're getting these geomagnetic field reversals going at least back 4 million years that we can detect in our geological record, and probably much farther than that. He says, I see this as a message that space itself has a cubic structure and have in mind a circular orbit traversed by our solar system, which cuts across these cubical boundaries almost tangentially 4 times as we go through the galaxy. That's your evolutionary cycle going back to the Cambrian explosion, right? 542 million years ago, resulting in tremendous gravitational upheavals on the Earth's body. A crossing normal to the space domain boundary would take about half a minute in duration, so that would be enough time to cause major upheavals. And crossings that occur at very acute angles, some 4 times per galactic cycle, could last for several minutes. Those are the ones that created the big evolutionary events we saw. The loss of gravity between matter temporarily astride the boundary would be devastating. There you go. I mean, he's theoretically explaining what Mueller and Rode discovered with the 62 million year cycle. Now, this is freaking mind-blowing. If you're bored by me talking about this, then I don't know, go watch the Kardashians or something, man. Maybe that's what you need. Because if this doesn't excite you, there's nothing more I can do than to show you how the universe works. And since I've been doing it for many years, I think it always gets better as time goes on. Everybody else is like really excited. So I don't know why that guy was all, I need new information, man. Well, no, there's only so much information to learn, and then the question is applying it to yourself and learning to be more loving. Because ultimately, all this photonic stuff, again, it's sound, it's color, it's geometry, it's photons, it's holograms, it's fractals, and it's stuff that if you want more detail, again, thedisclosure.com, discount code actualization. I go into way more detail than I'm doing here that will help you understand this even more about the amplituhedron, the original photon that created the universe, all kinds of stuff I'm not going into right now that makes this even more exciting. The structure of the atomic nucleus is geometric as well. So are the electrons, the global grid, all that stuff. It's all interrelated. It's very amazing. Then he says that it does create a solar flash when you hit these new walls. I go further in my own speculations by suggesting any normal hydrogen star, if it happens to traverse a space domain, we have a hydrogen star, at an acute angle, will experience traumatic upheaval of its protons sitting astride the boundary between space and anti-space. They have a charge polarity inversion, and this will shed an enormous amount of energy in what surely will be a supernova. Well, it's not really a supernova because the whole star doesn't actually blow up. It just gives off a big bright flash. So now I've pulled the rabbit out of my hat. I've done the magic trick, and I've taken you from galactic geometry, where there's one big shape that determines how the arms are looking, right? They're geometric arms Do it like that. It's like some kind of Hindu dance or something. Maybe that's what they were showing us, right? You got to get it to look right. So like we have, hexagonal geometry, we have pentagonal geometry. It's really, really exciting because we're seeing this stuff actually in other galaxies. I showed you M61. I showed you NGC 1232, which is pentagonal. We talked about the corrugation. They find that there's faster speeds of gas. And now we know why the geometry is there. Because all of the stars are being affected by an invisible vibration, like a sound vibration in gravity, and that invisible vibration is pushing the stars into geometric patterns. But it's fractal, and it goes from the cosmic level, the universal level, all the way down to the quantum level. So on the galactic level, we see one big geometry. It affects major reversals in the fossil record, 62 million years, 24.8 million years. Those are geometric, which is, again, the octahedron and the icosahedron, as I said in previous weeks. But then, if you make it 680,000 years, is how long this reversal actually takes place. If you make it 680,000, now we have exactly 360 cubes that we run through each time we go through the galaxy. Okay, so now we're seeing geometry on smaller and smaller levels. Well, what happens with each individual star? Well, this is where the law of one, and I'm going to bring this in later episodes, the law of one says something very strange. It says that our solar system works exactly the same as the galaxy itself. They even call it a galaxy. They say your galaxy. And so the questioner, Don Elkins, had to ultimately differentiate between lenticular galaxy, which means the Milky Way as a whole, and just the word galaxy, which means our solar system. And probably in next week's show, whenever I can get to it, we'll talk about how the galaxy always has at least two stars. There is no such thing as a singular system. There's only a binary star system. Every star system is at least binary. You need two stars going around each other to make a galaxy in the law of one terms. So, does this galactic geometry, if you looked at the center of the galaxy as if it was one giant emitter of sound, creating these same geometric patterns on a galactic level, and that's what I believe we've got. There's a super sun in the middle of each galaxy. There's a central oscillator. That would be another name for it. It's pulsating. It goes in and out. There's stars called Cepheid variables that are seen to oscillate very strongly, getting bigger and smaller in regular intervals of time. We'll talk a lot more about that later. But in essence, then, if the law of one says that the galaxy effect takes place around each star, then each star should have geometry around it. And that geometry should be very easy to see, just like it is in the galaxy. It's easy to see. Once I show you what to look for, once you have eyes to see, using a biblical term, it's easy to see the geometry. Does this happen in the solar system? Any solar system, anyone in the galaxy? And the answer is yes. Well, how would you tell? Well, the answer is you look at the positions of the planets. Where are they? How far apart are they from each other? And my God, all you have to do then is straighten out the solar system so that instead of it being elliptical, you use a computer, which they didn't have back in the old days, and you make each planetary orbit a perfect circle. That's a very important part of this. So now what you've got is you use a computer, you take the exact diameter of the planet's orbit, you make it a circle, and then you compare all of these circle widths to each other, and by God, you see the same three-dimensional geometry that I'm showing you. It's incredible. The planetary positions are, in fact, held in place by geometric fields. And this book was handed to me by my ex-girlfriend right when we first got together. I had brought her down from San Francisco. She was staying at a hippie commune in Topanga called Tribal Oasis. And this was when we first got together before she moved in with me. And while she was at Tribal Oasis, she had brought books with her from San Francisco. And one of the books that she handed me was this. And she said, "You might be interested in this." And even when I looked at the cover, I'm like, ooh, this looks really, really good. But once I got inside the book, it was so freaking amazing that it totally transformed my consciousness. And I wrote source field while she was living with me in Topanga. And this had a huge effect on the book and what I ultimately put into the book, because he's talking about the geometry of the planetary positions, which I expected to be true, but I didn't have the proof. And here she just handed me this book. It's like, man, this is freaking, I mean, it was one of the most mind-blowing events of my whole life. After she handed me this book, it was a short little book. It's a tiny little book. And I read the whole thing in like, an hour, basically. And I just could not believe it. The diagrams, the three-dimensional geometry. And it was done by John Martineau. So here he is. And here he is with some other books. I don't know if he wrote those or if they're old books, whatever. But this guy is a freaking genius that he put this together. So he cracked the mystery of something I'd seen in high school. Kepler had put this theory together of planetary spacings. And here you've got, look at that. It's all the same geometry, isn't it? And his bowls, those bowls represent spheres that represent planetary orbits. So sure enough, what is he saying? He's saying that he believes that the planetary orbits are going to be spaced apart based on these geometric relationships. And what did we already say? The geometric relationships are the same as sound and are the same as color at different frequencies. In this case, you're looking at them as platonic solids. So the big one on the outside is the cube, and then inside the cube is the tetrahedron, and we already saw that fits. The tetrahedron is exactly a third the volume of the cube. And now I'm going to zoom in even more to the center where that little sphere is, and you can see that he's then got, look at that, he's got the dodecahedron, and then inside that is the icosahedron, and then inside that is the octahedron. And what I find so amazing about this is that if we look at Dr. Robert Moon's quantum model of the atomic nucleus, the atom and the nucleus in the atom, these are the first three shells of the atom. The first one is the octahedron. The second one is the icosahedron, which would give you the iron molecule. The octahedron gives you oxygen. Or no, there's a cube inside the, I'm sorry. The octahedron gives you silicon. There's a cube inside the octahedron, which he doesn't draw here. Kepler doesn't. So the cube is missing. The cube is oxygen. It's got 8 protons. Then you have the 14 protons, it's 12 protons, goes up to the octahedron, gives you the silicon molecule in this quantum model of the atom. Then you got the iron molecule, which is the icosahedron, and then you've got palladium, which is the dodecahedron. We'll talk more about that in a later show. I didn't want to do that in this episode because, again, I got to get it all in 2.5 hours, and I'm already going to be running late. So, this is very, very interesting because what we're seeing is this structure in the Kepler diagram is actually the same as a modern sacred geometry model of how atoms are built, and that the atomic nucleus is made of sacred geometry, which it is, and I'll show you that in later episodes. It all goes from big scale to quantum scale, back up and back down. So the question really becomes, why in the world did Kepler think that planets were spaced this way? Where was he getting this from? And I propose that these ancient mystery schools got this information from human extraterrestrials that were glowing, and they didn't know what it was. But again, you go back to the original diagram here, and this is what they think is going on. Some extraterrestrial beings told him how this works, said the planets are spaced geometrically. You look at it up close, and it fits with the atomic nucleus. And even Prince, now King Charles, gave John Martineau's book the royal endorsement because Martineau was one of his students. So this is really interesting. I was captivated when I came across the work of a young geometer called John Martineau when he was studying at my School of Traditional Arts some years ago. He decided to make a close study of how the orbits of the planets relate to each other and how the patterns that you can draw from them, if they're perfect circles, not ellipses, fit so precisely with things we see on Earth. He found many beautiful relationships. He says rather beautiful. It's an English thing. It's rather beautiful. No, it's very beautiful. This is all remarkable evidence that there is a mysterious unity in the patterns found throughout the whole of creation. This is now the King of England said this. From the smallest of molecules to the biggest of planetary particles revolving around the sun, everything depends for its stability upon an incredibly simple, very elegant geometric pattern, the grammar of harmony. Well, Charles has very likely gotten mystery school information And again, the mystery schools were all into sacred geometry. They kept this hidden from you. It was considered a Masonic secret. Remember, the Masonic square and compass is how you draw the sacred geometry. And extraterrestrial beings gave us these pieces of knowledge. The mystery schools kept it hidden. And so guys like King Charles very likely were exposed to this in the course of their, interactions with different individuals who may have knowledge from mystery schools. They kept this stuff very secret. So Martineau's book is kind of like them letting out the cat out of the bag. Like, oh, isn't it interesting that you got the Nautilus shell, right? The Nautilus shell has the pattern of the Fibonacci ratio. The Fibonacci ratio shows up between, as I showed you, the octahedron and the cube, the octahedron and the icosahedron, right? 1 to 6.18. Okay, so it shows up in life. It shows up in all these funny different ways, and it shows up in the spacings of the planets. So the same geometry that I was showing you on a galactic level is going to now be visible inside the solar system, and there's that 360 cubes per rotation along the way that's creating geomagnetic reversals as well. It's all interconnected. Very, very exciting to me. I love this stuff. So here's some nested pentagons. I just want to show you again how they fractalize into each other. The geometry lets you do that. So now what he's showing you is that if you look at the orbital shell of Mercury, there are 2 nested pentagons that define it. They also define the empty space between Mercury and Venus, and this is they're 99.2% perfect in his computer. That's how he calculates it. Earth and Mars's relative mean orbits, and the space between Mars and Ceres. So, the nested pentagon is the same thing that we see in, for example, NGC 1232 in galaxies, and it is the cross-section of the icosahedron or the dodecahedron. It's that 5-sided geometry that we see in 2 of the Platonic solids that I was showing you. So, wait a minute. You're saying that these pentagonal relationships exist between Mercury, Venus, Earth, and Mars, Mars and Ceres? Yes. It's all based on this relationship right here. 3 of these pentagons define the space between Venus and Mars. I'm going to show you that diagram in a minute. Ceres and Jupiter's mean orbits, which is an asteroid. Ceres is an asteroid. And again, yes, they create dodecahedrons in 3D space, like we see right here. And this is the rotation of it. Just so you get clear, yeah, you know what? There's 12 pentagons on this thing that looks like a soccer ball. So now I'm going to run through some of the best ones that he found that are truly 3-dimensional. The relationship between Mercury and Venus, this is really going to help you see it as a close-packed sphere relationship. So what we got in the middle is the perfect circle now of Mercury, and then we got the perfect circle of Venus. And notice that you take those close-packed spheres, which is 3 circles of Mercury's orbit, and you fit them together into a tetrahedron like I already showed you, and that's Venus's orbit. And again, what did he say? It was 99% perfect. So that is a tetrahedral relationship. Now, he doesn't really draw it that way, except the triangle in the center. But wait a minute. David, you're saying that Mercury and Venus, the first 2 planets in our solar system, there's a precise tetrahedron spacing them apart. Yes, that's exactly what I'm saying. It's incredible. You take the orbit of Mercury, you make multiple spheres out of it, you pack them together, you pack 4 of them together, and that's Venus's orbit. Holy crap. Wow. And it really works. This is the most striking one of all, the relationships between Venus, Mars, and Earth. It's 99.9% perfect, which means, again, it's only an inaccuracy in the computer, and it's probably 100% perfect if we really look at it. This is the one that just blows me away the most because, again, you look at the close-packed spheres, the orbits of the various relationships. There is a perfect dodecahedron, as you see on the top, in the relationship between Venus's orbit and Mars's orbit. And in the relationship between Earth and Mars, there is a perfect icosahedron. The same geometries that we see on the galactic level, creating pentagons, are now showing up in our own solar system, which they should if the law of one was right, and that the same rules of the galaxy apply on a stellar level, interstellar in this case, and within our own solar system. Because these also go out beyond our solar system. We're going to talk about that next week. They're not just confined within the solar system. That's a very important point. So then we have a cube between Mars and Jupiter. We draw a circle for the orbit of Mars. We surround it with 4 larger circles touching each other perfectly. Again, close-packed spheres, right? These are spheres of Mars's orbit. And each of these close-packed spheres, you put them together, you make a cube, and now you've got Jupiter's orbit. So Jupiter is the close-packed sphere cube of Mars. It's perfect with 99.98% perfection, forming a cube in 3D. It's unbelievable. Then, the same cubical relationship exists between the largest moons, Ganymede and Callisto, on Jupiter. There's also a cubical relationship, he says, between Earth and Mars. And it's a 99% perfection in the Earth and Mars cube. I'm not using all the diagrams. I do recommend you get the book. I don't want to steal all of his thunder. It's an amazing book if you're into sacred geometry. Essential, required reading to understand all this advanced science I'm telling you about, because extraterrestrials fed us this stuff in crop formations, and we really need to pay attention. Now, the Jupiter asteroids are particularly impressive because the Trojans go exactly 60 degrees ahead and 60 degrees behind Jupiter as Jupiter's moving around. That's a tetrahedron. And I'll show you this. You'll see it very easily when I give you the illustration. If you include the Hilda asteroids, it becomes even more obvious. They're revolving through a perfect triangle in Jupiter's orbit. So again, it's better to just show you this so that you can actually watch it in action. This would be the tetrahedron where there's Jupiter. The outer ring now is Jupiter, Jupiter's orbit in a perfect circle. And then the green areas are where we see 2 of the 3 sides of the triangle, right? The other triangle would be on the bottom where there's no asteroids, but that one doesn't have anything. But somehow there's a tetrahedral effect holding all these green dots. If you notice, each green dot is individually there by itself. They're all moving around independently, just like the dirt moving in the water in the cymatics illustration. This is so freaking weird because Jupiter is that orange dot in the middle between the 2 sides of the asteroids. Again, each one is 60 degrees away from Jupiter, but the main point is 60 plus 60 is 120. And you got 3 of these 120-degree corners in a 360-degree circle, making a triangle. The asteroids are only on 2 of the 3 corners of the triangle, but my God, the triangle, which is really a tetrahedron, is holding them in place. But if you think that's amazing, this is about to blow your mind so much. And again, if you saw maybe one of my shows, or if you saw Gaia, you might have seen this before, but this is the first time I've ever made this public. We're now going to add the Hilda asteroids, and they will be in a perfect, they show you the entire triangle of the tetrahedron perfectly. It's so freaking amazing. So here again are the 2 sides of the triangle, and now we're going to add in the Hilda asteroids. Wait for it. This is freaking amazing. One of the happiest moments of my life is when I saw this, honest to God. Because now the Trojans are the green and the yellow, the green and the red areas. I'm thinking about the rainbow spectrum. The green and the red areas, and then you got your Hilda asteroids forming a perfect triangle in the middle, and they're all on the move, just like in cymatics. All that fluid is vibrating. Wow. And so this is so amazing because it really does show this geometry in effect. NASA doesn't ever try to explain this. They just kind of let it go. Nobody talks about this. It takes David Wilcock, the UFO researcher, showing you the unified field theory of physics, which came to us from extraterrestrials. They're a lot smarter than we are. They taught us how to look for this stuff. They taught us in crop circles, this is what you guys got to be looking for. And here it is. The Hilda asteroids is freaking amazing. Here's another illustration of it that's even better. Now you got Jupiter there. You got on the outside, you can see where it says Jupiter. It's right at the top right now. Then you see the 2 green areas of the Trojan asteroids, 60 degrees apart, forming 120 degrees out of the 360-degree circle, which is a triangle. And then that kind of maroonish purple stuff is all the Hilda asteroids. They are captured in place by this massive tetrahedron that, as you can see, the geometry is rotating along with Jupiter. And then the opposite side of the Merkaba is where Jupiter is located. So there's one triangle that you can see is where all the asteroids are flowing through. Then the Star of David is also going to be there. There's another triangle which is otherwise invisible except that it's holding Jupiter in its exact position on the outside of the circle. It's really, really amazing. I almost don't want to stop looking at this, but we will. So here's the next thing that you do: the relationship of cubes or octahedrons between Jupiter and Earth. Take Jupiter's orbit and nest 3 cubes, octahedrons, or any other combination of these two shapes together inside each other. And the sphere in the center is exactly, whoops, let me do that again. Sorry, I did it too fast. I got it trigger happy. The sphere in the center is exactly the size of Earth's orbit with 99.8% perfection. Whoa! So yes, what we're looking at here, this is from his book again. The sphere in the center is, and I did get John Martineau's written permission to use these images for my books and stuff, so I'm not violating his copyright, but there's a lot more of these diagrams in his book. You really need to get it if you're interested in this. It's amazing. Little Book of Coincidence in the Solar System. So there again, you got the sphere in the center is exactly Earth's orbit, and the sphere on the outside is exactly Jupiter's orbit. And so, wow, all of the planets are doing this. Let's go out to the outer planets now so you can see this contains everything. Jupiter and Saturn have a very close 5-to-2 relationship between the two of them. They make a conjunction every 20 years, but each conjunction appears at a new point within the great circle of their shared orbits. If you plot out 6 of these conjunctions within the shared circle and connect the dots, you get a perfect Star of David. That's very exciting. Then we have Saturn, Uranus, and Mars. The radius of Saturn's orbit is equal to the circumference of Mars' orbit to a 99% accuracy level. That is also just freaking mind-blowing because, like, whoa, the radius and the circumference exchange? Yeah, that's one of the things that geometry is going to do. There's a triangle or tetrahedron in the relationship between Uranus and Saturn. So now we're out to the even bigger levels. The radius of Saturn's orbit is equal to the circumference of Mars. It has a 99.9% accuracy rating. And the circumference of Saturn's orbit is the same as the diameter of Neptune's orbit. Wow. I mean, all this stuff is so weird. Like, wait a minute. That's why he calls it a book of coincidence, because there's no physics model that explains this stuff right now, but all you have to do is make them into circles, compare them in a computer, and all this stuff shows up. Well, our model accounts for that. It's an extraterrestrial model. They gave it to Kepler. That's why he drew those diagrams back in, what, the 1600s or something. Now we're only now figuring out that that was actually true. He just got hand-me-down information. He didn't really understand it, but now we see how this stuff works. Neptune's orbital period is exactly twice that of Uranus, and Uranus's orbit is precisely 2/3 that of Pluto. Okay, I've decided to do something radical here. Are you guys going to let me spend 30 seconds going to take a piss? Can I get away with that? Are you guys going to forgive me if I do that? I think you will. Let's read your comments. Should David take a piss before he does the Ezra slide so he isn't, like, annoyed by the fact that his bladder is full? They say, go, yes, go pee. Okay, yes, yes, yes. Go for it, dude. Pee break, sure. I forgive you for pissing. Okay, I'm glad that you guys forgive me. I'm going to go ahead and mute my microphone and do it right now. I'm leaving you on a mind-blowing level, something to think about. Then we're going to go into Ezra, but this will make me feel so much better. Thank you, guys. I'll be right back very quickly. Here we go. You guys say you love the blue light background. Thank you guys very much. Man, I don't know why I didn't do this before. You know, as you get older, your prostate is swelling, so it takes a while to get it all out. You got to kind of do it in intervals, and you got to push hard, but then you don't want to push so much that you crap yourself. So I successfully accomplished the 51-year-old male urination effect. I feel so much better now. My God, why didn't I do this before? Woo! Quick dance break. I believe Michael told him to. Well, I hope you washed your hands. I didn't, but you know, you guys are just going to have to live with that. You guys are just going to have to live with that. It's okay. I trust myself. You know, I just took a shower right before we started, so everything's good. Anyway, I'm very excited to bring you this information. I'm even more excited that now I actually had a pee break and I feel okay. It didn't even take very much time to do it, but the point that I want to express here is that this geometry that affects us on a cosmic level, that affects us on the galactic level, is also affecting us on the level of the solar system. And so that means that as we go into next episode, next week, we're going to talk about how that geometry triggers the same thing that we see in the 62 million year cycle, in the 24.8 million year cycle. It now is going to knock down to 25,920 years. And this is material that is really kind of like the centerpiece of all of my scholarship. We're going to go into it next week. It's going to be about how the 25,000 year cycle, I think the show is going to be called Mysteries of 25,000 year cycle. And I'm going to specifically go into how 3 times in a row now, 25,000 years ago, 50,000 years ago, 75,000 years ago, that geometry that I just showed you is going to be the secret to why we have these massive sudden explosions in the Earth. I'll just run through them really quickly. There was a huge Lake Toba supervolcano that exploded almost exactly 75,000 years ago. The Law of One talks about this. They don't mention the volcano. But there was a supervolcano that went off that killed almost everything on Earth except for maybe 1,000 humans, proto-humans. That apparently in the Law of One, as we'll talk about, is when this group called the Elohim seeded humanity here on Earth. That was when they did that. They blended their own genetics with native humans, and they created the first version of what we could think of as the atom. And it would be like the Garden of Eden, right? The beginning of modern humanity. And why is there no missing link? Why do we suddenly get more anatomically modern? Well, 75,000 years ago, they fired off the supervolcanoes, they cleansed the surface, everything got buried under rocks, and then modern humans appeared in Cro-Magnon form. 50,000 years ago, there was also a very massive catastrophe. We're going to specifically look at Barringer Crater in Arizona. You can look at that crater, and you notice that it's square, which is geometric, and you notice that it was a big explosion that happened 50,000 years ago, right on time. There's also sudden advancements in human evolution 50,000 years ago. We'll talk about that. And then there was another one that happened 25,000 years ago that happens to equate with the die-out of the Neanderthals. So the 25,000 year cycle really does affect when things go extinct on Earth and when new species appear the last 3 times around. But one of the great banes of my existence in the early 2000s, 2001 to be exact, is that I did an interview on interplanetary climate change, and I published it in Drunvalo Melchizedek's magazine at the time called Spirit of Maat, M-A-A-T with an apostrophe after the first A, which is an Egyptian term that means, I think, spirit or something like this. I forget what the word Maat really means, but it was something like that. So anyway, this article came out like 4 days before 9/11. So glad I took a piss. My God. Woo! You just kind of savor this moment. Like, wow, I'm in the middle of a show and I don't have to pee. This is freaking great. 4 days after I did this thing in Drunvalo's magazine, where I was interviewed for it and we published it, there's 9/11. That's when it happened. And then in the aftermath of 9/11, people were all upset. They needed a ray of hope. And somebody somewhere took this article and greatly reduced it, took out all the scientific references, took all of my proprietary original research and then turned it into Russian scientists. Oh, it's Russian scientists that say all this stuff. No, it was actually me. I mean, the Russian scientists had part of it. They had the interplanetary climate change. So then before too long, all these Planet X people came along and they stole the research of the planets heating up and becoming brighter, hotter, and more magnetic, as I was telling you. But they blamed it on Planet X. They said, oh, there's this planet coming in and it's going to kill everybody and it's 25,000 year cycle planet. No, that's not what it is at all. It has to do with this geometry that I just showed you. So that was very upsetting. But anyway, we're going to get into all that next week. So this is kind of a cliffhanger. I'm sorry to leave you on the cliff, but we're going to be right back here next week. And this is all going to make sense in Mysteries of the 25,000 year cycle. But the point is, when we're done, you're going to see how the galactic geometry, the galactic ascensions, galactic solar flashes, galactically driven geometric evolution of the fossil record is going to iterate into the 25,000 year cycle. The 25,000 year cycle will be perfectly geometric as well. And it's really, in my view, this is my best stuff. And now that I'm hopefully about to get funded with Stavati Aerospace, we're expecting a term sheet from this one particular group on Thursday, and they may go up to $5 billion that they're going to put in our company, which is very small for aerospace, but for us it's huge. The total raise we need is 15. It used to be 15, now 17.2. So we're going to be able to do all kinds of stuff, get the hover cars going, get the power plants going. We've had people writing into Stavati through, if you go to our Twitter page, it's at Stavati Aero, A-E-R-O. There's also Stavati.com is our website. A lot of you guys have been writing in, and Chris has been getting a lot of interesting email about people offering to invest, people wanting jobs, etc. So if you do have something to write to us, if you would like to be involved as an investor or otherwise, you can write at Stavati.com and email off of that website. So, and I just had 2:55 p.m. here in local mountain time. That was really incredible. 4 5s in a row. So yeah, we're gonna leave it as a cliffhanger, but the point is I'm gonna solve the whole puzzle for you next week, the 25,000 year cycle, how it leads to periodic ascension events, and why that's going to happen again, taking that galactic geometry, stepping it down to the solar system level so that you now understand in very precise terms why Archangel Michael would be telling us that in 2025 that we're going to get a non-catastrophic ascension. There's going to be a lot more shows I'll do after that, but next week's show is really like the grand slam home run of the whole scientific foundation I've been giving you guys. Now, even though we can look at it as a physics thing, we can look at it as a geometry thing, we can see all these layers of the geometry, we can say, wow, it's galactic and it's interstellar and it's interplanetary and there's 360 cubes as we go through the galaxy. Wow, But these geometries don't just work exactly the same as a clock, because if they did, then we would have had a solar flash in the year 2012. And I'll show you that it did happen. Again, it's just that it was over on Proxima Centauri. December 21st, 2012, or thereabouts, the star next door to us had a huge solar flash. And that's all geometrically determined. The Mayan calendar is very precise. I'm going to do another episode just on that. So it should have happened then, but for some benevolent reason, divine intervention has intervened, and we had it delayed until 2025. And then the start of it happened in 2020, around the time of what we know happened in that epic year and the big change that we all had to go through. So this is a very exciting time in our lives because, according to Michael, it's similar to the biblical notion of the harvest. That's what the ascension is called, and the law of one is harvest. It's in the book of Matthew, Matthew 13. The metaphor here is that you cannot ascend, even if you're tired of waiting and I want my light body, I want my telekinesis, I want all my magic powers right now. No, you don't get it right now. You got to wait for the tree to be ripened in the right season before the fruit is ready. You are the fruit. They use the term fruit in the law of one all the time to reference humans as we go through this ascension light body activation. But again, once you start seeing this geometry playing out on a galactic scale, it becomes pretty easy to see that we are clearly not at the pinnacle of human evolution here on Earth. There's ETs coming in here that have amazing abilities that we do not, and it apparently is not gradual. There's going to be this first wave of ascension next year in 2025, it was also predicted by Archangel Michael in 1961 through the girls in Garabandal, Spain, the Virgin Mary apparition and Michael's apparition. And it said there would be a warning, that there would be a first wave, just like Michael's saying in the Michael Prophecies. And that first wave is going to be where you get to have cosmic consciousness. It's like a very intense psychedelic rush, but you also come back to normal after it's over, apparently. And then they're going to try to, the scientists are going to try to write it off as a mass hallucination caused by solar activity. But I don't think that's the way it's going down. I mean, it seems that the ascension that we're going through is non-catastrophic. That's what Michael says. And it's predicated upon everybody on Earth learning the truth about the fact that there's a negative elite. And that will come through the form of the presentation of this information on a global level, which we've never had. You can find it on websites like mine. You can hear it in videos like mine, but you're not going to see it on TV. You're not going to see it on CNN, MSNBC, ABC, CBS, etc. It's not going to be talked about openly by world leaders. They're not going to directly tell you what's going on. Right now, all they can do is give hints, because this is a massive covert operation that has never been publicly revealed. But, again, very importantly, once we learn the truth and once the bad guys have been brought to justice, there is a physics change. And it may not happen instantaneously, but as people awaken to the truth, there probably is going to be some type of interim pause before we actually have an election. I don't think it'll be in November. As we learn the truth, then there's a change in the physics as our imagination opens up and we realize, my God, wait a minute. I've been living in this holographic reality where we were told there are no higher beings, there's no other intelligent life in the universe but humans. That's totally wrong. Not only do UFOs and extraterrestrials exist, but they are intimately involved in what's been happening on Earth the whole time since we got here, on both an evil level and a positive level. Evil level would be like Satan and demons. Positive level would be like angels and religious texts that we've seen around the world. And this stuff is way more real than we thought, and it involves real beings who gave us real information and then departed from our reality so that we could then go with a candle in the dark and have to have faith. The exercising of will or faith is critical in the arrival of truth into the psyche. So when we get this knowledge that there's very dark evil on Earth, those of us who haven't been through this yet, if you haven't been prepared by the shows like what I'm doing here, then you're not ready necessarily for the psychological onslaught. Even for those of us who already know. When it gets to the point that there's emergency messages on your phone, when there's videos that are playing, when they tell it to you on an official level, even if you kind of sort of believe me and you think, yeah, maybe David's telling me the truth. No. It's not going to be the same as once you really know that it's true. Once you really get the truth delivered to you, you will be thunderstruck. It will be a defining moment in your life that you cannot turn back from, and it will change your consciousness forever. You will never think the same way. You will never feel the same way again. You will always be transformed by this. You can never go back to the way you were. You can never put the genie back in the bottle. To use another expression, you can never put the toothpaste back in the tube. Your life is always going to be different. And that mind-expanding experience, when you realize, wait a minute, we've been in a spiritual reality this whole time. Nobody told us this, but there are ancient texts that figured it out, the scriptures. Now it's like, wait a minute, if you were betting on Jesus, you were betting right. If you were betting on God, you were betting right. There actually is a God. Jesus was real. There is evil. There is a Satan. There are demons, and there are people worshiping that. When your mind gets blown, when you have a mind-expanding realization, you are, in a sense, taking away the discordant vibrations, the discordant frequencies, again, using this keyboard analogy of sound, light, and geometry, right? The rainbow colors, the white keys in the keyboard, and then the geometries that we see that build the building blocks of life, like, again, the Nautilus shell is built off of the Fibonacci ratio, the phi spiral is in the Nautilus shell. This is what we see in the geometry, okay? So all this stuff put together means, wait a minute, we were never alone in the universe. UFOs are real. ETs are real. All this stuff, according to Dr. Pete Peterson, he said, you know, once we learn about the cabal, once we learn about the darkness, you're going to find out that UFOs are real and that there's good guy ETs pretty much immediately. He wasn't sure how much time would go by, but he said he just couldn't imagine, based on the briefings he had, that we would wait very long to get the truth about positive, angelic, human-looking extraterrestrials that have been coming here since we ever got here, and that actually made us out of their own DNA 75,000 years ago. They mixed their own angelic DNA with ours, and that is the origin of the atom, the original origin of the atom, like in the Garden of Eden in the Bible 75,000 years ago. The Law of One talks about this extensively. I could do whole shows just on that alone, 75,000 years ago. So what's happening is, as I've said many, many, many times, if you haven't clued into this before, in 2009, Pete Peterson gave me briefings saying there was a hidden alliance that was bringing this all out into the open, but they were going to do it in a way that would be very shocking in the final moments, because you're expecting a mass power outage, you're expecting a bunch of people to get arrested all at the same time, you're expecting messages that'll show up on your phone, videos, and even those of us who think that we're going to be ready for this, we're probably going to cry. It's going to be very shocking, and it might all happen sometime in the next 2 months. So there is a countdown. And again, I got stuff about this back in 2009 when nobody else had anything. I talked about it beginning in 2009. I talked about it in 2010. I wrote a whole entire series of articles called China's October Surprise. I was giving out these briefings year after year, and we were expecting there was going to be some kind of hard coup. And in fact, that is what it appeared to be up until the year, whatever it was, around 2015. And so I mentioned that last week, that 45 was asked to run by military generals. Well, what do you know? The most rewarding thing for me this whole last week was the Alliance actually put out that video from a guy named Jerome Corsi. He was the one who talked about it. And it was mind-blowing that I had mentioned this. I couldn't remember the guy's name. I couldn't remember where you would find the video. The Alliance knew, and they put it up for me. So, again, beginning in the year 2017, they began posting very extensively. And this is stuff that, you know, you got to be very careful. I'm on a platform where, you know, it's very, very tiptoe-ish at this point. You're walking through the field of landmines. I want to stay in business with you guys. I want to be able to keep doing these live streams here, so I have to be very circumspect. But it has to do, again, with the letter that you can see right behind me here, if you can see that shape, and then this little thing on the side. Oh, yeah, that's right. And it's the 17th in the alphabet. Well, back in that year of 2017, that's when we started to get these posts. There were about 5,000 of them altogether. They stopped shortly after the 2020 election. 2021 is the last time we ever had them. And now that source has popped up again, or maybe it never left, but I became aware of it a couple of years ago. And this is the title, which I can't even say out loud anymore. But that's where it's going on now. So if you go to X and you use that, then you will find a very logical continuation of what happened in 2017, and they admitted it this week. In fact, 45 admitted it on his own social media. So there's been some very stunning validations this past week, validations of what I'm doing, validations of what they're saying. And so what we have here is a series of posts, and there were so many of them, that's why I wanted to pee first. It's probably going to take me a full hour and a half or longer to get through this. I'm already 3 hours in. Yep, right exactly almost 3 hours in right now. 2 hours, 58 minutes. So hopefully I can get this all done in 90 minutes, because they posted over and over again this past week, and almost all of them had videos, which means we got to read the posts associated with the videos, and it's very intricate and complex. But what we're dealing with right now is a very intense battle where after 45 got into office, he passed executive orders and he set this whole thing up so that this could happen not with a force majeure type of violent coup, but through a very peaceful process where there's no war, no civil unrest, and it's clean and swift. And there's very interesting things that have been going on where, again, good old Uncle Joe swung and missed on the debate, and then they suddenly replaced him without any vote or anything, and now all of a sudden the VP has become the nominee. But she just had this interview on CNN that she did most people, even the far left pundits admit she did very poorly. She just kind of does this word salad gobbledygook stuff. Doesn't even really make a lot of sense. You ask her a direct question and you get this kind of tangential answer that just has a lot of feel-good talking points, and it's about the joy. You know, if she wins, there's just going to be joy. Well, maybe for a very small number of people who don't know any better, but everybody else is not feeling very joyful about this. I'm getting, because I donated to Obama back in the day, and so I get these very desperate text messages from them. They need money, and they just said today they're not going to meet their fundraising goals, and they're in real trouble, and they're going to have to make very tough decisions if you don't give them money right now. Like, well, no, I'm not donating. So you go ahead and keep sending me texts if you want to, but I'm not donating because, you know, what they've done these last 4 years has been apocalyptic in many ways. Very, very disheartening. I have a hard time believing how anybody can be into it, but again, I think it's like Stockholm Syndrome, and they just don't really see that, no, actually you've trauma bonded with an abuser, but these people are not going to spare you just because you like them and just because you voted. You know, in fact, they don't discriminate. They just like to see mayhem and death and destruction. Have another donation here. Karine Ka said, the angels told me about the binary stars in 2019. Love for all. Read The Eternal Love of the Twin Flames in Amazon, or read The Eternal Love. I watch all your videos since 2016. God bless you, David. Celebrating her 20th super chat. And somebody says, what? David donated to Obama? Yes. You got to remember that Pete Peterson told me that Obama was working with the alliance. They were going to do a disclosure through Obama in the year, I guess, it was 2009. It was going to be, he went and spoke at the United Nations. He received the Nobel Peace Prize. And at that moment, he was supposedly going to introduce us to extraterrestrial humans that would be on the stage with him. And he was working with patriotic, positive members of the alliance in the military. Obama was. So I was a hardcore Obama supporter because at the time, so were my insiders, so was Pete Peterson. He was telling me, Obama is going to do disclosure. I'm like, oh my God, this is freaking great. Let me give this guy some money. So that's where I was at, you guys. And unfortunately, what happened was he got threatened the night before. You got to go watch my movie, Moment of Truth, on Brighteon, actually. .com at the end of that little phrase. And so if you go there and type in Moment of Truth, I got to get it up on Twitter or something. Hopefully it'll not get taken down. Everything is being exposed as donated. But yeah, so somebody's saying, why aren't you doing the slides of the Alliance yet? Well, I am. I got to set them up, so just relax. I'm explaining it to people who don't already know what you understand. In 2009, the Alliance was working with Obama. And then what happened was, the night before he was going to do disclosure and introduce us to apparently 35 different types of humans that have all been here since God knows how long, there was that weird thing called the Norway Spiral, and it appeared over the sky where Obama was located. And then I had a meeting with Dr. Stephen Greer at a conference we were speaking at in Atlanta called the Atlanta Truth Con or Truth Fest. It was one of the two. And he told me in person, Dr. Greer told me in person, that he had heard from his insiders that Obama was threatened, and Obama was told, if you allow this thing to happen, if you bring these people out on stage tomorrow, what would happen to Air Force One if it flew through one of these vortexes that we can make with HARP? And you wouldn't like that if that happened, would you? Because you wouldn't be alive anymore. Then a year later, they created a television show called The Event, and that's exactly what happens in the inaugural episode of the show. You've got a black president. He's supposed to be Obama. He's about to disclose. They got female extraterrestrials. There's an extraterrestrial who's female. Her name is Sophia. He's about to introduce her to the world. But before he gets the chance to, this plane shoots through a vortex as it's about to crash land right in front of him. It was a very, very shocking validation of what Greer told me, what Pete Peterson told me. I could not believe it when I saw that show. And in Moment of Truth, I walked through the whole thing. It is the best movie I've ever done with the best production value, and it's only available at that one source I said. I may upload it to Twitter, but I don't know if it's going to get taken down or not for copyright. I have no idea. But there's one place I knew I could upload it where it would be fine. And the guy who I interview in the show, and we talk about this, is the one who owns that website. You know, Mike, and then his last name is related to Adams. So I got to be very careful. So anyway, it's not just related to. But anyway, you talk around these things, right? So there you go. You go watch that movie, and it's going to blow your mind because I linked all these pieces together. The Norway Spiral, the television show on NBC called The Event a year later, what I heard from Greer, what I heard from Peterson, it all links up. Obama was going to do disclosure, but it got stymied, and he apparently got scared and he backed off. And as time went on, the negative elements may have gotten their hold on him. That's certainly what appears to have happened. But originally he was cooperating, and that's why I donated. And that's, you know, you can hate me if you want to, but now I'm certainly much more aware that what we see has become very stark. There's evil and there's positivity, and it's like you don't have to work very hard to tell the difference. So the Alliance is now predominantly using this modality, as somebody was just saying, when are we going to get on with these slides? Using this modality on X to conclude what they were doing back in 2017, 18, 19, and 20, of which there were about 5,000 of them back then. Now they've really tied it all together. It's really amazing. So once they do this, what we're expecting is going to happen again is maybe a blackout of power. At least it's going to be an internet blackout. Messages on your phone, videos on your phone, videos on the internet, videos on television stations, if you can even get them, playing round the clock. It's going to be the same, maybe 7 videos. It might be more than that now. They might have changed it. I don't know. It used to be 7 videos, what I was hearing. And they were planning on doing this all the way back in like 2009, 2010. I've been living on the edge of my seat for 14, 15 freaking years, waiting for a blackout, having stored food, having solar power backup for my energy, waiting for these announcements to come out on the emergency message system. I'm tired of waiting for this, man. I want to get on with it. So with that said, they are now giving us these posts on X, and this is the final stages of what is going to lead up to this epic event that will then create mind-blowing awakenings in people's minds that apparently leads to a physics shift where our consciousness affects the Earth and the sun and causes this first wave of ascension to happen next year. It's not going to happen immediately when they do the arrest, but it will happen within a relatively short time. So again, I don't think we're going to see November be the regular November we would expect every 4 years. It's going to be probably will never even happen. Something else is going to happen first, because the powers that were know that they are not going to be able to pull it off with the candidate they've got on the left. They're going to have to do something. And so right away, we start getting these very strong warnings. They tried to shoot 45. They want to take everybody out of the game. They want to do anything they can, create mayhem, chaos on a mass level to try to forestall or stop this from even happening in November. That's what it looks like, you guys. But then the Alliance has reassured us over and over again. They have a vast infrastructure in place. It's all secret. They will not let this happen. The negative is not going to win. There's going to be a positive mass awakening that occurs where, again, internet outage, stuff on your phone, and then the whole world will be different once the lights come back on, and it will be the moment of truth, which is why I titled the movie that. So without that said, let's go in now to the slides because I got to get through them, and I only have a little over an hour to do it. We had a donation from Doll Sue. She says, "Thank you, David. Enjoy your vacation." Lots of hearts there, as you can see, all the red at the bottoms. Thank you, Doll Sue. We appreciate it. All right, without further ado, let's dive into this stuff while I still have enough time. I don't want to go more than 4.5 hours. It's going to take, I have to go pretty fast to get through this, so let's do that. All right. So first of all, we heard about TG, which is the word on the second row there. I just used the initials. TG is an alternative app that you may or may not have used that seems to have been, relatively secure for secure communication. Well, now, as we found out last week, the guy that started all that, he got arrested when he went to France. which essentially proves that, yes, it was a secure method, and that's why they want to take it over, because they're really pissed off. So now we find out that, oh yeah, guess what? The usual players were involved in his arrest. So it says, former official Mike Benz claims that this particular organization was involved in this arrest that took place in France, and he urges Congress to subpoena all related communications. Benz suggests that this particular organization orchestrated the arrest in order to gain leverage so that they could monitor his platform. He warns that another platform is already compromised, and what you say there doesn't stay there. And we see it's about 187,000 views. 5 minutes, 35 seconds. I looked at that one. It didn't seem like it was relevant, so I didn't include it. Then, this is another really interesting thing, right? Anonymous, the group in the military, used this particular mask, the Guy Fawkes mask, as it's called, as kind of like a symbol of their organization. And it says, who is the person behind the mask? Now, you can see if you look at his neck, he has Caucasian skin. So clearly it's somebody who at least is, either Caucasian or Middle Eastern. It would have to be one or the other, just based on the color that you see there. But most likely, some people were trying to guess, oh, this was JFK Jr. No. The posts absolutely said that he died in 1999. We don't need to fetishize that and think that he didn't die, because he did. So I believe that this is probably the guy who's authoring these posts now. And he's just wearing a funny black winter hat. He's got the mask on. But again, what does this show you? It's got 1 million views. It shows you they've been working on this for a long time. So Kennedy Jr. was out there. We thought that he was running on his own campaign, but this suggests that this has been building up for a long time, and now we're seeing ads that confirm that. So this is very, very exciting to me. The next one is, did Elon actually prevent a nuclear disaster? So they say top military officials from this particular country claim that Elon prevented nuclear disaster at a particular location by disabling internet access for their forces. They are blaming him directly for why they had a setback there. So thank you, Elon, man. You're a freaking hero, dude. Give him a big round of applause. If I was in front of a live audience, we got what, 4,333 people right now. They would be roaring, okay? Roaring. Because this is very heroic. If he hadn't turned off the Starlink 24 hours after they went in there, they would have been able to coordinate a drone attack that would have led to a massive disaster. So he's got huge hero points for that they are awarding him that in these posts. Way to go, Elon. Thank you, brother. And so, again, the seconds of the video, 45. This is one we've seen many, many times now. We don't even need to worry about most of it, as I said many times. We just are going to read the end, where it says, who is attempting to change the narrative, and again, soften the acts that are forthcoming this weekend. Well, the last time they used this post 45, the acts that happened on the weekend were Kennedy Jr. coming out and saying that he was defecting. So now, knowing that they know that I'm going to do this show on Sunday, I don't think anybody else is doing a show like this. So what's going to happen this coming weekend, I have no idea. But buckle your seatbelts. Stuff's about to hit the fan, okay? Next. The powers that were want to take out both of these guys, as you can see right here, and they already tried in, the month before, the month of July, with the shooting. So what we see is that this particular organization ended its protection of Kennedy Jr. Despite suspending his presidential campaign, he remains on the ballot. In 40 out of 50 states, he is a significant target, especially now with the new endorsement. The regime is deliberately putting him in harm's way. These folks now aim to take both of them out before November, and if they could get that done, which I don't think will ever happen, because again, the alliance is very good at what they do. They've got lots of intel. This would create a constitutional crisis and cancel November, right? So it's not going to happen, but they do give you these fear-oriented messages just to kind of shock you awake. So then we see 107,000 views on that one. And again, looking at this guy holding the gun and everything, it makes me freaked out too, because I'm out here reporting on this stuff. and I want to take a vacation, so hopefully I'm going to be fine. I've had a bunch of dreams last night, told me I'm going to be fine, but I mean, this is a nail biter, you know? Reporting on this stuff definitely has raised my anxiety level. I'm glad that I'm doing it alone. I don't have anybody else I'm dragging through this with me, like in a relationship. I'm just doing it by myself, but I think we're going to be fine. Anyway. Next question, was the founder of this particular platform, was his girlfriend a spy? And the answer seems to be duh. So during his travels to Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, and Azerbaijan, this individual was joined by his 24-year-old crypto coach. Yeah, that's... and streamer Yulia Vavilova. So many places I could go with names like Vagilitsa, but we're not going to do that, are we? Who resides in Dubai. She was also by his side at the time of his arrest in France. Ooh, that doesn't sound good. Maybe she's not what we thought she was. Leading up to August 24th, Vavilova was actively sharing photos on social media from Durov's private jet and the various locations they visited together. Now, speculation is growing that she might have been a spy involved in his downfall, the very woman he intended to show around Paris when they got there. She was constantly, wink wink, posting photos and geolocations online, documenting his every move. Yeah, we know what this is. It's a handler, and it's also called a honey trap, right? So, unfortunately, he fell for it. You don't... I was basically told by my insiders, if any overwhelmingly beautiful woman comes up to me now, assume that it's fake, assume that it's a trap, don't fall for it. So let's look at what the pictures are below this. And we have a pretty exciting looking picture up at the top left there, 300,000 views. These are the pictures that she was taking. I mean, first of all, if your own girlfriend is taking these kind of pictures of herself while she's traveling with you, it's probably a bad sign. She's more interested in building up the profile than in, you know, being loyal to you in terms of not getting half naked in front of everybody. But here she is posting pictures inside his jet, pictures as he lands, all this kind of stuff, conveniently letting everybody know where he was and what he was doing all the time with geolocational tags. So the top left image here is very provocative, and for strictly scientific purposes, for the guys in the audience, we're just going to look at the picture, just to, you know, so you know what to avoid if you ever see your girlfriend taking pictures like this, putting them online. You know, no other reason for why we'd want to put that picture online. It's just in the name of science. Anyway, there you go. Scientific examination of this photo is now being done. Come on, I got to have some fun with this stuff. I know you guys want to see that picture, didn't you? The women are like, I'm so jealous. No, don't be jealous. You know, it's he paid for it. He paid for it. He paid out his you-know-what for it, okay? There you go. So next we have the Attorney General threatening people here with prosecution if they interfere with whatever they're trying to do. That if they, in the certification process, they don't want you raising any questions about anything suspicious that might be happening. Well, I think people are still going to be asking questions anyway. We don't really take kindly to threats here in America. Anyway, the video's 1:09, that's 69 seconds. And this is a great one. It says, Godspeed to those who will be put in harm's way, which is, again, telegraphing what they're getting ready to do in the future, the near future. You are the bravest men and women on earth, and we will never forget. And I guess they're talking about me, too. So thank you guys in the Alliance once again, because I don't think anybody else is doing as much of a, you know, balls to the wall type of examination of this stuff week after week is what I'm doing. So thank you guys for the credit once again. We got basically one hater, but we don't really care what he thinks. He tries to make himself look like many people by using tons and tons of alternative identities, but almost everybody is behind me. We got almost 4,500 people watching now. Everybody gets here in time for these slides. Anyway, we had a donation come in, Jackie H. David, I'm truly grateful for the time you spend to share fascinating and helpful intel. Oh, I'm losing it. So that we may all relax as we go into 2025 and beyond. I think you are even saving lives, hanging a little longer. Yes, that's true. Many people, even in these comments, have said that I'm saving their lives because they were so depressed that they might have taken their own lives. Can you put that picture back up? It requires more analysis, says Earthbound Misfit. No, we're not going to do that. You had your chance. You got to pause the video if you needed to for whatever reason. You know, if you had your own personal reasons. Let's just put it that way. I'm not going to bring it up again. But yes, if you need to do more analysis, go back and pause the video. All right, whatever. I'm not that moved by it. You know, you got to learn not to be succumbing to these temptations, you guys. And I had dozens of very, very hot women in the 8, 9, and 10 scale hitting on me when I would do events. I'd have 400 people in line, all these temptations, everything you can possibly imagine. So again, then we have, it says here, all share, we will never forget about you, all share one title in common, that is the title of hero. Then we have this quote, which is the Lord's Prayer. The Lord is my shepherd, I lack nothing. You can read the rest if you want to, but we're out of time. So, you know, it's the Lord's Prayer. It's beautiful. Again, the main quote they gave in this one is, Godspeed to those who will be put in harm's way. You are the bravest men and women on earth. We will never forget. All of you share one title in common, and that is hero. So thank you, guys. I very much appreciate that. Thank you for the Lord's Prayer. It's wonderful. Then we see a Fox News anchor who got busted with exactly the kind of stuff you definitely do not want to be playing around with right now, because you better believe the Alliance is aware of everybody who's playing around with this stuff. I mean, it doesn't tempt me in the least. I think it's horrific, but like, be very, very advised that they have such a panopticon over the internet that anybody playing around with this stuff could get caught. So it is a very, very stupid idea to mess with this stuff. Anyway, he got busted. His name was Matt Vereen, and he got arrested for these particular crimes, 3 counts of it. One of the warrants shows they found a photo on his MacBook of a certain person. Others claim he purchased 1 minute 32-second video, and then another video, something that happened in the bathroom. Ugh. God, I mean, why? Why, dude? Please. Can we please just, you know, let go of it? If you have some type of problem with this, it is not a good idea. You are going to get caught. I feel sorry for this guy, whatever led to him doing this. Anyway, the next one is a really, really hilarious video of McAfee, and it confirms something that I thought about a long time ago, which is, you know what, wait a minute. What the hell is secure email? If you've got a laptop and they can just look at your screen, they can screen share, and you're trying to read some encrypted thing on Proton Mail, they can just look at your screen and they can read it that way. That's why I never believed in anything encrypted, and that's exactly what it says. According to McAfee, this particular app we've been talking about was compromised a long time ago. He warned that the privacy promised by encrypted apps like Proton Mail and Signal or Telegram is a dangerous illusion, as governments can easily hack into smartphones and other devices. These are the arguments he made. Encryption was designed 35 years ago to prevent a man-in-the-middle attack. We don't even need it anymore. Number 2, your smartphone is the surveillance device preferred by every government on the planet. I'm taking out his euphemisms. Number 3, do you know how easy it is to plant malware? Go on a particular website. If you've been there, then someone is now listening to you. All you have to do is a drive-by on a particular website, and it sets to download unauthorized applications. Interesting, huh? Okay. Then we're going to go to the bottom now, where it says, after the first click, you now have malware that is doing 2 things. It watches your inputs before they are encrypted. It transmits them, and then it reads the outputs after they are decrypted. Encryption, therefore, is a worthless POS old technology. And I had already surmised this, and that's why I don't do anything that I don't expect people to see. There's nothing that you're going to find if you go through TG or whatever, because I just don't expect any encryption to work. And so this confirms something that I believed, and I'm glad that they did it. So then we have a 2 minute, 10 seconds, 130-second video leading us to post number 130. What was that? Yeah, 130, which is just a picture out of an airplane. But then next to it is the post 129. And I think we're supposed to look at both of them. The post 130 is like the overseeing view that they have, the view from the sky. They can see everything. And then it says closing act, and notice that the 3 initials are there. You can see that's the company. Dismantled, impossible to clean it. The operations are being conducted by no such agency. So those are the good guys. They're actually part of the military intelligence, as you can see right here. So again, what is he saying? He's saying that everything's going to be fine and the no such agency is taken care of. Now, this next one is extremely disturbing and probably is setting up whatever they're going to do on October the 7th. That's the date that all the sheriffs have gotten. They're expecting multiple attacks around the world. These groups are relocating to various states around America. In the past 2 weeks, 61,000 of these foreign devices arrived in Chicago during the convention. Less than 4,000 of these devices, which of course are owned by people who are traveling here now from other countries, and again, 61,000 of them, fewer than 4,000 of them left the U.S., and the rest are relocating in small groups to various states, including Wisconsin, Colorado, New York, North Carolina, Georgia, Michigan, Pennsylvania, Arizona, Nevada, and even California. This is extremely strange. Well, we remember what they told us in past weeks. These people are trained operatives. They came in from other places. They're the sons and daughters of elite families that are wealthy. They have certain types of training. They are agent provocateurs. Now they're relocating in individual cities, probably setting up whatever's going to happen on October the 7th. Let's hope that nothing really that bad happens, but that's the date we've been told to fear. And maybe they'll use a different date. Who knows? I mean, now that that date's been blown, maybe it's going to be something else. Hopefully it'll not happen until October so I can get my vacation done. But if things start getting really crazy, I'm just going to drive back here and drive all night from wherever I am. So then, again, 24 seconds gives us one we've seen many times before. Any person saying they did not seek re-election was put in submission. For the betterment of our country, not everyone is going to be prosecuted, right? So you can still be a hero, you can still cut a deal, but everybody will do as they are told. You will see more of this occur even on the left. Then the next one here, the Secret Service cleared an area so that these folks could go shopping. It actually pissed off a lot of people. They violently cleared the area to allow her, along with their kids, to shop during a vacation in Los Olivos, California. Local police also provided protection. Again, you watch the video, you can see what they mean by violently cleared. It's people saying, get the F out of here, you're not allowed to be here anymore. They basically just came in and got everybody out of there just so they could go do shopping, and then it says they absolutely hate Americans. Interesting, huh? So then we got 61 seconds, 1 minute 1, is post 61. It says, please refer back and collect and put together my crumbs. As discussed, we've anticipated Twitter and other social media blackouts. That's what's going to happen right at the end, folks, and it's already starting now. So this is getting us ready for the big one, where the whole world is going to change. You're going to have messages on your phone, etc. There are rogue agents and programmers, which again was talking about those people that came in from overseas. Per sealed federal orders, which happened during the last administration before this one, we quickly tracked and reinstated. Expect outages periodically, infiltrated. If this doesn't signal what I've been saying, I don't know what will. So yes, this is all setting up the big event that we're expecting to see. This is why I'm so confident that I keep doing these shows every week, because we only got 2 months left. So thankfully, we're not going to have to keep waiting. Something is going to happen. Then we see 33 different states, wink, wink, the number, with the West Nile virus, which leads to them having to spray these horrible chemicals. And then they have one later on where they actually show you the spraying. It's been reported in 33 states across the U.S., and yes, that number makes another appearance, the magic number, for this group. In response, outdoor public areas have been shut down and quote-unquote voluntary curfews are in place. They are planning to spray the city, which is New York, to address the situation. They actually did. When I was a kid, this would happen in my own hometown of Scotia, New York. Some nights you'd hear this horrible frickin' sound, and then this truck would come by with these yellow lights on it, and there's a spray coming out the back. When we heard that sound, we knew what it was. Nothing else sounds like that. And we would run to close the windows on our house. Because if you don't, then you smell this horrible insecticide. They're poisoning the air. There's nothing you can do about it. It was disgusting. Supposedly to kill the mosquitoes, they'd go up and down every single block of every street in our town. And my God, when you heard that sound, it was just horrible. And I remember year after year after year growing up in the 1970s, we would go through this. I hated it, man. I freaking hated it. And they're going to show you the spraying happening again in a later slide. So I looked at 1 minute and 23 seconds. That one didn't seem to really fit, so I didn't include that one. All the others I think I did. Then we see there's a new combat reserve that's come out of the Space Force. It's just being announced it's going to be founded. Combat in space? That would suggest there's somebody that we need to fight in space, right? Yeah. Read between the lines. You know, that's what they're talking about here. This is really interesting. T announced the creation of a Space National Guard. And when he did, they got a standing ovation in this military audience. Everybody was up on their feet clapping. Designed to be the primary combat reserve, combat for the U.S. Space Force. And then he emphasized that they have a critical role and described it as very, very important. Why would you need to do combat in space, you guys? Sorry, I was off the slide there. Why would you need to do combat in space? What's that all about? Sure sounds like extraterrestrials, doesn't it? Because there's nothing up there in space that we need to fight right now that we know of. It's built by man. I mean, yeah, maybe some rogue satellites here and there, but he says it's very, very important. So maybe that's all it is satellites, but no, I think it's something a lot deeper than that. Very interesting to say the least. So 1 minute, 5 seconds is 65. Here we go. And this is another really exciting one. It says flash traffic. 3-letter agency embedded tracking is up-channeling into his Twitter, specifically targeting through specialized geolocation to send his location. And they had just been talking about locations before, so this threads, they meant you to read this, okay? We anticipated this. See another post. It has begun. Perhaps more posts to follow as expected imminent departure. So when these arrests start to happen, he's going to have to depart for his own safety, and they're telegraphing that again. And then other slides coming later are going to show you that even more. So this totally checks out with, yes, the length of the video means they want you to read that post because it's all part of the message. So we're expecting an imminent departure. And in fact, you're going to see later on, as I said at the beginning, that in New York, there's National Guard in hotels in military uniforms already, and they're getting ready to stop any riots if they try to throw them in the clink. That's what we probably are going to see in September. It's going to get wild, folks. Get ready. Then we see Kennedy Jr. wants to ban certain types of things from happening. I spelled it wrong. Oh my gosh, I was working so fast. There were so many of these slides last week. He responded to this particular video saying, "We will stop this crime from happening," and he's likely to persuade 45 to push through federal legislation banning these things in the sky. And the video is a full-blown expose of what's going on, where there was a pilot speaking out, and he somehow is some type of insider. And this is very, very disturbing stuff, because he says 80%, as you can see on this slide here, if you can read it, over 80% of the pilots don't have family or children. So he says that they have this kind of psychopathic disdain for humanity. They're aware that what they're doing is a crime. They're aware that it's going to reduce how many people are here. That they're aware that it's poison. They don't have their own families, and they just have this ruthlessness that makes them want to keep doing this. And he also said that nobody gets paid better for any of the jobs in the military except for these guys. So this is a pretty big chunk of disclosure for Kennedy Jr. to come out and post this. I didn't even know about this. This video actually blew my mind. I was like, dang, wow. Okay, and then what we also see is that it's 1 minute and 1 second, which gives us post number 61. And then it's the exact same one that he just posted just a second before this. Please refer back, collect my crumbs. We've anticipated social media blackouts. This is what happens as the arrests start happening, right? And then we are expecting periodic outages. If this doesn't signal what's happening, I don't know what will. Okay, then he does another one. And this time it's from Gunderson, and he describes this sky activity as death dumps, which I probably can go ahead and say that. Today, he echoed the claims of former FBI Special Agent Ted Gunderson, who revealed that what he referred to as death dumps are happening globally by unmarked planes. Shortly after he released this bombshell, he passed away, and his death attributed officially to bladder cancer, but many people suspect he had been poisoned. Now, Junior has promised that he will put an end to this and declares it's been overlooked for far too long. That is very, very exciting. We are so happy that he came across the aisle to form this unity coalition government, and let's hope that this all goes according to plan. I do believe it will. It's very exciting, folks. So, we got 2 minutes and 17 seconds, and then you go, okay, that's 120 seconds plus 17, that's 137 seconds. And this, again, is just a list of central banks. We've had this one before. It's kind of a placeholder, but that's fine. So then we have Zuck admitting that he was involved in hiding very critical information. He admits that he covered up this particular thing containing the evidence of very extreme stuff. And then we read the next sentence there, that he's enabled certain crimes to happen worldwide. And then they say he isn't sorry for censoring you. He's sorry that he got caught. So then we have Rudy Giuliani talking about all this stuff and how this all traces back to him. The video leads us to number 67, which is really, really large. So I had to break it up into 2 pieces. And again, it's so big, I don't know if I need to read the whole thing, but where are these 2 guys? Did one or both of them escape the country and get let out? Where was this other guy? Where was he yesterday? What is the difference between a commercial or private flight for your security clearance? Who is the head of the TSA? Which party did he contribute to? What is his particular interest when you're researching this? I guess they're saying that it's all part of the inside and they're using this for their own purposes. How does HS, I'm not sure what that is, intersect with TSA? What updated protocols were put in place to prevent inbound, outbound targets? What local airports are in proximity to DC? What happened shortly after this event, specifically with all aircraft? Well, they all got, grounded. We know that. Who was authorized to leave? Only one plane was authorized during this mandatory forced grounding. Who specifically authorized this? Probably somebody in TSA. What airport did it take place at? And I've heard about this story before. Supposedly, one of the members of the family of the guy that they blamed for doing this was actually on this plane, and they took off right after it happened. And so that's a very, very treasonous type of thing. Anyway, let's go back and read some more. What airport did the departure take place at? Why is this relevant? How does it tie together? His plane has military escorts, i.e. tags, and is being diverted or forced down. Short delay. This will be leaked. Watch the news. Have faith. What fake news anchor will not be on the air tonight? Well, they already talked about the anchors. And we do have a comment came in from Lion Media. He says, the Matrix is real. God or Satan is AI created by humans in the future. The key is to exit into the hyperdimensional source field via light and vibration. Jesus was the first and became the way. Well, I would say God is not an AI, but Satan definitely is. So thank you for that, Lion Media, and thank you for the donation. Let's go back to our slide now. Okay. So, it says here, this will be leaked. Watch the news, have faith. Fake news anchor not on the air tonight. They just showed you the guy from Fox. Why is this relevant? What was stated in the past? Where did $18 billion go and why? Can it be used by bad actors for escapes, bribes? Well, that's exactly what happened. Escape, rogue contractors, etc. Is it a slush fund? Did the U.S. government seize, stop, or track other funds that prevent or create a risk to operate? Why did Jared K. travel to this particular country recently? What are they known for? You can do the math on that. Where do the biggest donations originate from? Probably that country. Why is this relevant? What else is relevant? Are they a safe harbor, port of transfer? Why was there recently a smear campaign against Jared and POTUS? Why is the timing important? Who released the article? And they call themselves wizards and warlocks. They say, our council cannot be defeated. Nice view up here. Ah, right. Because what did they do before? They posted that image 130 of the view out of the airplane window. So this threads very nicely. Again, they meant us to read this, and they're just talking about how things work on the inside here. All right, so then the next one that we have is very strange. Freaked out a lot of people, actually, who were reading this online. I read the comments on this one. Strange contractors with strange uniforms that are not part of the U.S. military at all, saluting this particular individual. And it says, who are these people? So one of the things that everybody commented on in the comments that I was reading is that there's supposed to be this is in front of like some type of helicopter that he's going to ride on. They're both supposed to have exactly the same uniforms. But what we see is the guy on the right has some kind of black leather utility belt, and the guy on the left does not. They have these strange badges, these strange patches. That is not the U.S. military, folks. That is some type of strange paramilitary organization because, again, he's not being supported by the U.S. military at all. They have cut the cords. So what the hell is this? Is this UN? Is this, DS? I mean, it's something really, really creepy, and they pointed that out. And again, this is the sign, or one of the signs, that we're right near the end here. Big stuff is getting ready to happen, folks, so buckle your seatbelt. It is on like the proverbial Donkey Kong. Then on TG, they posted a lightning strike. This was yet another David endorsement because I've been talking in multiple past shows about lightning being the representation of divine energy coming into material form. And we talked about the Tower of Destruction card in the Tarot, that the lightning strikes the tower, it knocks off the crown, if you remember, and then the king and queen are falling to their doom. It represents the overthrow of corrupt kings and queens. We also showed you crop formations that use the Hebrew symbol called the Yod, Y-O-D, which looks like a little piece of elbow pasta. And then those formations the Yods were in these images of like galactic DNA. So lightning is something I've talked about quite a bit. It is a direct message in the tarot cards about divine energy overthrowing corrupt rulership. And here they show this, and it's correlated with New York City, and later posts they're going to do. So this is very exciting. They posted lightning. It's another endorsement. Thank you, guys. And the video is 13 seconds long, which we've done in previous weeks. So there it is again. You got to start with 11 and 12. And it says, again, military intelligence versus these other groups who have no approval, congressional oversight. Who is the commander-in-chief of these organizations? The ones that are the good guys, right? And under what articles could he impose takeover investigations for these agencies? What conditions must present? Why is this so very important? Who surrounds him? They lost this one very important power, the one area of the government that is not corrupt and directly serves him. That's 11. Then 12 says, this military intelligence referred to above is absolutely the biggest inside drop you will ever receive on this board. And now think about why this negative group plays right into the plan. We are always ahead. And again, they remind you the good guys are winning. So anybody who says they're not, or that these little rogue groups are going to be able to stop this plan, nope, not true. Not true at all. Don't believe it. This is the only authorized source of information, folks. Think about the timing of POTUS traveling to China and SK. I've said too much. God bless you. That's 13. So again, we already ran through that pattern of those three in previous ones, and now they're showing you lightning. Lightning suggests the storm is upon us. They're getting ready to do something. They're getting ready to do the kinetic activity like lightning that in the Tower of Destruction card, what does it do? Again, it overthrows the corrupt kings and queens. They fall to their doom. So that's what's getting ready to happen. Then they confirm the honeypot once again. If you were researching that photo, you say, yeah, you know what? She looks pretty convincing. She looks like somebody that you could get swayed by if she comes up to you all sexy and stuff. Well, sure enough, they confirmed that that's what she's up to. So once again, Vagilitsa here. I really shouldn't use names. I'm sorry. Vavilova, the crypto coach, has mysteriously vanished after reportedly traveling with the said individual was recently arrested in Paris. Her family's been unable to locate her since his arrest. There's been no confirmation that she was also arrested. Right. Why would they need to arrest their own operative? She once disclosed on Twitch how she used cryptocurrency to bypass Russian sanctions, which is an ironic twist considering that they are now using cryptocurrency for their own international transactions to skirt sanctions. She also just so happens to speak up to 4 languages: English, Spanish, Arabic, and Russian, which fits the profile of a spy. Honeypot confirmed Which intelligence agency was she working for? So if you see these beautiful doe eyes looking at you like this, and she's all sexy, and she just suddenly is massively attracted to you, don't fall for it, you guys. Whatever it is, right now, I would not take on any new romantic involvement. If you're working for the Alliance, you're on the front lines, suspect everything, okay? But you can still scientifically examine the picture. I mean, that's okay. Anyway, this is a great one. Post number 38. And this, again, shows we're really right near something happening. 4 carriers and escorts in the Pacific. Why is that relevant? To prevent others from attempting to harm us? Or would it be all 3, Russia, China, etc.? Think logically about the timing of what's happening, increased military movements, National Guard deployments, false you-know-whats. And then lastly, we'll read the whole thing at the end here, up close. Think logically about the timing of what's happening. And they're asking you to do that right now. Notice that there is increased military movement. Deployments are starting tomorrow. Note these events. And most importantly, prepare messages of reassurance based on what we dropped for different platforms. The calm before the storm. Messages of reassurance means we're going to be okay. It's not doom and gloom. Clean and swift. No war, no civil unrest. That's what we're expecting. So just don't freak out. It's all going to be fine, but we are getting very close now. Then we see, thankfully, patriots in the state of Pennsylvania blocked this attempt to shut down an Amish farm. And I'm glad for that. Owned by Amos Miller, farmer in Lancaster, Pennsylvania, had his farm raided by the Department of Agriculture earlier this year, and they seized thousands of dollars worth of food. Despite the raid, they couldn't provide a single piece of evidence showing anyone in Pennsylvania or anywhere else has ever been harmed by any one of these products. This is a powerful win for food freedom and the rights of farmers. Well, I don't want to put the wet blanket on this, but I will say that my mom had a friend named Hope that she knew from college, and we went to Hope's farm because Hope was a farmer in way upstate New York, way high up in upstate New York. And I drank raw milk that had come right out of the cow into the bucket into a glass that I drank, and I got a hives outbreak. So it can happen. But I think that, the decision to do raw dairy is a personal decision. And many, many people are able to do it without having any problem. And I think you should have the freedom to decide if you want to try it. So, no big deal. But this is a win for freedom, and I'm very grateful for that. This one had 1.6 million views. And again, 120 seconds is 2 minutes, plus 50 is 170. And then we got 2 of them here side by side. The 170 says, why am I here? Why is this relevant? What does it infer? And then he posts the same thing 3 times in a row after that. Good will always defeat evil. So once again, you look at this. What he's saying is, don't worry about it. We're going to be fine. It's not doom and gloom. It's not the end of the world. Everybody's going to be okay. So just relax. And why is he doing this? He's doing this because he's saving the country. Okay, then we have Tulsi, who reveals that there are people running the country who were never elected. And she's great, by the way. She just dropped a bombshell that a shadowy group of unelected folks featuring various names is actually secretly in charge. Then she goes on further, accusing a certain individual of turning a certain organization into a weapon for the MIC, and that they have a dangerous agenda to try to drag us into a perpetual world war. This is precisely why 45 selected her as a part of his transition team. Way to go on that. She is awesome. Beautiful and awesome. 2.2 million views. Then we got 1 minute 38 seconds, gives us 98 here. And it's kind of a big one here, a bunch of graphics. This is somebody that tied all the different pieces together in one big thing. And they said, yeah, we like this. The graphic is good. Please update it as we keep posting. Continue to log it. So this is, again, like a message to me. And if there's anybody else like me doing this, they're saying, yes, please continue to update. I'm going to try to do that as much as I can. We'll have another show next Sunday. This is more important than you know. Review each sentence we give you after things happen. They already told us to look out for this weekend. Big picture, signatures have necessary meaning. And they use these terms they've used many times before. Then we see he was indicted again, and they're setting up this future arrest where he's going to be jailed, I guess, in September. Try to make you as angry as possible. Apparently, they've prepared for all this. It's not going to be a big deal. Just 2 months beforehand, he's been indicted yet again by a grand jury in D.C. at the request of this said individual who appears to be challenging the authority of the Supreme Court. Well, they're so desperate. They got to try something. They're willing to do anything. They don't even care if it's legal or not. Whatever. Just try everything. This latest indictment even cites his X account as evidence that he aimed to challenge what happened back in 20. At this point, it says he's exhausted all legal avenues to resolve the situation, and we all know what happens next. That is a nail-biter, folks, because especially later on, you're going to see this post about the National Guard in New York. Yikes. So, you know, they're probably going to try to get things to be very destabilized by then, and that's going to be before whatever they're planning to do on October the 7th. So you can start to see the layout of what we may be expecting here. I would ask you not to freak about it. They clearly are telling you this in advance because they want you to know that it's going to be okay if this happens. It'll create outrage, which is useful, and will lead to the big one, actually, is what I think is going to happen. So we see 238,000 views, and the video is exactly 107 seconds long, and it says, code, may God also grant us all of the wisdom to ask, or may God also grant all of us the wisdom to ask what concrete steps we can take to reduce the violence and the weaponry in our midst. Note when we just sent the go orders and when this went live. Is that a coincidence? Pray. So yes, they're getting ready to go live, and they're asking each of us to do what we can on our own to try to figure out how we can make this thing safer, how we can make it better for people, how we can not have to go through as much pain in this process. But they're telling you what the future is going to look like. They're telling you to expect an arrest. And then later on, you'll see they're telling you they've already got these soldiers in New York ready to try to quell whatever uprising from people on the right that you would naturally expect. People are going to be really pissed. And there's a lot of people in New York that are now on the right, and they're going to be really pissed. So again, do what you can to try to stop the riots from happening. This is all part of the plan. There's supposed to be a public outrage, yes, but we don't want the big riots. We don't want people getting crazy. Don't act like it's the end of the world. Just calm down, relax. It's all part of what they know is going to need to happen. This next one is extremely troublesome as well. Again, fear-oriented, but I don't think anything bad is going to happen. The first strike doctrine has now been signed off on by these guys in that country. They've delivered a chilling warning to the West, amending their doctrine to allow for a first strike if they perceive themselves to be under serious threat. This move comes as they're accusing West of plotting to use this various country as a staging ground to eliminate them, destabilize their regime, and seize their natural resources. Do I think this is going to happen? No. This is another fear-oriented post. But again, this type of stuff, these headlines are intended to shock us into an awakening, to get us to be less complacent, to get us off of our seats, and to get us out there doing things like they just said we should be doing. So again, ETs, there's positive angelic beings that are making sure there will never be a nuclear war. So I really wouldn't put this as a very high likelihood of being real. But these stories need to be out there to get people out of their slumber and shock them into awakening, which is all I think that really is. Okay? So don't be afraid. And again, we got 2 minutes, which is 120 seconds, and then plus 7, 2 minutes, 7 seconds is 127. And then they had just talked about that graphic. Well, now they're talking about the graphic again. The graphic is your key. Let's pause and say hello to the rogue agencies that currently monitor this. Was all the money you spent trying to fight us worth it? Titanic. Well, that means these agencies are sinking like the Titanic, which is, again, the lightning-struck tower. So everything that they link to is very nicely integrated. And again, they're going down like the Titanic. Nothing is going to stop this. Nothing can stop what is coming. Okay. This one is very interesting. This one really caught my eye as a UFO guy. I loved this. I couldn't wait to tell you this one because it looks like some type of classified UFO type of technology got shot down. It says, you can barely read it here, but this was spotted in 3 European countries, Germany, Belgium, and France. And you watch the video, it's 10 seconds long, and it does not look like a meteorite at all. Meteorites or bolides do not have all this complex color. I mean, some of them might, but it could be a bolide. Yeah, okay, maybe. But I would be more willing to think that at this point it's part of a secret war in space between the Alliance and the bad guys, and that somebody's craft got shot down. And again, over Germany, Belgium, and France is a huge area. So this is showing us again, get ready for UFO type of events in the sky, you know, blue beam type of stuff. Who knows what the heck this is going to be. But 10 seconds gives us post number 10, which is one that we don't usually see. But I've actually, no, we do. We've seen it many times before. And I'm just going to read the one at the bottom, this paragraph here. So it says again, good people were forced into bed with this evil under personal and family threats. Could you live with yourself helping to cover up these evil, despicable acts if you were given a safe way out, which obviously is what they're doing. They are giving people a safe way out. So once again, they're saying, you know, no matter how deeply involved in this you are, even if you feel like you're buried up to your eyeballs in this stuff and there's no way out, there is a way out. The Alliance can help you, and you're given a safe way out. So, again, it says these people worship Satan, and some of them will, in fact, openly demonstrate that. So you don't need to live with yourself helping to cover this up. There is a safe way out, and I'm sure that you will find that if you're in that position. So, and this goes for anybody, all the way up the food chain. I'm talking about anybody. There's always a safe way out. Then we see in this particular country that certain weapons are under development. That's a really big no-no. And this particular government is sounding the alarm, claiming that blood and tissue samples were sent from this particular center to other labs located and connected with the Pentagon. These samples were allegedly used to develop and refine certain types of things that could target populations, and that raises serious concern about the potential for warfare. Was this the same playbook that was used in the past? Well, they're giving you the answer. It's a rhetorical question. It's like, yeah, we already know that it was, so that's why we brought that up in the first place. Okay. So then we see it's got 500,000 views, and the video is 42 seconds long, and it says, we serve at the pleasure of the president, right there. So that one checks out perfectly well. Everything's going to be fine. Then we have yet another lightning strike, again on the alternative platform. I couldn't really take a picture of it because the lightning, you have to hit play, and then anyway, if you play this video, there's really, really dramatic lightning that hits the top of the mountain above where those clouds are, and it goes through the entire frickin' sky. It's almost purplish. And so once again, yet again, they use the motif of lightning, which is a direct tie-in to stuff that I've been talking about in many previous shows. So thank you guys again for the endorsement. Thank you in the Alliance for I'm fixing my shirt here. Thank you for the endorsement. The lightning means that the corrupt kings and queens are falling from power, and it means the storm has arrived. Kinetic events are incoming, and they show it specifically in Guatemala. I don't know why yet, but maybe we'll find out. And also, as an extra bonus, it's 25 seconds long, which is a great one. All of this has meaning. Everything that we have stated, this is big picture stuff. Few positions allow for this direct knowledge. The proof will begin on 11.3, and then probably again a message to me and others like me doing this. We sincerely appreciate the work you are doing. Keep up the good fight. The flow of information is vital. God bless you. So the proof will begin. The lightning will strike. The big one is coming. It's very exciting. That's why I need to get a vacation in now before anything else happens in October. So I haven't had a vacation in 3 years. Then they say that 94 banks in the U.S. are at serious risk of having bank runs. It says this right here. As Warren Buffett sells another $981 million of Bank of America shares, bringing his total sell-off to $5 billion since the second quarter, 94 U.S. banks face a high risk of bank runs by uninsured depositors. The 94 banks, let's get that going like that. The 94 banks include 7 U.S. financial giants who have all reported a 50% or higher ratio of uninsured deposits. Yeah, this makes me feel great. Oof. Bank of New York Mellon is 100% uninsured. State Street, 92.8%. Northern Trust, 73.9%. Citibank, 72.5%. JP Morgan, 51.7%. U.S. Bank at 50.4%. The first bank failure of the year Republic First was at 51.5. All of these banks are at serious risk of a run by uninsured depositors. Well, I believe if this happens, you're going to be okay, so I don't recommend doing any bank runs or selling anything. I would just say keep your money where it is because they're going to have paperwork. The alliance is going to fill all this stuff out. Is there actually going to be some type of big financial event? I don't know. I mean, it's really freaky. Let's hope this is not going to actually happen. But again, I'm not going to be moving my money anywhere. I believe that if you keep good paperwork, keep good receipts, use printed receipts. That's why they always try to get me to have digital statements. I say, no, I want you to send me stuff in the mail by paper. I want a paper statement every month that says how much is in there so I can take that piece of paper. And if this stuff ever happens, I'm going to say, that's how much you guys owe me once they get bailed out again, which they probably will. It's all going to be fine. But yeah, we could be looking at, among all the other things that could happen, a very scary financial event. Not exactly reassuring. But again, I'm not going to do a bank run. I'm keeping my money where it belongs. I don't think it's any better to have it in a bunch of commodities or whatever. You need to have money in the bank to do anything with your life. The video is 211 seconds long, and they directly reference SpaceX, which they'd also talked about how he prevented a war. So this, once again, looks very deliberate, and I'm glad they did that. So then we have another one about a U.S. jet going down in this particular country, which shouldn't really be there. This region is controlled by Iranian-backed militants. Footage reveals his parachute deployed after the crash, but the fate is unknown. They are scrambling to confirm his status. Why was there a U.S. aircraft in this hostile territory in the first place? Well, you can speculate wildly about what that might be. Were they helping these people? Do they want these people to help them in the future with this stuff that they're trying to do here? I don't know. I mean, anything's possible, but it is really weird, isn't it? It's an off-the-books type of thing that shouldn't have happened. And then again, almost every post has a video, which means all of them have to be linked to a post. And this is another really classic one we've read many times. World stalemate. We have all the goods on everyone else. That's very important. There's nothing they can do. There's nowhere to run. There's nowhere to hide because the military has all this stuff. That's part of the reason why some things that tie back to foreign heads of state will have to remain classified. Because again, if they didn't do that, nobody would be able to run their countries, right? It's that corrupt. We are in one of the most critical times of our country. They're speaking to us in the now. And that is very true. 45 and others are working to balance what we're doing for America, for the common person to endorse. At the same time, we want to purify the government and, this is key, remove the bad actors who are entrenched. There is so much string pulling and blackmail that we need to cut these off to truly gain the power granted to us by patriots and hardworking people in this great country. There you go. Now, this was probably the most amazing, shocking, mind-blowing, exciting part of the whole week for me because of what he posted and these memes that were so provocative, as you can see right here. This got me up off my seat. I was so excited, I just started yelling. In my mind, I probably didn't do it out loud, but in my mind, I'm having this like, oh my God, I'm so excited. It was so crazy. We're at the 4-hour mark. I think we can get it done in a half an hour. So we'll keep it to 4.5 hours. So he sparked intrigue on his own platform today by retruthing a series of cryptic posts, including, "The world will soon understand." That does not mean a normal November. That means something unusual, something like lightning, something very amazing is coming, and nothing can stop that event. And then they even gave you the symbol in his left hand, which is the call sign alongside mogul attached to the president on the military-grade communications forum. They've just admitted, oh my God, this is why I almost wanted to yell. They've just admitted that that communications forum is real, that it's military-grade communications, and that is his call sign assigned to him personally. And then they say another post carried this message. So this got me so excited, folks. 1.3 million views. It deserved it. Let's zoom in on it even more. You can see the symbol in his right hand. Most importantly is the world will soon understand. So this is another astounding alliance endorsement And actually, there's another one right after this as well. But again, what are they doing? They're endorsing the fact that, yes, we were behind that military-grade communication. We're doing it now through this. It's everything I've been telling you. And he himself posted it on his own platform. So, whoa. And he's not even worried anymore, right? Like, wouldn't you think he's worried that, like, oh, you know, well, they're going to hate me in the media. They're going to say, oh, my God, it's a conspiracy theory. They don't even care. We're so far along now and where this thing is going that they don't even care about making that announcement. It's like, yeah, we'll tell you, sure, that the world will soon understand. And he's got this letter in his hand, just like the letter I got right behind me here, you know? So, holy crap, I got so excited about this, I almost wanted to jump up and run around. And then they gave, right after this, the very next one was a stunning endorsement for me and for what I had just talked about last week. And thank you guys once again. Thank you guys in the Alliance for making it all worth it for me to keep doing this, risking my life, dealing with haters who we're going to have to file lawsuits against in some cases because they are so over the top and violent. It's just ridiculous what I've had to put up with. It is ridiculous. And he laughs and mocks me. It's like, come on, dude. Is it really worth trashing your whole life over this and losing all your money, losing your property? I don't know. I mean, somebody really enjoys doing this, so there you go. So last week, this is the astounding endorsement. Last week I told you that this person was asked to run by the military, and the very next post after they say nothing can stop what's coming and the world will soon understand, the very next post was what I told you at the beginning, where Corsi reveals that he was in fact asked to run. And he actually posted this video on his platform. I mean, like, oh my God. I just talked about this. You think maybe they know who I am? You think maybe they know what I'm doing? You think maybe they support it? You better believe it. Anybody that tries to say they hate me, it's nonsense. It's disinformation. They keep giving me endorsements basically every week, which is part of why I keep doing this and risking my life to keep doing this, despite the fact that he was shot at. This is what I feel I need to do, and they keep giving me all these props, to use a rap term. So yeah, thank you guys very much. This was totally amazing. Totally amazing. Wow. It said he retruthed a meme today that said, retruth if you want a public event. You can read that with a message on the top reading, all roads lead to this particular individual. So this meme that he retruthed actually was a video. And in the video, this person, Jerome, predicted that he would launch a counterattack involving these public events that would go against certain top figures for high-level crimes like treason. Wow. I mean, my goodness. I was so grateful that they did this, and it says right there, retruth if you want to see this, and he reposted this. So again, thank you to the Alliance for your help. This was probably one of the most stunning endorsements they've ever given me. The other one that they had that was so amazing was, again, the woman who, Jan Bravo, was I think that was her name, right? Or anyway, oh no, Carol Rosin. Jan Bravo was another woman involved in Disclosure Project. Carol Rosin, who worked for the guy from NASA, Werner von Braun, and he on his deathbed told her that the final card was going to be a fake alien invasion. And I talked about that on my show, and then they actually posted about it like 2 or 3 times. This is another really shocking endorsement from the Alliance. So thank you guys again. Thank you for doing that. Thank you for being so supportive, regardless of whatever opposition I get. I truly appreciate it, and I will make it up to you. I'm going to work as hard as I can. Whatever you guys need me to do, I'll do it. So you have my promise on that. I'm not going to stop. So the video is 241 seconds long. This is a new one I had to take a picture of. It says White House party with 400 plus guests. Somebody obviously posted insider pics from this. Whoever posted these pics did not take into account many White House public and private security cameras, which can triangulate and time log identify who actually took the picture. We will investigate. Think. So again, what are they saying? They're saying in this case, they've got the devices of these 61,000 people that came over here, that spread out into different states, that might be getting ready to do something maybe on October the 7th, although that date's been blown Maybe it'll be a different date now. I don't know. But they're giving you a healthy warning, which is, we know what you're doing. We're going to stop it. And then they immediately do the next post, which is an example of what's being done, where these individuals seized an apartment complex in Colorado. I mean, this is freaking crazy. You look at this video, they're carrying full-blown machine guns, and they're in an apartment complex in Aurora. This gang completely seized control of the whole facility. They apparently originated from V through this open policy, and they're deeply involved in human smuggling, brutal violence, money laundering, and illicit drug trafficking. They are heavily armed, and they are poised to launch attacks. My goodness. And then look at him. There he is carrying this thing around. So again, they had just said, hey, we know where everybody's stuff is. You can't do anything without us knowing what you're doing. So I do believe it's, as I said, no war, no civil unrest, clean and swift. But then the video's 45 seconds long, leading us to the same post that we've seen so many times, which again, all we're really looking at now is the last part of it, which is who is attempting to change the narrative to soften acts that are forthcoming this weekend. So once again, they built up this coming weekend. So I don't know what's going to happen this coming week. The last time it was Kennedy Jr. Something exciting is going to happen this weekend. They're definitely building up a lot of enthusiasm for this. And whatever it is will probably make it harder for these gangs to get done their agenda. It's going to shock you, so get ready for Thursday, Friday-ish of this coming week. I don't know what it's going to be yet, but we'll report on it next Sunday. And they do another thing about these gangs, that they apparently were tainting meat, in this case coming out of Virginia, with the widely known company Boar's Head. Shocking documents reveal federal inspectors uncovered a disturbing number of violations at this facility, which was the epicenter of a deadly deli meat recall. Ooh. Listeriosis outbreak has already claimed at least 9 lives, sickened dozens more. New fatalities reported in Florida, Tennessee, New Mexico, and South Carolina. They found mold, mildew, and insects reportedly infesting the site, raising alarms about their safety standards. This company is a member of the Tent Coalition in the U.S., and they have been involved in efforts to hire, train, and mentor certain individuals. Right. This marks the largest listeriosis outbreak since the devastating 2011 incident linked to tainted cantaloupes. So again, guess who is working there, and are they doing something? And thankfully it got stopped, but it did actually cause at least 9 deaths and dozens more people to be sickened in these countries. So thankfully, if this does happen, they stop it quickly, but they're tracing back to where they want you to believe this came from. And now we're right back up to 33 seconds, which is a classic post. Once again, he says, I'm hopeful my time here was not wasted. Note there are hardly any shills, and that's true. I hardly have any, just this one guy, really. There's a reason for that. Everything is being monitored, recorded, and analyzed, and we don't want the clutter. Take good care, and God bless. The very next one they do is talking about a major new effort to locate 300,000 missing individuals. Retired ICE Director Tom Hogan has revealed that under a new administration there will be a major operation launched to locate and rescue 300,000 missing individuals that have occurred during this past period of time. This is an urgent mission that current government agencies have obviously neglected. 330,000 views, it's very good, and it's 70 seconds long. So, we'll read through this one, and I'm running out of time, but we're getting near the end. Hopefully I won't have to go too far over. I think we'll be fine. We got, 18 minutes. Why did Jared travel to this country recently? What are they known for? We already read that one. And they even said repost, and sure enough, it was already posted before. Safe harbor, port of transfer, etc. So they want you to really see this. Why was there a smear campaign against Jared in 45? But then they have a new one on post 70 as well. Martial law was declared in this country. Why is this relevant? Well, again, MBS, Mohammed bin Salman, overthrew the negative elements in his country around the time of the shootings in Vegas. So then how much money was donated to various foundations, CF, John M., etc., etc.? What other bad actors were paid off by this country before this overthrow took place? Why did this family come out recently against him? Who is good? What are the laws in this country versus ours regarding charged criminals? What information might they have gained from these detainees? Why is this important? And this country arrows to the U.S. What force is actively deployed over there? Oh, National Guard? So yeah, there was a counter coup and everything got taken care of. Have faith. These crumbs in time will equate to the biggest drops ever disclosed in our history. They already said that before, so that checks out again. Remember, disinformation is real. God bless Alice in Wonderland, The Great Awakening. Very interesting. Then they say that this particular family was left with only 3 outposts in the U.S. This is obviously the alliance's doing. This family is drastically pulling back in North America. They have plans to close their office in Chicago, following a troubling drop in the volume of their deals, how much money they're making. And their Miami office suddenly had to shut down barely a year after it opened. Very interesting. Now they will only have 3 U.S. outposts, New York, L.A., and Boston, and it raises questions about the future of their operations. And this had 1.4 million views. It correlates with a certain post the same day where it says, a spokesman declined to comment, only 3 left. So clearly this is their doing. It's the result of these sanctions, executive orders that were passed. They don't want these guys to be able to fund their own operations anymore. Then this is so funny. She got fact-checked. Said that she was flipping burgers at Mickey D's. Turns out that was a lie. Oh my God. Who would lie about something so stupid? She got hilariously fact-checked by both Snopes and McDonald's after claiming she had worked at this fast food chain. They quickly, pun intended, flipped the script, confirming they have no record of her flipping burgers, at least not at the time and place she says. Well, these people lie so much, they can't even remember, like, did I really do that, or was that just the narrative that we're told to say? Come on. I mean, lying about that is so ridiculous. It's so silly. And then we see she claims she worked there in college. Here's what we really know, says Snopes, research in progress. And then the video is 44 seconds long. And once again, they set up next Friday. So wow, setting an important message by X. Friday's going to be awesome. I don't know what's going to happen this coming week, but I'm on the edge of my seat waiting for it. Then they talk about, again, it might be related to this crisis. They say it's about to spiral out of control. The other one correlated with that. He just issued a chilling warning about the crisis, predicting it's about to spiral out of control. He pointed to a gang rampage in Denver where armed thugs had machine guns. Says this is a grim preview of what is still to come and that it could spread to other states. And this is, again, there's this really scary chatter about something possibly happening on October the 7th. Well, that's what we seem to be dealing with here. Meanwhile, the Mexican border state of Chihuahua is on high alert, bracing for the arrival of a brutal gang that's reportedly making its way through the region and are planning to storm into the U.S. near El Paso. Keep everything close. Yeah, you get it. 31 seconds. That's another one that we just read, and so I'm not going to read it again because we just read it. World stalemate. We have all the goods on everyone else. One of the most critical times of our country to remove the bad actors who are entrenched. We have to cut off the strings to regain the power that we should be voting for. So this is definitely getting ready to happen, folks. Then we see this particular network was caught labeling a stage interview as if it was actually live. They got caught red-handed. The entire interview was fake and staged, and the performance was so bad afterwards that this particular meme came out where he's dressed up like an emotional support animal. I had to throw that in there. And then this was also circulating as a meme, this very cringy face that she had in the middle of the interview. You got to be careful what faces you make in the middle of while you're talking on video, because people can pause that and then make it look all embarrassing like this. It's only a split second, but it's funny. Next one we see, major blackout in this country that starts with V, they keep mentioning. It's now, and remember, this is where we're getting all these people coming from. So this might have been the alliance. I don't know. This blackout is currently affecting all electricity and all cell phones. Well, that's what we're expecting, right? So is this a precursor event to something that might happen here? Perhaps yes. Maybe there's some arrests going on that we're not going to find out about right away. Maybe that's what this is about. The government is all pissed off. They're pointing their finger, blaming this large-scale nationwide outage on sabotage by foreign governments, i.e., it's probably the alliance. Eric Prince told the protesters in there that this would be happening just 2 weeks ago. So there you go. That is very likely a telegraphing of what's going to get ready to happen here. So again, don't believe for a minute that this is all just stuff that's hyperbolic and none of this is ever going to go anywhere. We are definitely leading up to very exciting things happening. And we see that it's 50 seconds long. It's footage of the blackout, post number 50. And it's the big drop. And then at the bottom here, who controls NK? Who really controls this country? Don't think of a single person. Think of a powerful entity. Why is this important? Well, this is, again, the powers that were. Who benefits? Why do they benefit from wars? And who can be held hostage and controlled through these miniature weapons? So this is, again, showing us that there could be all different types of scares could be getting ready to happen as we get towards the end here. Just be ready for anything. And then were these gangs in Colorado actually being funded by the usual suspects? Maybe yes, because the mayor of this town himself went on the air with Fox, dropping a bombshell. Here he is on that network, okay? Just go back again. Suggesting that the gangs seizing control of these buildings may have been bankrolled. They have overrun several buildings and they are extorting people for rent money as ransom. My God. Thankfully, it's not happening around here. I think we'd have the right answer if they tried to show up here, but, we'll just leave it at that. This has escalated far beyond an open border crisis. Where did they get their weapons from? I guess they just gave us the answer in the first paragraph. God, I mean, can't we just be through with all this stuff? I'm so sick of this stuff, man. It's like, enough is enough, you guys, really. And then we got 252 seconds on that, leads us to post 252, where this particular organization that's red is corrupt and it's being used as a piggy bank. Future topic, diseases are being created by certain groups. These are families, and they are doing population stuff, and they're making billions. Think about various things in the past. This is a relevant future topic, and then they again refer to the Roths and say, fly away, fly away. And they had just said that they got shut down. There's only 3 places they're operating in America now. So all this seems to be very interconnected. This was a very sad video I didn't even want to watch. I actually didn't watch it, where she was getting beaten up by a gang. 2 men brutally assaulted her simply because she was a supporter who ended up on the wrong side of town. She was bleeding from her legs and elbow while wearing a particular shirt. They unleashed a torrent of racist and violent slurs, is why I didn't watch it, attacking her for her orientations. The mainstream media has now completely normalized this kind of behavior. So yeah, you can watch it if you want to. I didn't. It would make me too angry. I couldn't handle it. Make me want to fight. So again, here are more pictures of the victim after she was bloodied. You can clearly see that she is a supporter. And the video was 21 seconds. And we already read this one before again too. I've dumped some crumbs like this over the weekend, which started intense shilling. At this point, we are far enough along that we can paint the picture without jeopardizing our operation. That's exciting. Something's getting ready to happen. And again, we see these guys are robbing people's houses, this time by posing as Amazon. So if somebody knocks on the door and you didn't order a package, do not answer the door. They have previously posed as Amazon workers in Colorado, violently breaking into people's homes, carrying out robberies. Witness how they employed this strategy to target American citizens. So don't answer the door if somebody shows up doing that. And again, we got the video 21 seconds. We just read that one, so I'm not going to read it again. Then we have this CEO who was involved in reverse aging technology. At the forefront of potentially reversing aging, he suddenly passed away. This is another reason why I got freaked out this week. Like, man, they're just knocking off people left and right now. Yikes, okay. Just before his interview could be published, doing the same kind of thing we want to do with medbeds. In this case, he had a new drug designed to lengthen your telomere caps on your stem cells, and it showed astonishing healing results in dogs. They were going to start doing human trials in 2025. But just before his interview comes out, boom, he dies. Yeah, I mean, doing the forbidden technology, life extension, free energy, anti-gravity, this is the most dangerous stuff you can do. And so the video was 58 seconds long, and post 58 is right here. And this is one that we've read before as well, so I'm not going to go through all this again, but it's about undisclosed trips to Saudi, and why would you go there in person, face-to-face, versus phone calls? Well, again, this is because there's weird collusion going on with the Middle East in various places, and it all has to do with this particular brotherhood of a particular religion and how they're infiltrating, if you look at the bottom of the first paragraph. That's part of what this is all about. This is something that'll make your blood boil. Good old Aunt Nancy announces there's a free-for-all coming in. I couldn't even believe this. She just told Bill Maher she wants him to have all free housing and that we get to pay for it. Oh my God. Yeah, how about no? 3 million views. Can you even believe she has the audacity to go on television and say this? Wow. That makes me feel not too bad about the threat that I'm in. I'll tell you what. We just saw this before. We've done this one before. Post 128. Once again, it says it's a whole big collection of all the posts they'd made up until then. Trip added coordinated effort to misdirect, guide to reading the crumbs necessary to continue. Notice the letters they're highlighting. It's the company. Attached graphic is correct. Linked graphics are incorrect and false. Da, da, da. So, and then it says da 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 is, and then the one in the middle it says here. Disinformation is real, disinformation is necessary. So they're reminding us of that again. Learn how to distinguish between relevant and non-relevant news. So they've given us news that is not relevant, things that are not really going to happen. But you have to distinguish between those two things. Disinformation is real. So some of the stuff they're telling us, like maybe these nuclear threats, they're not really going to happen. But they gotta put some of that stuff out anyway. Then it says, what is a spell? Who is asleep? Dissemination. They have to disseminate this disinformation sometimes. Attention on deck. There's an active war on your mind. Be prepared. Operations are underway. Operators are active. It says P-R-A-Y or pray. Graphic is essential. Find the keystone. So again, there's stuff behind the scenes. They're not going to tell you everything out front. You got to read between the lines. Moves and counter moves. They never thought she, i.e. HRC, would lose. Okay. Then this is the one that's so upsetting that he might be taken to jail in New York City in September. Yeah, we might be getting ready for that. And again, disinformation is necessary. Don't worry about it. They know this is going to happen apparently because they're telling you. Federal law enforcement agents are circulating a powerful rumor that the National Guard has begun deploying in hotels around New York City's courthouse. The reason, he is reportedly set to be sentenced in September and he might end up getting taken straight to jail. So this particular very brave guy does this video where he's openly getting in their face and confronting them. That's his face on the left. And he's talking to them saying, what are you guys doing here? You know, it's pretty intense. I don't think I'd be this brave to confront soldiers the way he did, but he did that. It's 48 seconds, leads us to post number 48. Another one that we've seen many times before. What is a certain type of clearance and what does that explicitly refer to? Well, that's where the posts are coming from. Department of Energy. Who would have the goods on U1? Does stating that letter refer that the person works in the DOE? No. Does it refer, yes, that someone dropping this information has the highest level of security within all departments? Yes. Why is this relevant? Well, this is the group that's actually doing the disclosure, folks. They're the ones giving us this information. Oh, we got donations. J.D. Dislezic says, stand out, Job brother. Tarotina just donated again. Thank you very much. She calculated it's $5.20 US for the 5,000 Argentinian pesos or whatever the heck they are. Wow, you guys are still with me. We've got 4,500 people watching. We're at the 4.5 hour mark, just about. And we're going to wrap it up really quick here. So let's just keep on chugging along at a deadly pace. And then they, uranium run, Canadian Prime Minister, why is that so important? Who is the real enemy? They never thought they were going to lose. And again, they say the calm before the storm. So then we have Kennedy talking about the poisoning the food supply. Oh, we got more donations coming. You guys want to give me some love. Non-AARO says, please contact me. It's time for you to see and learn how to link into the hologram, interpreting crop circle maps. Thank you. I mean, I do have lots and lots of people who want me to contact them. I don't have time to talk to anybody, barely even my own family. I do apologize for that. Maybe in the future, come to a conference, I'll be there. Mary Lou Jefferson, $50 donation. Wow, thank you, right there. And she says, I can hardly wait for my hover car. Stay safe. Yes, thank you. I'm doing my best to stay safe. And we got to try to end the show here so I don't go too much over 4.5 hours. I knew that this was going to happen. They did so many posts this week. It's like, oh my God, you guys. I got a little bit miffed about it, but I'm going through them all anyway. Here we go. The poisoning of the food supply. He's expressing how big corporate agriculture is slowly doing this and driving family farms to extinction, and they are quietly taking control of your farmland. So again, we have yet another video with yet another post. This is 195, and they're talking about an Iran deal. Why is this relevant? What does it mean to be covered in gold? Which couple was photographed this way? And this is the answer right here. It's these guys, which are the Roths. So that's what it's leading up to. And again, she's got a golden steer head on, and he's got all this gold on top of his hat. So that's what they're talking about. Okay, just to be clear, because that was the next post, 196. Which couple was photographed this way? Whoops. The public release was a mistake. That wasn't supposed to go public. Who released the picture? Apparently they did. Who has all the information? What does it mean to be covered in gold? Can you locate another pic with a head covered in gold? And what does this represent? And they say the sum of all fears. So here's the picture again. They got gold-covered masks on. And then this refers back to their dark version of Egyptian religion. Some of the Egyptian stuff is good, as it turns out. Archangel Michael was originally also helping the Egyptians as Ra, but then, as they say in the Law of One, that all got contorted and became the groundwork for this negative occult religion on a worldwide level. These people are way into Egypt. It's just that it's the evil human sacrifice version of it, okay? So they considered in ancient Egypt gold to be the skin of the gods, specifically the sun god, and they often used it to craft objects of spiritual significance. Why is this relevant? Again, there is a positive aspect to what happened in Egypt. We talked about the pyramid being a Christian symbol, but it's also part of their religion, and that's why apparently they wore these gold headdresses. No surprise there. Here's the next one. This makes me so pissed off. It reminded me of being a kid when they sprayed in my town. Oh my God. If you ever hear that sound, just run and close the windows as fast as you can and just try not to breathe. It's horrifying. They're actually doing this right now, spraying for this virus in New York, ramped up their fight against the virus with a large-scale pesticide spraying operation, urging you to stay indoors as the trucks roll through. You don't have to tell me. I will. More neighborhoods across 5 boroughs are expected to be sprayed. And of course, there's nothing weird or creepy or scary in the spray. It's all just totally fine. Okay. Sure. Why don't you just go ride your bike behind that thing? No. Post number 24, and we saw this one many times before. Anyone who says they're not going to seek re-election was put in submission. But for the betterment of the country, many people will have deals. Not everybody's going to be prosecuted, but everybody will do what they're told. And you will see more and more of this occurring. So they said that yet again. And then this amazing ad. It's very inspiring. I watched the whole thing last night. I was like, man, he is so on the right track of the truth. And I'm so glad he joined this winning team. And he's now part of the team. They used a lot of the overlays where you have the old-fashioned looking film. It's got great production value. J.B. Palmer says, sir, could I interest you in a banana sandwich? No, I am not gay. Sorry. I'm not going to be doing a banana sandwich with anybody. My God. Okay, we've got some strange people in the audience here. Whatever. RFK's new powerful ad calls on him to finish the job that his father and Uncle JFK began against the deep state. Yuck. Who would want a banana sandwich? I don't know. Maybe somebody does. Not me. Absolute chills. He felt in his heart cruelty and cowardice, the things that made him brave and kind, the ad read, as they show that this assassination took place. You really do need to just watch the video. I couldn't do that for you, but I would highly recommend going to X and watching this. You should be checking these posts every day anyway. We're almost done. Yeah, no banana sandwiches. My God. Ugh. Okay. 3 minutes and 39 seconds, 183,000 views, 219 seconds. Here's another post. And it says, the castle runs red. Yes, Godspeed. The other parts are just like code of something. So the castle runs red. Well, That again suggests the tower, the lightning struck tower, that big stuff is getting ready to happen, folks. I don't think it's going to take very long. There it is. And then this is the last one. So I guess I'm right about 4.5 hours. Good old Candace exposes Satanism at the top. Claims that a group of these individuals have infiltrated a particular religion and accuses them of being certain types of things involved in other types of ritual activities. Do you agree with her? Well, yeah, the point that she made in there was that the religion itself is not at fault. They're fine. But then there's certain people who have nothing to do with those religious principles who just infiltrated that group, and then they use it as a shield. So, oh, you can't say anything bad about me because if you do so, then you're anti. Well, do I agree with her? Yeah. I mean, I very much support these people, but at the very top levels, we have certain bad seeds, certain bad actors that got involved. And so we need to take care of that. So anyway, we are again at the 4.5 hour mark. This is the picture that went along with it. And it was 54 seconds long, leading us last but not least to post number 54. Know the plans I have for you, declares the Lord. Plans to prosper you and not to harm you. Plans to give you hope and a future. And so I decided to end on this one because it is very inspiring. And it again says here that, there's divine intervention taking place. The alliance is being helped by Archangel Michael and angelic forces. We will have prosperity. There are plans coming to give us hope in the future. So I thought, what a great one to end on, segueing us right into our, the global peace meditation, where we apparently get a mass defection, people that are like barely awake, and they're just like, okay, I got to go. So we always lose like 300 people. Sorry, there's not much I can do about that, but we got enough here. Oh, Wandering Wood says, I check these X posts every single day, the shadow posts. I love going back over them after I've seen your wisdom. She wants to be the reindeer bride. What a bunch of freaks, says Kung Fu Chicks. I'm here, says Gustinato Fring. So not everybody's leaving. Thank you for that. How is there a solar flash at the midpoint of the 25,000 year cycle? Isn't it supposed to be every 25,000 years, or are those two different events? Well, that's going to get into geometry. We're going to talk about the geometry of the Mayan calendar, why that divides 25,000 into 5. It's a pentagon. And every time you hit one of those corners, Dr. Lonnie Thompson, the glacier scientist, says there's a solar flash. So yes, once you understand the geometry that we're going to get into next week, it will make sense why there would also be a solar flash 12,500 years ago. That was a great question. Colt Browning asked that. Doesn't anybody remember that story? He said when you're turned into a banana sandwich, you start to remember these things, you got to take some time off, says Jack Starseed. Okay. Well, I thought the guy wanted me to go down on him, and I'm not interested in that at all. So no banana sandwiches for me. Well, I'll never let them ruin banana split ice cream sundaes, one of life's little treasures. They will not destroy every good thing here, says Catherine Moschetti. Gee, I'm a tree, says Karen Ackerman. Fantastic show as usual, David. So glad our typhoon here in Japan is over. Oh, I'm sorry you had to go through that. Had weeks of lightning and severe rain. I don't get the banana thing, said David Ortiz. Well, just, if you can't figure out what a banana sandwich is, I'm not going to help you. I don't want to help you. I don't need to meditate. Take care. Thank you. Bye, says Raf the Sun. That's obviously a troll. Sorry. But you guys can go ahead and block him. Lots of trolls. Lots of love, David. David, you are so funny. I love your expressions. David, do you believe in we create our own reality? Absolutely yes, says Daisy. Maria Bajarnov says, I'm in for the global meditation. Peanut butter and sliced banana, says pure blood love. Steve W., you've had a busy week. Somebody else says, David, you're the best. That was Jack Starseed. Let's show this green maniac how to save a planet, says Sash Lilac from Freedom Planet, according to Kato Comics. Avi, what is your favorite snack? Banana sandwich. I haven't had a banana for a while, says Tez Brooks, LOL. Marshmallow fluff on top. Ooh. Have a good night, David, LOL. Thanks for all your work, says M. Nicoliris. Love the meditation. We all have to do our part for humanity. Yes, I mean, if you decide, we've already lost 50 people, but if you decide to participate in this, it really does help us out. So without further ado, thank you guys. You're so amazing. Can we have a little angry daddy? Okay, what the hell? Son, I just keep telling you over and over and over again,
I have been through this too many times with you, David. We sit down, we look each other eye to eye. I tell you, you need to learn this stuff. You need to pay attention, and you just keep on screwing up, making the same mistakes. You walk away from the meditation, and I have had it. Can't you just be beleaguered for 3 little tiny frickin' minutes to stay on the air with dear old daddy? I grab another one so we can do this meditation that, it just so happens to reduce global crime. Oh my God, I burned myself. 72% reduction in global crime and terrorism, and that's not good enough for you, boy? What the hell were you thinking? For God's sake, shape up or ship out. Get yourself into this meditation. Don't run away. You gotta learn to do the right thing, son. Oh my God, that's enough. Cigarettes keep falling out of my mouth because I'm drooling all over myself. There, you got some angry daddy. All right. 4 minutes and 40 seconds. Maybe we'll do 444. We'll just do a little tiny one here. Hang in there with me. You might just save the world if you don't hang up the phone. So here we go. I'd like you to close both of your eyes. One or the other, it's up to you. You can close both of them now. Put both feet flat on the floor. Take a nice deep breath and let it go. Breathing into the infinite ocean of peace that's available to us all in this moment. Letting yourself feel more and more relaxed as you breathe in and let it go. Feeling such gratitude for this time of excitement, possibility, the great awakening, the great revealing of truth. All of these things coming into greater and greater clarity in the present. Embracing who we are in this moment, embracing true love, the divinity that's always around us, this omniscient intelligence that serves only to make us ever more aware, ever more cosmically activated by these galactic and interplanetary fields of geometry, intelligent geometry that is now activating our entire solar system, making it brighter, hotter, and more magnetic, leading us into an understanding of what's really coming our way. That there is such an excitement, the galactic family reunion, the arrival of new consciousness, new abilities in our own bodies and minds and spirits. As you keep breathing in, imagine that you are exhaling light that transforms and heals planet Earth, making us safe, making us prosperous, and making us happy. Knowing that as we keep on breathing, as we keep on living this light, living this presence, living this Christ consciousness, that many, many good things are coming our way now. And it's all leading in the right direction to an ever more positive awakening, to the cessation of evil's activities on earth, and to the realization that indeed you are the light, you are the love, you are the one infinite creator. And this is as it was, as it is now, and as it always shall be. And nothing and no one can take that from you. Sending this love and light to all those in need of prayer and healing in the world, easing global tensions, taking all the stress out so that we know that we will have the positive future that we co-create together. And so it is. In Jesus' name, amen. Now I'd like you to open your eyes, come back into the room, wiggle your fingers, wiggle your toes. No banana sandwich, though. Jesus, I mean, come on. You gotta have some respect for the teacher, right? I mean, it's like, can we really not have to do that? Yeah, supposedly 400 people left, but I think this is all set up as I change the camera angles and fade the thing. It'll probably pop back up again in a second here. I don't even know if that's true anymore, but whatever. We still got 4,000 people. That's plenty enough to save the planet. Thank you guys so much for being here. Thank you for being a part of our show today. Next week is the exciting grand finale that we're going to go into, about where we're going to talk about all these cool things coming in our future and how the geometry affects us on a 25,000-year cycle, the geobleams, explosions from within the Earth. It's going to be a very, very exciting and amazing show. So I don't want you to miss it. People are saying there's trolls in there.
We love you, David. This was a great lesson. Thank you to all who fight and believe. I love everyone. I hope everyone has a good weekend, says Lizbeth. Thank you, David. Love and peace to all. Yep, it just went back up again. So it's not real, folks. Thank you, David. Happy trails. Love to you and to your show. Thank you for the bathroom break in the middle. I'm glad you did that. It was great. Yeah, I feel so much better. I have to pee a little bit right now, but it was wonderful. So anyway, we're going to stop at 4:44. Thank you guys for watching. We'll see you next week. Thanks for being here.